Chapter 40, Inner Demons PT-4. Naruto groaned, then opened one eye and grunted when he saw he was still in the sewer-like realm of his mindscape, Kyuubi's massive form grinning down at him. "You look so pathetic right now, Nin-gen," Kyuubi noted, and Naruto glared at the creature before looking to his arms. Each of his limbs were being held aloft by reddish-black tendrils of darkness, as was the rest of his torso, pulling on them. The blonde grunted and then relaxed when he noted their strength. "What the hell is this?" Naruto grumbled out, and the Kyuubi chuckled darkly, his chakra spreading out in waves all over the mindscape. "The things you deny as part of yourself, made manifest by your current condition," Kyuubi replied, and Naruto looked up at the beast as it grinned down at him. "Condition?" Naruto questioned, and Kyuubi nodded its head with a chuckle. "That green ooze that covered you, it destabilized your very DNA, unfortunately causing your mind to start to unravel as well. It would have driven you into a berserker rage. However, in my own infinite generosity, Nin-gen, I've started to use my power to keep you from fully being destabilized into nothingness," Kyuubi explained, and Naruto frowned, and then wondered how its chakra was accomplishing a task like that. "Holding your body and mind together? That is actually not so easy, it's taking a toll on both of us," Kyuubi stated, and Naruto blinked before looking at the beast with wide eyes. "You can read my thoughts now?" Naruto questioned, and the Kyuubi chuckled. "I'm holding all that you are together, of course I can. I'd be more surprised if I couldn't, Gaki," Kyuubi replied, and then looked around as the ooze shifted slightly, and Naruto groaned. "Well, if you know so much about this, tell me how to get out of it already," Naruto growled out, and Kyuubi scoffed. "If it were that easy, I would have done something myself. While it is greatly amusing seeing you eaten alive, I am not so confident that either of us would survive the destabilization. All either of us can do is keep your mind and body stable long enough for someone out there to fix this little problem. And as for that darkness currently coating you, all I know is your human analogies like, don't allow your inner demons to control you," Kyuubi then stated, while a slimy clawed hand reached out of the shadows and pushed down on Naruto's head. "We will not be so easily destroyed, Great One. We are the darkness he has hidden for so long. We will not be imprisoned any longer," a hissing, distorted voice commented, while a familiar pair of orange eyes loomed behind Naruto. "What's with the we, and since when can you talk?" Naruto demanded, while his demon pushed down on his head and then leaned towards his ear. "We speak because this is our mind. Here we are not limited by simple earthly limitations. Do you see only one of us? There are more. This one and other one are two. We not I. Though this one is the pieces and traits of other one that other one rejects," the demon responded while moving from Naruto's head and Kyuubi's side. "Gaki, it's referring to you, and it is one person when it speaks. And given that it is a part of you, that's a fairly accurate description," Kyuubi offered, and Naruto grunted, then looked up to glare at Kyuubi. "I kind of figured that when he explained it," Naruto growled out, and the inner demon pushed his head down once more. "We think that other one should not insult the Great One. He is all that is keeping us whole, we owe him much for that," the inner demon commented, and Kyuubi couldn't help a smug grin. "At least someone around here knows how to respect his betters," Kyuubi noted, and Naruto twitched while trying to yank his arm free. "Piss off, fox," Naruto shouted, and the inner demon laughed before releasing his head as it backed off into the darkness behind him. "We shall leave other one and Great One to deal with one another. This one must seek a way to take control of this body for ourselves," the inner demon stated, while Kyuubi watched as it left and then frowned. "What the hell did it mean by that?" Naruto demanded, and Kyuubi rolled his eyes for a moment. "Think, Gaki, that was the living embodiment of everything you deny about yourself. All the anger, hate, and pain you've ever denied given form. It's half of who you are. It can't control this body because you each share the same will, so it's trying to find a way around it. Though it is a futile effort," Kyuubi replied, then muttered under his breath, and Naruto blinked before grimacing. "Shit, since when is my mind so fucked up?" Naruto wondered to himself, and the ancient demon rolled his eyes. "Do you think this place being a sewer is normal? You hold in many things about yourself, usually your more aggressive traits, and they build within you. This creature, for instance, is a manifestation of all your anger and pain, things you haven't allowed yourself to work through or accept about yourself. Your mind has always been a wreck because of it, thus, reflects how you hold in those emotions by appearing as a sewer," Kyuubi explained to the blonde, and Naruto blinked before giving the creature a look. "What?" he asked, and Kyuubi grumbled in his throat. "Plainly put, for an idiot like you, Nin-gen, that creature is made up of your darker, nastier, more sinister traits. Traits you don't accept about yourself. While this is true, it is still a part of you, thus, your wills are conjoined and neither of you can control your body outside of this place," Kyuubi explained once more, wishing that the Nin-gen knew more about how the mind worked. "Alright, if I'm not controlling my body, and it's not controlling my body, who is?" "You," Naruto asked the beast, and the Kyuubi snorted. "No. Your body is currently running on what you would call autopilot. So basically, your instincts are driving it at the moment, so, if it gets hungry, it will search for food, if it feels threatened, it will attack. Got it. The ancient demon explained, and Naruto rolled his eyes before nodding his head. Okay, that explains a few things I guess, though I wish you knew how to get me down from here. Naruto grumbled while hanging in the air, and the QB snorted while grinning towards the human. That's easy, trick the demon into letting you down. How? I don't care, just stop bothering me while I'm trying to keep you in one piece, though, I must wonder how dear Sasuke is faring with his own transformation. Without something like me to stave off his destabilization, I imagine it may empower him, but it will also wear his body and mind down until he dies from it. QB mused to himself with an evil chuckle, and Naruto blinked. Wait, what do you mean by that? Naruto questioned, and the QB rolled his eyes once more. I told you, that green ooze destabilized your DNA. Well, whoever else was covered with it will be in the same boat as you. And without a healing factor like you, or an antidote, they'll slowly fall to madness, then shortly after that, death. QB replied, and Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Damn, what a seriously nasty way to go. Naruto mumbled before his eyes snapped open. Kara-chan. Shit, she was covered in that crap as well. I've gotta save her. Naruto said mostly to himself while renewing his struggles with the darkness covering him. Relax, Ningen, your precious little Hanyu will be fine. Her own healing factor should keep her safe like I do for you. QB replied, and Naruto breathed out a sigh of relief, visibly relaxing at that news. Oh, thank Kami-sama, she'll be safe. He mumbled, either not noticing what QB called Raven, or not caring about it. Well, that depends on what your definition of safe is, Gaki. QB thought with a mental laugh while closing its eyes as it got back to work, while Naruto contemplated a way to have his inner demon let him down. Titan's Tower. Cyborg pushed open the doors to the tower and sighed while walking inside. Man, it's just one thing after the other with this town, he said to himself while rubbing his face, and then walked to the elevator. Hitting the call button, Cyborg walked into it and then hit the button for the floor of the infirmary. Leaning into the side of the elevator, Sai made a mental list of the many things the green stuff could be. None of it was good, and he was leaning towards mutagen, if not some kind of evil virus. Then again, I don't think that many chemicals affect the mind like what's going on with Ray. Sai said to himself while the elevator stopped on his floor and the doors opened. Sai was silent as he looked out into the hall and then held up a hand as it turned into his sonic cannon. The outside was completely dark, but it looked like a monster had ripped its way through the entire hall, claw marks and large dents in the walls, sparking wires hanging from the ceiling. Mini turrets he'd set up had been clearly ripped apart or bitten in half. Oh man, this is really starting to look a lot like an OL monster movie BB would watch. Sai said to himself, and then blinked for a moment as he realized he would either be the military muscle sent in to deal with the problem and was mauled, or the scientist who died a very cliched, quick death. I'm hoping I'm neither. Sai said to himself as he walked out of the elevator, his metal feet crunching the plastic that had been ripped out of some of the walls. Okay, I have two plausible explanations for this: either Raven's fear personality got loose and Wicked Scary is back, or Naruto's transformed into an evil vicious monster that wants to destroy me, and everything else in its path. Sai said to himself as he moved down the halls of the tower, turning on his shoulder light to look into the infirmary as he reached it. It by far was worse than the outside, with the beds torn apart and some of Naruto's clothes scattered around the room. Shit, well, looks like NAR's a monster, not much difference when compared to him being pissed though. Sai mused before making his way into the room and saw Naruto's orange spiral mask, green ooze still clinging to it. Gotcha. He mumbled while walking over to the mask and used a few utensils to get a sample of the green ooze. Placing what he managed to scrape off into a small beaker, which he stuffed into a drawer on his chest, Sai then stood back up with a frown. Alright, now I just need to figure out a way to analyze this, Sai said to himself before turning and making his way out of the room, only to stop and freeze as he saw something's tail pass the door. Turning off his light, Sai then switched his cybernetic eye to night vision while moving out of the room. Looking down the hall, he saw a large creature sniff around for a moment before slamming its fists into the door to the elevator. Ah shit, he mumbled, and one of the long ears on the creature's head quirked in his direction. Mentally cursing, Sai turned tail and ran down the hall while the creature turned and narrowed its yellow eyes dangerously. Crouching down, the beast let out a screeching roar before lunging down the hall after Sai. Turning down the hall, Sai heard the call and quickly tried to think of an idea to buy him some time. The basement. If I can get him in an elevator, I can drop it to the basement. That should buy me just enough time to get out of the tower, Sai said to himself before yelping as a bolt of lightning came from behind him. Turning his head, the titanium teen saw the massive creature from before, lightning arching over its form. Ah hell. It just had to be able to do something like that, didn't it? Sai complained while ducking down another corner as the beast howled before giving chase. Turning down another corridor, Sai ducked into a room and quickly slammed the door shut behind him. Breathing a sigh of relief, he then yelped and rolled forward as the beast's large claws started to rip through the doors. Shit! Sai exclaimed and looked around, then grabbed the floor and ripped himself a hole before jumping to the floor below. Back in the room, the massive creature ripped the door out and then made its way into the room. Looking around for its prey, the creature then narrowed its eyes on the floor and sniffed at the hole. Hissing as a click echoed from its throat at the same time, the creature hopped down the hole, following after Sai. Jump City. The rest of the Titans were not having much better luck when it came to finding Raven. It was almost as if she'd vanished until they finally saw the girl, now in gray, sitting on a bench in the park with an almost sullen look. Raven! Knight called as they made their way over to her, and all of them slid to a halt in front of her. Like a few of the others, this one had added a cosmetic change to her outfit in the form of an extra brooch on the front of her cloak, both of them holding her cloak to her leotard tightly. However, her hair was also longer, now reaching shoulder length, and her eyes had thin slits. Timid, is that you?" BB suddenly asked, and the girl looked to him before nodding her head. Looking among the Titans for a moment, she then stopped on Starfire, and it begun. "I'm sorry I spit in your face," she said to the alien princess, her voice soft and quiet much like a certain Hyuga girl, and Starfire blinked. "Oh, you are forgiven, friend Raven," she said, and Raven turned to Kid Flash. "I'm sorry I attacked you," she said, and KF rubbed the back of his neck. "No prob," he offered while BB sighed and reached to the side to look at a newspaper with a shake of his head. "I'm sorry I gave you a wet willy," she then added, and KF looked to Knight and the others and they shrugged. Like I said, it's no problem, you weren't yourself," he insisted while BB crumpled up and threw the newspaper away. Turning, the gray-cloaked Raven then focused on Nightwing and he looked at her strangely. "I'm sorry for the time I broke you coffee mug," she said meekly, and Knight looked to Star, who shrugged, obviously confused. When was this?" he asked, and Timid thought for a moment. "When we moved into the tower," she admitted, and Knight's eyebrows shot up towards his hairline. And Starfire, "I'm sorry I called you annoying and loud. And I'm also sorry for always yelling at you, and for the..." Timid said, then went into a very long list of apologies, apologizing for even things she'd done years ago. Nearby, BB sighed while happily watching the clouds and tuned Timid out, already having gone through this once in Raven's mindscape. "And I'm sorry for talking so much, and I'm sorry for always being so grumpy, and..." Timid tried to finish only for Donna to place a hand over her mouth. "For the 1000th time, Raven?" Knight started to say, and all four Titans then chorused as one, BB smirking as he watched on. "We forgive you," they exclaimed as one, and Timid blinked before poking her index fingers together shyly. "All right, now that that's over," BB then commented, and got a glare from the others, mostly for not telling about this. "Do you know what's going on with you, Timid? You've been switching personalities all day," BB questioned of the girl, and she took a thoughtful look before sighing. "I don't know. I was just trying to keep out of the way of the others like usual when I suddenly wound up out here," Timid admitted softly, and BB sighed before looking to Knight for orders. "All right, will you follow us without running off, Timid?" Knight asked, and the gray-cloaked Raven meekly nodded her head. "All right, then let's head back to the tower now before something else happens," Knight commented, and Timid slowly got up before following them as they made their way towards the tower. "Say, how come you were sitting alone in the park?" Donna asked while looking at Timid, and she looked down while poking her index fingers together. "I didn't want to get in anyone's way," she replied, timidly as always, and a frown crossed Nightwing's features. "You're never in the way, Raven, you're our friend, remember?" Nightwing told the girl, and she just continued to poke her fingers together while looking at the ground silently. Looking back at Timid for only a moment longer, Knight then looked at Beast Boy with a frown. "Beast Boy, are there any more emotions we should watch out for?" the older teen questioned, and BB shrugged his shoulders disinterestedly. "None that I know of, dude. I only met happy, timid, and brave when I was in Ray's mind," BB replied, and Knight groaned lightly, wondering what was going to happen next. No sooner did he wonder that than Timid stopped and looked around. Noticing she'd stopped, the others turned to her and she sighed. "Sorry," she mumbled as her cloak flashed red before she fell to the ground. "Friend Raven," Starfire exclaimed while flying over to the girl and sat her up. Groaning, the girl sat up on her own power soon after, her cloak turning yellow as she did, though her boots turned black. "Oh my, that was quite an interesting experience," she noted, her voice and tone different, sounding almost bookish. Blinking open her violet eyes, the girl then held a hand out to form a pair of glasses, which she then placed on the bridge of her nose. "Well now, all things considered, this is looking like a very bad situation to be in," She noted while seeing the titans around her and thus stood up before brushing herself off and checking her state of being for a moment. Obviously, Brave, Happy, Timid, and Sloth have been out and were dressing up our body in their favorite things. The yellow raven noted while noticing the sleeves of her leotard had been removed and shook her head at the grease and filth on her cloak. Positively dreadful, I swear, none of them know how to keep anything tidy. She mumbled before waving her hand, black energy flowing over her cloak for a moment before it was revealed to be in pristine condition once more. Nodding her head, she then made her clothes just as pristine and smiled to herself. Ah, now that is much better, she said to herself with a nod of her head while the other titans merely stared at her for a moment. Raven? BB asked, and the yellow-cloaked girl sighed. Of course. But I believe I should remind you that I'm an alternate emotion. Most of my sisters just call me Intellect. Intellect offered with a casual tone, and Nightwing blinked before sighing in relief. Finally, now can you tell us what's happening to yourself? Night asked the girl, and she crossed her arms and thought about it for a moment. What's happening to me? Well, all even I know is that Rage was on the loose. Raven decided to try and seal her up again while we were still sleeping, and we haven't seen hide nor hair of her ever since. Intellect replied before frowning as she looked towards the tower. Now then, given the nature of this development and its correspondence with our unfortunate encounter with those shinobi fellows, I believe that the green substance that covered us may have had some form of adverse effect on us. Intellect then mused aloud while walking towards the tower, BB scratching his head as he and the others followed her. Dudette, please speak English, you're making my brain hurt. Beast Boy told the girl, and Intellect sighed before turning around and giving him a look for a moment, as if to tell him he was an idiot. Plainly put, Beast Boy. Our condition only started when that green ooze covered us, and it cannot be merely a coincidence since this has never happened to us before. Thereby, the green ooze has something to do with our continued ailment. Intellect explained, and Nightwing blinked for a moment. Not bad, I always knew Raven was smarter than she let on. Night noted with a smirk, and Intellect nodded her head before crossing her arms with a proud smile. Yes. I had a feeling you would have easily deduced my intelligence was used for more than just witty remarks and sarcasm. Intellect mused aloud while still smiling to herself, and Starfire flew over to hover beside of her. Excuse me, Intellect, but if you are the smartness of Raven, why are you a personality? Is not intelligence not an emotion? Starfire questioned, and Intellect smiled while nodding her head. Correct, Starfire. I was wondering when someone might notice that. And to answer your question, no, I am not Raven's knowledge. Rather, I am her curious and inquisitive nature, her more polite and cleanly attitude, and her love of reading and learning. Thus, while I know everything Raven does, as all we emotions do, I also seek more knowledge to better ourselves as a person. Intellect explained, and Starfire made an O with her mouth while floating beside of the girl. So you mean to say that you're actually her curiosity? Kid Flash questioned while walking beside of the girl, and Intellect rolled her eyes. In a way, yes, but in more ways than one, no. I prefer to be thought of as her pursuit of knowledge. Intellect responded, and Kid Flash slowly nodded his head while Nightwing looking to Intellect as she stopped at a window to a bookstore. Hello, we need to get to the tower. He reminded, and Intellect grinned sheepishly while moving away from the store window. Yes. I know we do, and I am sorry about that. It's just I saw a rather interesting book I've been meaning to read in. She started to say before shaking her head as her cloak flashed red like the others. Oh dear, what was that? She wondered while looking at herself, and then placed a hand to her head with a visible grimace. Something is very wrong here. She mumbled quietly to herself while BB was at her side soon after and wondering what was happening to her. Dude, what is going on in your head? I mean, Brave started wigging out and attacking us earlier for some reason, and then Timid disappeared when her cloak started to change colors. BB wondered aloud, and Intellect was silent for a moment before her eyes snapped wide open as realization struck her. Oh no, 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 no. She said to herself, and then turned around to face them, eyes wide in fright. You must get away from me. I'm no longer safe to be around. Staying close to me will only make things worse. Please, do not attempt to find me, or I fear you will all come to great harm. Intellect said quickly before swinging her cloak in on herself and vanishing, her soul self carrying her away as Nightwing shook his head. Frowning deeply a second later, he then looked to the others as they looked on with obvious confusion. Dude, what just happened? BB questioned, and Nightwing sighed while looking to the others. Obviously she realized what was going on, panicked, thought we were in danger, and left to protect us. Nightwing responded, and BB frowned for a moment before shaking his head. Dude, that is so like her. Always trying to protect us, just like when she tried to get me and Sai to leave her when she fought that red monster in her mind. He noted with a soft smile to himself, and Night nodded his head. Yeah, but she seems to have forgotten, we're a team, and we won't let her face this alone. Knight stated and then turned and ran in the direction that Raven Soul Self had went, soon followed by the rest of the Titans. Tartarus HQ. Jinx stood within Tartarus Ops, Danny yawning as she sat on the back of the sofa while the others all looked at her expectantly. "Alright Kludgehead, we're here. So tell us what the hell is going on already." Gizmo shouted at the girl and Jinx nodded her head before crossing her arms with a frown across her face. Last night Tempest went out to save his girlfriend, Raven, when she was abducted by the Ravager, the same person who caused Blackfire to go berserk. Jinx started and Blackfire growled while one eye twitched. Anyways, it seems Ravager has those ninja hunting Temp on her payroll as they were the ones actively holding Raven hostage. During battle it seems that Temp got a near-fatal injury from the knee, though was thankfully stabilized by Raven. Jinx further explained and Mammoth cracked his knuckles with a frown. Mammoth was known to be protective of his friends, of course given the treatment he and his sister Shimmer had faced in Australia it wasn't too hard to figure out why that was. However, Gizmo had no such compulsion thus slapped his face and grimaced while shaking his head. The tiny terror wishing for, not the first time, that he wasn't teamed up with these Kludgeheads. "Great, and now I suppose you want us to hunt down the ninja with extreme prejudice while they're still recovering?" Gizmo guessed and the smirk on Jinx's face was all the confirmation he needed. "Oh man, this is seriously not in my job description. Hunting ninja isn't our thing, that's Cheshire's thing." Gizmo reminds and Jinx frowned at the miniature villain. "Are you telling me you won't be able to find Ravager, and by proxy the Neen?" Jinx questioned and Blackfire blinked before cracking her knuckles with a wide grin. Payback was going to be a bitch when she got her hands on that one-eyed wench. Snorting at the accusation, Gizmo cracked his knuckles before calling up the main screen for Ops and used his controller to work it. Blinking for a moment, the others watched as Gizmo hit a few things and several windows flashed over the screen. "I can find Miss Slade easy, especially if she's got those ninja with her. Like Tempest, the ninja use a specific energy source, so, if I scan the city to locate that energy source I should be able to find her hideout." Gizmo explained and Danny blinked before looking down to the tiny terror. "Should?" she questioned and Gizmo nodded his head with a frown. "Yeah, knowing Miss Slade she's going to have a very well hidden hideout, more than likely underground so I won't be able to pinpoint her exact location, however she'll need some kind of vents to draw in air to her base, so some of their chakra will have probably leaked out for me to locate." The tiny terror explained while grinning as a map came up and two positions were marked. "One of those is Titan's Tower, so it's got to be X right?" Dwella noted and Gizmo nodded his head with a smirk. "Meaning that the other signature is more than likely those other Neen?" Blackfire reasoned and yet again, Gizmo nodded his head, still smirking. "Alright then Tartarus, that's our location. I want all of you to search it thoroughly for an entrance. Once one of you finds it, call the others so we can take those Neen down. Remember not to engage them alone, they are armed and very dangerous." Jinx orders the others, getting nods from the rest of her team, a smirk crossed over Jinx's face. "Alright then, Tartarus, move out," she ordered and the group hopped off of the sofa and out of their HQ before heading into the city. Jump City. Nightwing was really having a really bad day. In fact, he was starting to believe the Joker when he talked about it only taking a really bad day to drive a man to lunacy. Bad thought, don't go there. Knight told himself as he and the others raced across the city, still looking for Raven when they heard a scream. Blinking, Knight slid to a stop and saw the aforementioned girl, holding onto a streetlight with wide eyes while a slug passed by under her. "Fear." All the Titans said in a dull monotone while the girl looked over at them and screamed before jetting off down the street. "Dude, are we really that scary?" BB had to ask and Knight gave him a look. No, we're not, she's just all of Raven's fear incarnate." Nightwing replied before looking over to Kid Flash. "Stop her," he ordered and Kid Flash gave a mock salute to his leader before jetting down the street. Soon coming up in front of Raven he grabbed her arms as she looked at him with wide eyes and screamed once more. "Chill. We're only trying to help you Raven," Kid Flash tried to say and Raven then pulled a ghost trick as she ran straight through his body. "Okay, that was so weird," Kid Flash said with a shiver while the other Titans ran past him. "Hey, wait for me," Kid Flash called before running after them, then past them and grabbed Raven's ankles to knock her over, Knight and the others dog-piling her to stop her soon after. "Let me go. She's going to eat me if I don't get out of here. I can't let it happen, I have to get away, the others can't fight her off so I have to run." Fear exclaimed while clawing at the ground with wide eyes and Starfire wrapped her arms around her neck. "Please friend Raven, we only wish to help you. Please tell us the problem so that we might assist you in finding a solution." Starfire pleaded with the violet-haired girl and Raven gave her a wide-eyed look. "No. You can't stop her, she'll eat me alive, and then hurt you all, and I don't want that. Got to run, can't let her find me." Fear started to say again while still clawing to get away from them while BB blinked. So wait, she's afraid for our safety? BB questioned and Donna shrugged her shoulders from next to him. As interesting as all of this is, maybe we should get up? Knight grunted out from near the bottom of the pile, a completely covered Kid Flash mumbling his agreement from below the others. Soon managing to untangle themselves from one another as Starfire held the struggling Fear in her grasp, Nightwing sighed and looked to Fear with a frown. Alright Fear, what the hell is going on around here? Knight demanded and the girl looked around nervously, her eyes darting to and fro. Our rage, she got loose. Then, I mean Raven tried to stop her, she was pulled into rage. And now rage is pulling the rest of us into her 1B by 1. Raven and B bravery were first since they were strongest B besides her, now only me and love and lust are L left. We're L losing the struggle within. Fear explained quickly, still looking around with wide eyes. Wait, dude, so there are 2 more emotions besides you? BB asked and Fear shook her head. L love and L lust are 1 emotion. She also embodies our L loyalty and K kindness. She explained and BB blushed, still stuck on lust being next, while Starfire wondered what a kind version of Raven would even be like. Alright, that's more information than we've had all day. Add in Intellect's idea, it has something to do with that green stuff and we really need to get Raven back to the tower. Knight noted only for Fear to open her mouth in a silent scream before slumping in Starfire's arms. Friend Raven, are you alright? Starfire questioned and an evil grin spread over Raven's lips as 4 red eyes opened and her cloak turned blood red while looking at the alien princess. Oh, she's just fine, after all, she's mine now. Rage said with a wide-fanged grin and Starfire quickly released her with a yelp, Raven's cloak turning purple as she stopped herself from hitting the ground, her 4 eyes vanishing as well. Our Raven? Starfire questioned and the purple-cloaked Raven groaned as her hair started to grow longer, ending at her waist, and her ears took a very noticeable point. Why are her ears so pointy now? Donna asked Nightwing, the leader of the team shrugging even as Raven suddenly shot up and jumped at Starfire. Starfire, are you alright? She didn't hurt you, did she? Raven asked worriedly while fussily checking Starfire's head for wounds and the red head slowly shook her head. No, friend Raven. I am undamaged. Starfire allowed and the girl breathed an audible sigh of relief before closing her eyes and smiling warmly. Good, I don't know what I'd do if she'd hurt you. Raven then said before Nightwing cleared his throat and she turned to the others. Oh, are you all alright as well? Rage didn't hurt any of you, did she? Raven asked the others and Nightwing shook his head, Raven smiling warmly once more. Thank goodness, she said and Night blushed slightly, the kind, compassionate version of Raven a little too motherly for his liking. Dude, are you supposed to be lust or what? BB asked and the purple-cloaked Raven smiled cheekily for a moment before whispering something to BB. Blushing, the green changeling then passed out on the spot and Night looked at with wide eyes. Friend Beast Boy. Star called worriedly while flying down to look at BB as he lay unconscious in her arms. Blinking for a moment, Night then looked back to Lust with wide eyes. What did you just say to him? Night asked and the girl whistled innocently for a moment before looking down at her boots. I need new boots, she said to mostly herself before reaching down to take off her hold boots and snapped her fingers. Instantly, black energy wrapped around her legs before forming into a pair of thigh-high black leather boots with horizontal slits near the tops of them. Much better, she said to herself with a smile and Kid Flash leaned over to Nightwing. This is definitely lust, he supplied and Night gave him a look. Fear said she was also loyalty and love. Night reminded and Kid Flash shrugged his shoulders while Lust stuck her old boots into her cloak, where they then vanished into the shadows. Alright, now if you'll excuse me, I'm heading to the tower to make certain Naruto is healed. And then, well, Lust stated while a silly smile spread over her lips at a thought before giggling as she walked off. Oh yeah, that's Lust alright, Kid Flash stated and Nightwing sighed to himself, wondering how this personality could be so loving one moment, then so, well, he'd rather not say, the next. Let's just follow her, at least she's actually heading for the tower. Night reminded and the others had to give him that as they walked after the happily humming to herself Raven while Donna was now carrying the unconscious Beast Boy over one of her shoulders. Following the purple-cloaked Raven, they had to wonder what crazy situation they were going to find themselves in next. Ravager's HQ. Iane smirked as she looked at a mirror, only a streak of pink hair remained among her now predominantly fuchsia-colored locks. Ah, now this is so much fucking better, she said while looking to one of her dark forest green eyes and frowned at the sole remaining emerald green eye she still had. Damn it. This is not good. I look like a freak, Sakura said while gritting their teeth and Iane scoffed, and then tested which parts of their body she controlled and smirked as she could use the left arm, and both legs at this point. Says the girl who's starting to disappear. Iane reminded and Sakura growled low in their throat while narrowing her still emerald eye. Not if I can. Sakura started to say, only for Iane to cover their mouth, Sakura trying to pry her hand from their mouth. Struggling with herself, the girl fell to her side and Iane eventually managed to stand before ramming her right shoulder into a wall. She heard Sakura scream in pain in her mind and bit her lip to keep from doing so as well, before then blinking as Sakura started to rant, in their mind. "Oh Sakura, looks like you can't talk anymore." Iane noted with an evil smirk on her face, and a confused Sakura blinked her remaining eye while Iane removed her hand from her mouth with a smirk. "What the hell are you?" Sakura started to question before noticing she couldn't project her voice anymore and started to scream at Iane indignantly. Snickering to herself, Iane then yawned while making her way back to her corner and sat down, then used her left arm to hold her right down and placed her head on both and closed her eyes. Elsewhere in the base, Sasuke was coughing up bile as his skin turned gray and claws formed on his fingers. Looking at his hands, he then groaned and fell to his side, bringing his knees up to his chest as he felt his eyes widen. What's wrong with me? He wondered before reaching a hand up to the sink and pulled his body up to look at his face, eyes widening at what he was seeing. His Sharingan was still active, but his right eye was now a familiar yellow gold with a thin slit for a pupil, and purple tribal markings had formed around his eyes before coming down to a point at the sides of his nose. "What?" he questioned of no one before wrapping his arms around his waist and falling to his side once more, eyes wide. What's happening to me? He managed to get out as his body briefly sparked and his eyes rolled into the back of his head. Seconds later his hand reached back up and he pulled his body back up, a sinister chuckle echoing from his throat. "Oh, it feels so good to be free." He mused strangely before looking at himself in the mirror as his black hair took a blue sheen and grew longer and spikier than ever. "I finally have it," he said to himself while grinning, long and sharp canines now revealed. "The Sharingan is finally mine," the voice of another said through Sasuke with another sinister laugh. "Titan's Tower." Cyborg breathed out several breaths while hiding in a room, his sonic cannon at the ready. He'd been running, fighting, and outright trying to escape from the psychopathic monster Naruto had turned into for well over an hour now. Gulping for a moment, the oldest member of the Titans turned his head to look out of the room. The lights had been totaled by the creature, ripped out of the walls was actually a better description, seeing as from what he could tell, it had almost perfect night vision but disliked bright lights. "Maybe if I get outside it won't follow me." Sai mused before looking to a window and grimaced as he saw that clouds had covered the sun outside. "Never mind, this is so not good. If that thing gets out at night, who knows who it could hurt?" Sai thought to himself before stiffening as he heard a heavy thud and placed his back to the wall behind him. Moving one hand to open a camera on his finger, Sai watched around the corner as the massive beast approached. Looking around the small room with his normal bionic eye, Sai hoped he didn't seem out of place. He had actually picked this particular room for a reason, and it wasn't for any kind of camouflage either. It was because the elevator was directly across from him, the doors shoved into the wall revealing the elevator shaft. If he could wait for the beast to get close to him, he could also just rush the thing and hopefully shove it into the shaft. While not wanting to hurt him, he did want to survive, and besides, given everything that he'd survived already, he was fairly certain a drop like that wouldn't do much damage to a 8-foot-tall monster. "I really should have called Rob and had him bring in a tank for this," Sai thought to himself as he continued to watch the creature approach, its eyes looking for him as he took a gulp of air. The creature suddenly sniffed the air, looking for his scent, and Sai was glad he had very little to track due to his unique nature. Rumbling in its throat, the creature started to turn and Sai looked around. Seeing a rock, he slowly got down and picked it up, then tossed it down the hall. Instantly the creature's long, almost rabbit-like ears quirked back and it turned around to look down the hall. Rumbling in its throat, it lowered itself onto all fours before making its way down the hall, narrowing its eyes as it approached. Waiting, quietly, calmly, Sai briefly wondered why this kind of thing only ever happened to him, before then preparing to make his move as the creature approached. Once the beast was in position, Sai quickly moved, slamming his cannon into the beast as a punch while firing it, causing it to roar out in pain as it was thrown into the back of the elevator shaft from the sheer force of the blow. Screeching as it fell down the shaft, the beast clawed at the walls around him, sparks flying as pieces of what looked like bone chipped off of its fingers. Blinking and slowly making his way to the elevator shaft, Sai peered into it to make sure the beast was gone before pumping a fist. "Booyah! And that's why you don't mess with me in my house," Sai stated with a wide grin before cursing and ducking back as a bolt of lightning was shot from the bottom of the shaft. Backpedaling, Sai then gaped as he heard a strange thumping echoing from the shaft. "No way, man, no way," he mumbled before slowly crawling towards the shaft and looked down into its depths. His fears were unfortunately confirmed as the beast was somehow jumping up the shaft, catching the sides of it, before leaping up and repeating this, climbing the shaft faster than humanly possible. "Ah man, why me?" Sai wondered while looking to the sky and then quickly got up and made his way down the hall and away from the shaft. Seconds later the beast jumped back into the hall, its fingertips glowing as a fine mist condensed over them and then vanished. Narrowing its now clearly livid eyes, the beast let out a screeching roar before lunging down the hall on all fours. As it came to another hall, the beast's eyes briefly widened as Sai slammed his sonic cannon into its face and fired at the same time once more. Crying out in pain, the beast backed up while Sai formed a second cannon from his other arm and lunged at it with a roar. Slamming his cannons into the beast and firing at the same time, Sai watched as it was sent back with each blow. However, then it grabbed one of his arms as he tried to punch it and narrowed its eyes. "Oh, this is bad," Sai muttered before crying out as the beast lifted him up and then slammed him into the ground, knocking the wind from him. Roaring, it then swung Sai into the walls at their sides once, twice, 3 times before slamming it into the roof and then the floor once more before releasing his arm. Sniffing Sai, the beast narrowed its eyes on him before placed a hand onto his neck to hold him down. Leaning forward, it narrowed its eyes and a long tongue came out of its mouth. Reaching up, Sai grabbed its tongue and gave it a glare. "You are so not licking me with this big-ass tongue," Sai shouted before shoving his free cannon into the beast's mouth and firing, sending it flying back and into a wall. Panting heavily, Cyborg pushed himself up and looked on as the beast slowly got back up. "Oh, you got to be shitting me," he muttered while the beast narrowed its eyes on him and roared. Crouching back, it then lunged forward and Sai slammed his fist into its face, knocking it back once more. Panting heavily as the creature stumbled back, Sai pushed himself up fully and then watched the creature shake its head and glare at him angrily. "Wow. I can say one thing, you can really take a beating," Sai noted, and the beast roared while crouching down and lunged at him, swinging its claws at him as he backed up. Swinging its arms once more, its claws sliced through Sai's chest, the teen's eyes widening in shock. "Shit!" he exclaimed before ducking as the beast threw a punch towards him. Rolling behind him, Sai would have gotten up at it, not grabbed one of his legs, arms still lodged in the wall as it glared at him. "Eat this!" he then shouted as a slot opened on his foot, a rocket flying out and slamming into the beast's face. The beast released Sai as the rocket hit, then covered its face while Sai crawled away before breaking out into a run as the beast roared loudly. Ripping its arm out of the wall, the beast then crouched low and lunged after Sai as he made his escape. Said teen turned down a corner and then slid to a halt at the end of the next hall. Hitting a switch on the earpiece on his left side, a targeting lens folded out of his body and over his bionic eye. Instantly, slots on his shoulders opened to reveal several missiles. Waiting for a moment until the beast suddenly appeared in his sights, Sai fired the missiles, then winced as he heard it cry out in pain. "Sorry about that, NAR, but I don't want to be on the menu," Sai mumbled while grimacing as he placed a hand onto his chest plate. Looking up after he had, Sai paled greatly upon seeing the beast looking down at him with furious eyes. "Ah shit," he mumbled before the beast grabbed him and then lunged towards the end of the hall, and then used his body to ram through a wall. With the Titans. The Titans were fast approaching Titan's tower, however they stopped at the docks when they saw something burst out of the tower in the distance. "Friend Nightwing, what is happening?" Starfire questioned, and Knight narrowed his eyes and pushed on the sides of his mask. Lenses in his mask then zoomed in to give him a view of a monster standing on top of Cyborg before turning to stare at him. Shaking his head, he then watched as the beast growled low in its throat and threw Sai along the water before crouching back and launching after him. The beast caught up with Sai and began to rapidly slash at Sai with its sharp claws, then kick it into the docks. "Cyborg!" Starfire exclaimed while flying over to him, only for Donna to grab her as the beast slammed into Sai and sent him skidding along the concrete back into a heap. Seeing this, Starfire broke free of Donna's hold and flew to her friend while the Amazon looked at the cloud where the beast lay in wait warily. Narrowing his eyes, Knight looked to the dust kicked up by the beast's attack as well and watched as it slowly sifted away to reveal a truly horrifying figure to them all. "By the gods," Donna whispered while a pair of bright orange eyes looked around, the plus-shaped pupil dilating into thin slits. What the Titans were seeing was a 5-foot-tall beast, while it was on all fours, more around 8 foot on its hind legs, with reddish-black fur and spikes of hair on its head, and stripes of obsidian reptilian flesh also covering its body with red marks beside of its eyes, 5 long tails arching off of its tailbone and swaying behind it, with sharp claws on all of its fingers and toes. Its ears were on the top of its head and curved back like long rabbit ears. Its mouth was formed into a pumpkin-like grin of triangular shapes, while bone had formed over its face into a skull mask with fangs for teeth, along its back and over its spine in plates, over its waist like a ribcage, and also covered its forearms and hands in the shape of a much larger beast's claws. "Dude, what is that thing?" Beast Boy demanded while backing away. Kid Flash, not sure what to make of it, either shook his head. Naruto. Love whispered to herself with wide eyes, and the beast snapped its orange eyes onto her. Rumbling low in its throat, the beast then reared its head back and roared loudly, the ground beneath it shuddering from the vibrations. Frowning in the beast's direction, Knight pulled his staff from his belt and twirled it into a stance while glaring at the beast. I don't know what that is, but it's obviously not friendly. Titans, go! Nightwing ordered while lunging at the beast, and Love's eyes snapped open. Wait! She called only for them to ignore her, Nightwing throwing several explosive discs at the beast. The discs impacted but only seemed to irritate it as it then slammed its hands into the ground. Instantly the ground shuddered with impact as lightning formed out of it in a dome that spread and sent Nightwing flying back. Donna then came flying at the beast and swung both arms, socking it in the side of its head, and sending it flying into a building. The beast merely roared out in fury at the attack while throwing rubble from its body while jumping out of it. Beast Boy then turned into a rhino while running towards the beast and slammed into it horn first. BB was thus surprised as the beast merely narrowed its eyes and grabbed his horn before digging its feet into the concrete. Roaring out and showing its monstrous strength, the beast lifted Beast Boy up by his horn before twisting on one heel and sending him flying into Donna. BB's body slammed into Donna, both falling while Kid Flash ran towards the beast. Running around it, he started to rain down hyper-fast punches from all sides to disorientate it. Growling, the beast stomped on the ground, cracking and upturning the concrete and easily tripping Kid Flash. Lashing out, he then took hold of Kid Flash's ankle and lifted the speedster up to its eye level. Oh shit! Kid Flash mumbled before the beast roared and slammed him into the concrete, knocking the breath out of him before it then spun and sent him sailing directly into Nightwing, knocking the former Boy Wonder back down. Allowing a low rumble to echo from its throat, the beast then focused its eyes on Love before crouching down. Jumping, it then landed right in front of the violet-haired girl, her eyes wide as she looked up at its very imposing figure. And Naruto, is that you? Love questioned, and the beast tilted its head before leaning towards her and sniffing her for some reason. It is you, isn't it? Love mumbled and reached towards it, only for Starfire to slam into the beast from the side. You will not hurt my friends anymore. Starfire exclaimed while slamming her fists into the beast's face, and Love ran towards the enraged alien princess. Wait, Starfire, he's not. Love tried to say, only for the beast to grab the young Tamaranian's forearms in one hand. Instantly lightning arched from its form and into Starfire, the alien princess gritting her teeth as even her invulnerability had limits. He's not trying to hurt me. Love finished quietly while the beast threw Starfire to the side, the girl shaking and twitching as she hit the ground. Starfire! Knight called out while rushing to her side as BB turned into a raptor and lunged at the beast with Donna at his side. The two slammed into the beast only for it to hold them back with unbelievable strength while Nightwing slid down and took hold of Starfire. Starfire! Starfire! He said while shaking the girl, and she shivered for a moment before opening her eyes. Friend Nightwing. I wish not to do that ever again. She mumbled, and Nightwing breathed a sigh of relief while Love ran over to Cyborg. Holding her hands over the titanium teen's head, Love took a breath before using her healing powers on him as a blue glow enveloped her hands. Soon after, Cy groaned and then slowly started to sit up while placing a hand to his forehead. Anyone get the license plate number of the semi that hit me? Cy wondered aloud, and Kid Flash rushed over to the metal teen. That wasn't no semi, dude, whatever it is, it's a lot tougher. Kid Flash stated, and Cy opened his eyes only to shake his head as he saw Donna and BB trying to fight the beast, only for it to roar and throw them away like rag dolls. Are you people fucking insane? You're fighting? Cy started to say, and Kid Flash nodded his head. Yeah, one seriously tough creature, but don't worry, I'm sure we'll figure out some way to stop it. Kid Flash said, and Cy gaped at the red-haired teen incredulously. That's not what I... Cy started to say, only for Kid Flash to rush at the beast as Nightwing went to attack it once more. Damn it. Why won't anyone listen to me? Cy demanded, and Love sighed before shaking her head. People rarely listen when they see something that frightens them, they'd rather make sure it doesn't hurt them before thinking about what it might be. Love noted, and Cy groaned while slowly getting up to his feet, Love standing up with him. Which emotion are you? Cy asked, and Love gave a loving smile to him. Love and lust? She replied, and Cy gave her a look before shaking his head. Figures you'd be here when this happens to your boy. He noted, and Love grimaced before they watched as the beast roared and used Knight as a club to send Kid Flash flying away, then threw Knight into Starfire and roared loudly while crouching down, ears along the back of its head and mouth pulled into a snarl. He's angry and scared, he's being attacked and only knows to protect himself from harm. Love noticed, and Cy nodded his head, mentally noting that the beast acted almost solely on instinct, not intellect. We need to stop the others, then we can worry about stopping the beast. Love then stated, and Cy nodded his head in agreement with the purple-cloaked raven. I'll handle BB and Donna, you take Star, Kid Flash and Night? Sai stated, and Love nodded before running over to stop Star from attacking the beast with a field. Friend Raven? What are you doing? Starfire questioned of the girl, and Love gave her a look. When we first met, Starfire, you were alone and confused, attacking anything that attacked you. So is this beast. It doesn't know what's going on, only that you're attacking it. Love told the Tamaranian princess before forming spheres around Nightwing and Kid Flash. Now could you please explain that to them for me? I need to see about him. Love questioned, and Starfire slowly nodded her head as Love released the fields and walked over to the beast as it narrowed its eyes. Don't be afraid, I'm not going to hurt you. Love said to it, and it tilted its head to one side, obviously confused. Getting closer to the beast, Love then placed her hands on its face and breathed a sigh of relief when it didn't attack. I don't want to hurt you, I only want to help. Love told it, and then closed her eyes and placed her forehead to his for a moment. Hello Naruto. She whispered quietly, only for her eyes to snap open as she fell to her knees and her cloak briefly flashed red, and then a familiar blue cloak suddenly took its place. Raven? Nightwing questioned while walking towards the girl, the others staying back and away from the beast. The said girl silently looked to the ground as he came closer, and the beast moved to the side, away from him and Raven, while it still kept him in its sights. The beast then climbed onto a building at the sides and narrowed its eyes. It could feel that something was wrong. Raven herself shook for a moment, and then Nightwing placed a hand on her shoulder and she turned to look at him, tears slowly flowing from her amethyst eyes. I'm sorry Nightwing. My mind is a battleground, whipped and ripped asunder, torn from the very fabric of reality. But there's no escape from it anymore. I can't restrain her. She whispered mostly to herself, and Nightwing raised a brow towards the estranged girl. What do you mean? Night questioned while the other titans and the beast merely looked on as Raven bowed her head. However, she then held a hand towards Nightwing and pushed him away with a burst of black energy. The energy then turned and circled around the violet-haired girl, a sad smile crossing her features as a massive black raven formed behind her, for glowing red eyes looking down at her sinisterly, and its form twisted into a darker, more foreboding visage. I mean, my fate has come. Raven said as the wings of the raven wrapped and spiraled around her. Goodbye, my friends. Raven whispered as her twisted soul self pulled her into itself before she was pulled into the air. Seconds later, Raven's feet hit the ground, eyes glowing black and head tilted to one side, listless, eyes lifeless, and then an explosion of power was forced from her body, nearly pushing all the watching titans into the distance. Raven! Nightwing exclaimed as the girl hovered in the air, eyes glowing black rather than white while pure power seemed to spiral around her body. Dude! BB called out while Starfire, Donna, and Sai held him and Kid Flash from flying away. The beast merely looked on from his spot, head tilting to the side as the black energy spiraled upwards into the sky. Dark clouds began to form overhead as the black energy touched it, lightning flashing and thunder cracking as Raven's body began to float higher into the air, a chuckle echoing from her throat. Soon, the chuckle turned into sinister laughter while fire spiraled around her as well, completely concealing the girl as it spiraled up into the sky. The fire around her hit the sky and spiraled outwards, setting the very sky itself ablaze with the titans bearing witness, eyes wide in shock and fear. The beast looked up to the sky with interest, wondering what was happening while the others could only stare in shock and wonder, as Raven was seemingly lost to them all. Ravager HQ. Kakashi's head suddenly snapped up as a pit formed in his gut, massive Ki flowing from seemingly everywhere. What the hell? He wondered while slowly getting to his feet. Nearby, Ino shivered visibly with wide eyes, and Hinata looked like she wanted to crawl in on herself. KK Kakashi SS-sensei? Ino questioned with a stutter, and Kakashi silently ran to the exit and up the stairs. Noticing this, Ravager frowned before following after the man, Niji, and the others following her while Sakura lagged behind. However, if one were to look at her, they would notice her hair was totally fuchsia now, her eyes both dark green, and a smirk was across her lips. The only portion of Sakura left was her physique and skin tone as Aiin walked around for her. Coming to the exit, Kakashi threw the door open and gasped as he saw the sky now set ablaze, Hinata and Ino gaping in shock while even Ravager herself looked shocked by this. Ever seen something like that before? Kakashi questioned, and Ravager slowly shook her head, eye wide and unblinking. Behind them, Aiin whistled lowly while noticing a swirling pillar of black energy and flames in the distance. I wonder what's causing that. Aiin wondered to herself silently while Sakura roared out in annoyance. Damn it, Aiin. This isn't funny anymore. Tell Ravager what's going on so we can go back to normal already. Sakura screamed at the girl, who was now in charge, and Aiin snorted quietly so no one would hear. Fat chance in hell, Pinky, I've got control now, so kiss my ass, which used to be your ass. Iane said, then reminded with a smirk, and Sakura started to scream at the girl angrily before Iane tuned her out while looking to the spectacle. We should check that out, something seriously wrong is happening. Kakashi ordered, and Ino looked at the man as if he were crazy. Do you not see that massive pillar of fire? And you want to go towards it? Ino demanded of the man, and he gave her a look before rushing off, Hinata and Niji following while Ino huffed. Damn it. This is insane. She grumbled before rushing after the others, Ravager and Sakura hot on their heels. Above them all, standing on a building and now fully transformed, was Sasuke, a single brow raised as he saw the pillar. Such amazing power, but where is it all coming from? I believe this warrants a little investigation. Sasuke mused to himself before crouching down and then jumped into the air, his wings stretching and catching the wind as he flew towards the epicenter of the massive pillar. Elsewhere, Jinx was looking around for the entrance to Ravager's base when she saw the pillar, gaping for only a moment. She then shook her head and dug out her communicator. Giz, are you seeing the massive pillar burning the sky, or am I just going crazy? Jinx questioned with wide eyes and heard the tiny terror start to curse loudly. You're already batshit loco dipshit, but yeah, you, me, and everyone else sees the giant pillar. What should we do about it? Gizmo questioned warily, and Jinx blinked while looking to the pillar, then gulped. Well, we should probably check that out. It might be the Nin or something just as bad. She reasoned, and Gizmo groaned on his end of the communicator. I knew you were going to say that. Alright, I'll alert everyone to head towards the docks. Gizmo over and out? Giz replied while Jinx absently nodded her head, then stowed the communicator away. Staring at the spectacle a moment longer, the pink-haired girl then shook her head as she ran towards the docks, intent to find out what was happening down there. Docks. The Titans were holding on for dear life, as the sheer power rolling off of the pillar of fire and shadows was enough to push them away. Opening his eyes as he braced himself against the wind, Nightwing saw it start to fade before spiraling inward, becoming smaller and smaller as it did. Soon all that was left was something spinning in the pillar's place, and that was also soon gone as a new creature was revealed. Her cloak burned away as her two brooches fell to the ground with an audible clatter, though it didn't matter as this being was clearly unlike any of the others, Nightwing's eyes widening in shock and horror. It was identical to Raven in height, build, and some of her appearance with the gemstone on her brow, but the new features they'd seen on Raven's emotions throughout the day had remained. The difference to before, however, were her now flame-red skin, long ebony hair as black as the feathers of her namesake, deep purple lips, and 4 glowing red eyes. Standing up, the Titans looked at this new incarnation of their friend with obvious shock. The beast, however, showed no signs of fear as it jumped to the ground and made its way over to her. Her lips quirked up at this, a small show of affection before placing her hand on top of its head. The beast nuzzled her hands for a moment before Raven turned her head to look at the Titans, an amused grin spreading across her lips. The time for hiding is over, the girl said in a hauntingly enticing voice, ruined by the sinister smirk crossing her lips as a fireball formed in her free hand. Human garbage. She then exclaimed while looking to the Titans, a grin spreading over her face as she did. Prepare to scream. For your end has finally come, she stated darkly while the beast narrowed its eyes on them while hissing in the back of its throat, Raven grinning at the shocked looks on the Titans' faces. Chapter 40, Inner Demons PT4. Jump City Docks. The Titan stared on in shock at the strange creature that had replaced Raven, the beast at her side and growling low in his throat. No way. Raven. Cyborg whispered while the flame-red girl held out her free hand towards them, the fireball steaming lightly as she did so. Raven. Come on, it's us, don't you remember? BB pleaded while the girl continued to merely smirk towards them, a diabolical look across her face. Friend Raven, are you still there? Starfire questioned of the girl, and she tilted her head before she held her palm under the fireball in her hand before clenching her fist over it, the ball condensing while the Titans prepared for the anything to happen. Raven? Sorry, but she's not in at the moment. The girl wondered aloud, then told the teen before chuckling as light seeped from between her clenched fingers. I have no true name, but if you must, just call me Raven and be done with the formalities. She then mused before simply opening her hand in the Titan's direction. The effect was instantaneous, a blast of fire was sent flying towards them. The Titans quickly moved out of the way, ducking to the sides while the blast continued behind them, tearing a building down in a single blow. Whoa! Kid Flash whispered as he saw Raven fan her hand lightly, seemingly trying to cool it off with an amused smirk. Remind me to never piss her off. Kid Flash told Donna, who nodded her head silently while the beast narrowed its eyes towards them. Knight, what do we do now? We can't fight Raven. Sai demanded while looking at the demonic girl and Knight sighed before twirling his staff at his side. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we have a choice in the matter, Sai. Nightwing stated while Starfire bit her lip. But, how can we fight friend Raven? She is our friend and needs our help. I do not wish to cause her harm. Star told their leader while BB slowly got up with a grimace while rubbing the back of his head. At the moment, she's not Raven, she's something else. And until we find a way to change her back, we have to fight her. Knight told the alien princess and she looked warily to the smirking girl. What do you want us to do then, Rob? Sai asked while standing up and Knight held up an explosive disc. What we always do, protect the city. Titans, go. Knight ordered while throwing his disc at Raven, Cyborg reluctantly firing his sonic cannon as well, and the blast from the attack flying towards an amused Raven. Instantly the beast moved, its arms wrapping around her body as well as its tails as some form of living shield. The blast hit them a second afterwards, and then passed. The beast's fur was singed but it was otherwise fine, while a smirk crossed Raven's lips. Please tell me that wasn't your best shot. Raven pleaded with a fake yawn while the beast hissed angrily while removing its arms and tails from her. Roaring out loudly, the beast then crouched back before lunging forward, Kid Flash, Donna and the others jumping into action to attack. Kid Flash completely evaded the beast and ran towards a smirking Raven. The girl saw him coming, obviously, and then waved a hand towards the teen. Instantly, the ground rose up before him, tripping Kid Flash and sending him skidding forward. Using her powers, Raven then caught Kid Flash in a black bubble of energy before swinging her arm. The bubble of energy was sent to the side, flying into Donna before she then swung it into BB while the beast looked on. Raven then threw the bubble into the air and released its hold on Kid Flash, the red-haired teen flailing his arms as he was sent plummeting towards the ground. Cursing, Donna flew into the sky and quickly caught the boy before making her way back to the ground. Meanwhile, BB jumped up and turned into a T-Rex that roared as it slammed into the beast. Growling, the beast flipped up along the T-Rex's body before slamming a lightning-coated fist into its face. The T-Rex stumbled back for a moment as the beast landed on the ground and narrowed its eyes. Shaking his head, BB roared loudly and started to rush towards the beast, mouth open. Seeing this, a frown crossed over Raven's mouth before she held a hand towards the green changeling. I believe that's enough from you, shapeshifter, she stated darkly before concentrating, and BB suddenly shifted into a dog that went wide-eyed as the beast grabbed him. Snorting into the dog's face, the beast then wound up and threw BB, causing him to skid back into human form until he landed in a heap at Raven's feet. Did you forget I could morph you? Raven quipped, and BB looked up at the flame-red-skinned girl with wide eyes. Actually, I did, he admitted with a nervous chuckle, and Raven smirked before snapping a finger, a black field of energy surrounding him. Smirking, she then pointed a finger at Nightwing, and BB went flying into their leader while Starfire and Donna flew directly for Raven. However, before Starfire could even reach the girl, the beast roared before slamming into her, Donna evading its flailing tails as she lunged at Raven and slammed a fist into her face. Donna's eyes then widened, as all the attack managed to do was cause Raven to tilt her head slightly to the side, a smirk across her lips as she gave a condescending look to the Amazon. Really now, that's it? I've had harder punches from Beast Boy. Raven mocked before throwing a hand forward, a stream of fire slamming into Donna and sending her flying back before skidding into a heap. Meanwhile the beast slammed Starfire into the ground and wrapped its tails around her body. Roaring loudly, it jumped into the air with her under its body held by its tails before slamming back into the ground on top of her, a scream tearing through her as it did. Starfire! Knight exclaimed while lunging at the beast, swinging his staff into its face before throwing an explosive disc into its chest to knock it back. Ducking down to Starfire, Nightwing picked her up only for his eyes to widen as the beast narrowed its eyes on him, a rumble echoing from its throat. Roaring out, the beast slammed its hands into Knight and Star, throwing both of them back, Knight crying out as his back came into contact with a dumpster. Kid Flash used this opportunity to get back into the game, spinning around the beast rapidly before causing a mini-twister to lift it off the ground. Roaring, the beast lashed out at thin air trying to catch the speedster as he literally continued to run circles around him. Come on! You gotta be faster than that, big guy. Kid Flash told the beast mockingly, an amused smirk on his face. Frowning, Raven narrowed her eyes at this and then snapped her fingers once more, a pillar of black energy shooting up from under Kid Flash, not only tripping him this time, but also throwing him into the air. Roaring loudly, the beast grabbed one of his legs and slammed the speedster into the ground just before its own feet touched down. Okay, maybe taunting you wasn't the best idea? Kid Flash muttered, and the beast seemed to give him a look to the affirmative. Roaring out a second later, the beast twisted on one heel before throwing Kid Flash into Donna, knocking both to the ground. You know, we really got to stop meeting like this. Kid Flash quipped before grimacing as he put a hand to his head in pain, and Donna pushed him off of herself. Fight now, joke later. She ordered the other teen while Cyborg ran past them, sonic cannon opened as he swung his arm at Raven. However, Beast rammed into Sai from the side at the last second, a furious snarl across its face as it punched Sai into the ground, and Raven walked over to them. "You pathetic mortal trash, you all really need to learn some new tricks," Raven noted with a shake of her head, then snapped her fingers and the beast used its tails and arms to lift up Cyborg before slamming him into the ground back first, once, twice, and then twisted and threw Cyborg flying towards Knight and Star. Seeing the metal teen heading for them, Knight rolled out of the way and Sai slammed into a wall, tearing it partially down. Groaning lightly, Cyborg placed a hand to his head while Knight walked over to him with a half-conscious Starfire. "Cyborg, are you alright?" Knight questioned, and Sai opened one eye to give the younger teen an annoyed look. "Do I look okay?" Sai asked with a deep frown, and Knight grimaced for a moment before shaking his head. "Not really," Knight admitted while Sai shook his head and looked to where Donna was lunging at Raven and the beast. The beast catching Donna's arms before slamming her into the ground and then threw her to the side like she weighed nothing. Twisting in the air, the girl landed in a crouch while sliding back, Kid Flash lunging at the two as she hit the ground. "Shit, looks like even when he's completely lost himself, NAR still fights tooth and nail to protect Ray. Actually, I've gotta admire that about him," Sai said to himself from the ground while Nightwing looked at him strangely. "So that thing is actually Naruto?" Knight questioned of his titanium teammate, and Sai nodded his head slowly. "What the hell happened to him?" Knight demanded, and Sai grunted while pushing his body back up. "That green shit that was covering NAR was some kind of mutagenic agent. It obviously did some real nasty mental damage to accompany the physiological mutations. I have a sample of it, but the computer and labs in the tower were smashed all to hell," Sai explained, and Knight frowned, wondering what they could do to fix this mess. Meanwhile, Donna flew around Raven, evading beams of fire from the girl, and then grunted as she was knocked out of the air by the beast and landed near both boys. "Excuse me, I'd really rather not interrupt this interesting conversation, but in case either of you have forgotten, we have a very large problem bearing down on us at the moment," Donna reminded while pushing herself back to her feet, and Nightwing nodded his head with a scowl. "Oh my. I feel as if a putkin has been doing the frolicking upon my cranium," Starfire mumbled to herself, and Nightwing breathed a sigh of relief as the girl slowly looked up and blinked upon seeing him. "Friend Nightwing," she said happily before wrapping her arms around his neck, Donna clearing her throat with a frown. "Ahem, this is all very sweet, but in case either of you have forgotten, we still have an evil or at least possessed red chick here," Donna reminded while glaring at Nightwing, and the teen nodded his head before placing Star back onto her feet. Looking to the side, he saw Kid Flash as he joined them while helping a very sore BB over to them. "Dude," BB muttered lightly before opening an eye and looking over to the evil Raven, mentally noting how dangerous she could be for future reference. "She's not moved an inch from that spot and we can barely even touch her. Has Raven always been this powerful or what?" BB demanded while Kid Flash shrugged his shoulders, and Nightwing looked over to Raven with a frown. "She has, but she's been holding back so she wouldn't hurt anyone. This is her powers off the leash," Knight replied before twirling his bow staff in hand, and the Titans prepared at his sides, each one getting ready. "Alright then, attacking one or two at a time has proven to be ineffective against them, so let's try something a little different," Knight mused before holding a hand and pointing towards Raven and the beast. "Titans, together," Nightwing ordered as the team all rushed Raven and the beast as one. Knight was the first to move, throwing an explosive disc forward while Sai fired his sonic cannon, the sonic boom heading straight for Raven and the beast. Raising a brow, Raven formed a shield to block the incoming attack, and then dropped it when it passed, only for Starfire and Donna to slam into the beast and send him flying back. Growling angrily, Raven turned to attack, only for Knight to duck into view and knock her off her feet with a swing of his staff. Using her powers, Raven began to float and then turned, only to widen her eyes as Sai bared in on her. "Sorry about this, Ray," he called out before slamming his sonic cannon into her stomach and firing at the same time, sending her flying back. Kid Flash then ran forward, past the other Titans and spun under Raven, creating a mini tornado that carried her away, then threw her towards the ground. BB then made his move as he changed into a T-Rex with a roar and swung his tail, slamming it into Raven and sending her flying towards the beast. As the boys did that, Starfire and Donna flew into the air before breaking off from the beast, allowing it to fall down towards the ground. Flying down under it, Donna prepared as Starfire fired her I-beams into its back and Donna flew up, causing the beast twice as much pain. Roaring out in agony, the beast gave a furious look down at Donna, who then tuned under him with her feet against his stomach. "But bye," she offered with a slight wave before kicking off of the beast and allowing it to sail down into the ground, where it slammed into concrete. Groaning and then shaking its head, the beast slowly got back up, only to cry out as Starfire pelted it with her star bolts. Holding up its arms to block the attacks, the beast reared its arms down before hurling bolts of lightning up at the two girls. Quickly moving out of the way, Donna and Starfire looked to one another before flying down towards the beast. Narrowing its eyes, the beast watched them and then grunted as they turned and came at him from his sides. The two girls then slammed into the beast from his sides, the creature roaring out in pain. Moving away from it quickly, the girls then watched Raven slammed into it from the side. Both were sent skidding along the ground, the beast wrapping its arms and tails around Raven to protect her before they slammed into the side of a building. An explosion of dust and debris accompanied the beast and Raven's unceremonious slam into its outer wall. Gathering back together, the Titans looked at the building as rubble fell down on top of the two. "Dude, did we do it?" Beast Boy questioned, only for the rubble to shudder before being thrown outwards, a furious-looking Raven standing out of it. "You just had to ask?" Nightwing muttered while BB looked at Raven with wide eyes as she narrowed her four glowing eyes. "You fools dare to attack me? Your suffering will be legend even in the darkest depths of hell." Raven roared while throwing her arms to the sides, her black energy suddenly arching up into the air into two walls at either side of the Titans. "Shit! Titans move!" Night ordered while Donna grabbed KF, Star grabbing hold of Nightwing, while BB turned into a hawk and flew away as well while Cyborg ran out of the way as the two walls then slammed together with a loud bang. Narrowing her eyes as a scowl crossed her features, Raven then lunged forward. Faster than the eye could see, she swiped her hands in Cyborg's direction, blades of black energy arching along the ground straight for him. "Oh shit!" Cy exclaimed before ducking out of the way while Raven herself jumped up and placed a hand onto his head, thus shifting her weight down on his head to slam him into the ground. Landing in a crouch on top of him, she watched as Cy looked at her and realization crossed his face. "You have brave strength? You're not just rage." He mumbled and a sinister grin spread across Raven's face. "No, not just one, but all brought together. Now you see that I am the true Raven," she stated before flipping back and held her hand toward Cyborg, covering him in her black energy before lifting him into the air with a smirk. "Cyborg," Night called and then gave a look to Starfire, who nodded and twisted in the air to throw the former boy wonder straight at Raven. However, Raven saw it coming and quickly slammed Cyborg into Night and then the ground before finally twisting around and slamming the Titanium Teen into Donna and Kid Flash. Growling angrily, Starfire lunged at Raven only for the beast to jump from the side and slam his fists into her, slamming her into the ground as he did. Roaring out loudly, the beast then batted Starfire into the air before batting her away, sending her flying into the distance. Raven smirked at this then frowned as Nightwing and Donna came at her from her sides. Sighing, she then moved her arms back, black energy forming on her fingers into the shapes of claws, which she then jabbed in Night and Donna's directions. 5 blades of black energy flew from her fingertips as she did, all of them flying towards the two Titans. Cursing, both Titans ducked to their side to evade them while the beast landed behind Raven and placed an arm before her while narrowing its eyes on them. "Damn it, as if Raven wasn't strong enough on her own, with that beast on her side they're tearing us apart." Night mumbled to himself while gazing at the two, only to blink in surprise as a wave of pink energy sent them flying back. Blinking and turning, Night saw Jinx and 9 other criminals he was familiar with. "I take it that's X's team," Night thought to himself while nearby the Konoha shinobi touched down and Jinx glared at them, eyes glowing. "Holy shit! Who's that tearing the Titans a new one?" Gizmo demanded and Mammoth squinted his eyes for a moment. "Looks like a big-ass monster, and one hot as sin demon chick," Mammoth replied with Billy nodding his head with a wide grin while Night rolled his eyes. "What are you guys doing here?" he demanded and Jinx snorted while crossing her arms. "We wanted to deal with those ninja creeps over there so they wouldn't bug X or his friend Naruto anymore, but now it looks like we're saving your collective asses instead," Jinx admitted while glaring at the Konoha shinobi and then frowned. Before she could say anything, however, Raven appeared before her, swung her clawed hand. Cursing as she ducked down, Jinx evaded a claw to the face while Mammoth threw a punch at Raven. The beast slammed into him at the last second, however, while Kakashi and the other shinobi spread out. "Help any wounded while I go find out what's going on," Kakashi ordered, the absence of Sasuke unnoticed by the silver-haired man as he rushed over to Nightwing. "What the hell is going on around here?" Kakashi demanded of Nightwing while Ravager stayed behind in the shadows, watching with narrowed eyes. Giving Kakashi a glare, Nightwing slowly got to his feet, the silver-haired man actually helping him up. "Naruto apparently got covered in some weird ooze that started changing him, Raven, and more than likely your friend Sasuke into monsters," Night replied before grunting as he pushed away from Kakashi and watched as Raven and the beast focused on fighting Tartarus. "You mean to tell me that thing is supposed to be Naruto?" Kakashi demanded and Night merely nodded his head while Ino and Hinata healed who they could. Frowning, Knight then saw Sakura running at Raven from behind before rearing a hand back with a wide, almost insane, grin. What the hell is she doing? Knight demanded, and Kakashi plainly gaped at the girl in shock. Sakura, stop! He shouted loudly as the girl threw her fist at Raven, the empath merely raising a brow even as she dodged to the side. Growling, Sakura twisted into a kick that connected with Raven's cheek, sending her flying away. Growling in his throat, the beast then grabbed her from behind, however she merely kicked down, slamming her foot into the top of its head and sending it into the ground. Twisting on one heel, she then stopped as she was about to slam a fist into the beast, her dark forest green eyes wide as she saw the familiar spiky mop of hair on its head and fox-like form. Naruto. She mumbled, and that was all Raven needed to attack, her dark energy forming around the fuchsia-haired girl before throwing her into the air. Cursing, Sakura turned in midair and mentally cursed Tsunade for never teaching her any long-range attacks. Old Bat really needs more moves that can hit the opponent from a distance, don't matter how much damn damage I can do up close if they can tear into me from a distance. Ayane grumbled inwardly while Sakura started yelling at her about not insulting Tsunade, causing Ayane to roll her eyes for a moment. Honestly, Pinky, shut up and let me concentrate before that bitch. Ayane started to say, only to yelp as Raven formed another aura of dark energy around her and then slammed her into the ground. Shaking her head and glad she knew how to soften impacts with chakra, Ayane flipped off the ground and then cursed as a wave of fire came at her from Raven's hands. Holy shit. Never would have pegged her as having a fire alignment. Seemed more like a water or wind, all things considered. Ayane thought, then mused absently before shaking her head and narrowing her eyes on Raven. Focus, Ayane, you can be impressed all you want after you get Naruto back from this freaky bitch. Ayane ordered while Sakura muttered under her breath from her new prison. Crouching back, Ayane pushed her chakra to her foot and kicked off with the same strength normally in her punches, increasing her speed as she jumped into a twist and kicked Raven in the chest. Then turned on her heel and slammed the side of her foot into the side of Raven's head, sending her flying once more. Smirking, Ayane watched as Raven hit a wall and then brushed off her arms before brushing off her shirt. Idly she noticed her body seemed to be more physically developed, now mirroring the one Sakura had seen in the mirror. Huh. Not only am I in control now, but also my body looks better than ever. Not to mention that kind of force should have taken emo chick out of the game for. Ayane started to say before cursing as a beam of fire hit her from behind and laid her out. Hissing in pain, Ayane turned to see who had attacked her, then plainly gaped as Raven marched towards her. All four eyes were narrowed, and her lips were parted in a snarl, fangs bared and fire forming over her hands. Oh shit, she's really pissed off now, and is Naruto dating a real demon or something? Ayane had to wonder before shaking her head and reminding herself not to get so distracted. Reaching back into a pouch, she pulled out her fighter's gloves and pulled them on before taking a stance and lunging at Raven once more. Meanwhile, the beast had to deal with most of Tartarus while Jinx made her way over to Knight. This thing isn't too bright, is it? Mammoth noted while ducking under a swing from the beast and then slammed a fist into its chin. Snorting in annoyance, the beast narrowed its eyes onto the large Australian and then slammed a fist into his chest, sending him flying back while Billy ducked down as two of his clones were sent flying with the large teen. May not be too bright, but Billy thinks his brawn more than make up for it. Billy said to himself before rolling out of the way as the beast slammed its fists into the ground where he had been only a second before. Getting to his feet, Billy ran off while Private Hive rammed into the beast shield first before slamming a fist into its chin. The effect was no more substantial than that of Mammoth, and the beast's eyes began to narrow before it roared, a sphere of lightning spreading from its body and knocking the Tartarus boys away. As she got away, Jinx ran over to Nightwing, who was still with Kakashi, and looked at him with wide eyes. What is that thing? She demanded, and Nightwing looked at her for a moment before sighing. His name is Uzumaki Naruto, and as you know he's your leader RedX's friend? He replied, and Kakashi looked at Night for a moment before deciding not to get involved. At this revelation, Jinx gaped at Nightwing before looking back to the beast as it practically made mincemeat out of her team. What the hell happened to him? Jinx demanded loudly while grabbing both Kakashi and Night's collars, both looking to one another before turning back to Jinx. Well, Raven was kidnapped yesterday and she, and that Sasuke guy got covered in a green mutagen. Apparently it destabilized their DNA and did something to their minds. They started transforming this morning as far as I know, and it only got progressively worse as time went on. Knight explained before breathing a sigh of relief, and Jinx looked at the beast with wide eyes. I knew it. I knew she was going to get him into major trouble like this. But does he listen to me? No. Jinx screamed in her head before gritting her teeth as she saw the red-skinned Raven fighting with Sakura while the other ninja were seemingly running damage control for the moment. Great, then what do you plan on doing to fix this little predicament? Jinx demanded with her hands on her hips, and Nightwing opened his mouth for a moment before sighing. I'm not sure, our labs were destroyed, or I'd have Sai try and whip up an antidote to the stuff before it reaches the lethal level, Night admitted, and Kakashi and Jinx's eyes both snapped open. Lethal? The both demanded, and Nightwing blinked before nodding his head. Well yeah, it destabilized their DNA, thus their genetic codes are unraveling and will probably fall apart altogether if left untreated. Nightwing replied, and Jinx looked around and then grit her teeth. You need a lab, use ours, I'll grab Gizmo, you get Cyborg. Oh, and find that Ravager bitch too. Between the three of them they should be able to come up with an anti-mutagen to fix this mess, Jinx stated before running off, and both Kakashi and Night stared at her retreating figure silently. You have to admire a woman who can take charge like that, Kakashi said, and got a look from Nightwing. Just find Ravager, he grumbled while walking off to get Cyborg, and Kakashi shrugged before rushing off, not too keen on being lazy for the moment. Wow, I think the guys could use our help, think we should? Danny asked Blackfire while they looked down at the situation, Gizmo flying nearby with a grimace. Hell no, I say we run and run far away before that thing eats us, Gizmo shouted, and Danny rolled her eyes before looking to a thoughtful Blackfire. You know, that looks like a Andorran Vulpamencer, never seen one off of their home world though, and they normally don't have armor made from bones, rocks yes, but never bones, Blackfire said mostly to herself, and got looks from both Danny and Gizmo. Oh alright, I say we help, besides, it's not like there's anything better to do, Blackfire reminded as she and Danny flew down towards the beast and slammed into it from the side. Seeing his chance, Mammoth grinned and ran at the beast before jumping up and slamming into it, plowing it into the ground as he did. Stupid cludheads, Gizmo muttered before seeing Jinx looking up at him motioning him down. Grumbling, the tiny terror flew down to the girl and gave her a one-eyed glare. Alright Pitsniffer, what do you want? Gizmo demanded rudely, and Jinx narrowed her eyes. Tempts the monster, a mutagen has destabilized his DNA, and if we don't fix this mess, he'll die, she explained quickly, and Gizmo was silent for a moment before slapping his face with a growl. Only Tempest can get himself into shit this deep. I swear other villains don't have to put up with half the hell he causes us, Gizmo said mostly to himself, only for Jinx to grab him, eyes glowing bright pink as she does. Listen to me, you little bald foul-mouthed midget with an inferiority complex, if you don't work with Cyborg and Ravager to save Tempest, I swear I'll hex you into a puddle of protoplasmic goo. Got me? Jinx roared with teeth gritted, and Gizmo silently nodded his head with wide fearful eyes. Good. Then get them to our base and then get to work, Jinx ordered while pointing over to where Cyborg was with Night and Ravager was with Kakashi. More than happy to escape, Gizmo zipped over to them and then looked at them both with a frown. This is only a one-time thing, Gizmo stated, and Cyborg gave him a look, trying to remind him of a certain tournament no doubt, before deciding to leave it. Right, and after this, we go back to our usual routines of trying to destroy one another, Sai said with a smirk, and Gizmo gave him a look. Duh, Gizmo replied while Dwella jumped onto Sai's back with a wide smile. Don't forget me, she shouted, and Cyborg and Ravager both stared at the red-haired clown girl. And what exactly makes you think you should come with us? Ravager asked flatly, and Dwella took a thoughtful look before reaching into her bag and then produced a canister of Smilex, Night cursing as he quickly jumped away from her. Besides the fact that I am a bit of a chemist. Do either of you really want to find out what some of this would do to two highly volatile mutated and probably very demonic beings? Dwella asked, sounding surprisingly sane if not a little evil, and Sai looked to Gizmo, who shook his head. Fine, the clown bitch can come, just hold still. I've only tested this thing once, Gizmo said, and Cyborg blinked for a moment. Only tested what once? He asked, and Gizmo grinned as he hit a button, he, Cyborg, Ravager, and Dwella all vanishing in a flash of light while Nightwing turned to see Jinx heading after Raven and Ian. It's going to be one of those nights? Night muttered under his breath before lunging after the beast, knowing firsthand that Raven and Jinx had some serious issues with one another and that it was best not to get in their way. Above the battlefield, a figure sat with an amused smirk across his lips, one hand resting lightly on his cheek while the other was laid across a knee. Chuckling to himself as he watched the foolishness of the ninja and strange warriors below as they battled one another into exhaustion. However, moving his amber-gold/red eyes, he then grinned upon seeing that Ian, the beast, and Raven were all clearly not tired even in the least, and instead seemed to be running on nearly infinite reserves of energy. Truly marvelous, a marvelous display, little Naruto-kun, you've grown even stronger than you were when last we met. It will truly be a pleasure to face you, Jiraiya-chan's prized student, and also Tsunade Haim's little apprentice. It will be a regular gathering of the Sannin through our apprentices, with me taking it in a literal sense of course. Orochimaru's voice echoed even in Sasuke's mind, a twisted smile crossing his lips as he watched the slaughter further. Inside his mindscape, Naruto hung with a frown while his inner demon walked back into the room, past him. The inner demon then looked to the silently working Kyuubi with what could only pass as its version of a frown across its face. It would seem you were correct, Great One, this one could not find a suitable exit for us? The inner demon said while Naruto narrowed his eyes on the creature. Yo, Gamakitsune thing. Naruto called out and the inner demon turned and gave him a look while tilting its head. What does other one want from this one? We are very busy in case you haven't noticed. A question of the blonde with what could only come off as a frown, though given its eternal Glasgow grin it was hard to tell. Smirking in the back of his mind, Naruto narrowed his eyes on his inner demon and frowned. What kind of coward are you? Naruto questioned and the inner demon instantly had him by the throat, a furious expression in its orange eyes. Other one dares to call us a coward? We are no coward, we are Uzumaki Naruto, and we fear nothing. The inner demon growled out while its eyes narrowed to thin slits, Naruto scoffing while trying to adjust his head within the creature's grasp. Really? If you fear nothing then why do you have me all oozed up? Naruto questioned of his inner demon and it narrowed its eyes. What does other one mean? How does this make us a coward? It demanded and Naruto smirked inwardly while looking at it. Hook, line, and sinker. He thought to himself before leaning his head forward to look into its eyes. Well, rather than fight me like Uzumaki Naruto really would, you're cocooning me in slime and looking around for an exit, like a coward. Naruto replied and his inner demon scowled visibly before releasing his throat and turning away from him. Shaking his head, Naruto watched the inner demon, noting it hiss in its throat while pacing before him and then turning to face him once more. Other one makes a point, we would never merely trap someone and then seek a way out. The inner demon mused aloud before holding up a clawed hand and swiping inward, the reddish-black slime moving to wrap over its form. Falling down to the ground and landing in a crouch, Naruto frowned towards the creature while standing. So now what? Naruto questioned and his inner demon began to circle him, his eyes never leaving the blonde. This one cannot escape so long as we both exist, in order for this one to take control, other one must cease to exist. The inner demon replied while circling around the blonde-haired boy and Naruto frowned. Basically you want to fight me to prove you have the stronger will between us? Right. Naruto questioned and the inner demon grinned while stopping before the blonde, tails arched towards him and claws outstretched. Other one has some brains after all. Yes. If two cannot leave this place, only one may exist. And it will be this one? The inner demon said darkly and Naruto crossed his arms while rubbing his chin in thought. First, one rule, no jutsu or any transformations to try and demoralize me by turning into Kaa-san, Kara-chan, or Jinx. Naruto stated while pointing at the inner demon and saw its lip curl slightly in distaste. This one agrees with other one's terms. Such diabolical tactics are not needed for this one to defeat other one. The inner demon said in agreement and Naruto blinked, surprised by the inner demon's willingness to agree to his term. You're being awfully generous. Naruto noted and the inner demon grinned darkly while giving him a look. As this one said, this one has no need for such diabolical tactics. This one is Uzumaki Naruto's most aggressive traits and tendencies we've hidden. This one is more than dangerous enough without such tactics. The inner demon replied before opening its maw, a long tongue reaching out for a moment before it slithered back into its open mouth. Blinking for a moment, Naruto then shivered slightly. Was it just him or was that tongue just a little too similar to Orochimaru's? First of all, that tongue is majorly freaky. Second, bring it on. Naruto said with a smirk and the inner demon crouched down before lunging forward, swiping its claws at the blonde-haired teen. Leaning back, Naruto moved low so his inner demon's claws passed over him. Twisting back onto his feet, the blonde then slid towards the inner demon and slammed both feet into its face. Grunting, the inner demon backed up before grinning as his tails lashed out at the blonde. Flipping back to evade the prehensile tails, Naruto then flipped into the air while his inner demon lunged at him. Twisting around a swing of his demon's claws, the blonde slammed his right arm into the back of its neck. Grunting and growling angrily, the inner demon reached out and grabbed Naruto by his head. Rearing the blonde back, the inner demon threw him down to the ground before he slammed into him. Ignoring Naruto as he let out a strangled cry, Naruto's inner demon reared back a fist before slamming it into the blonde. What's the matter, other one, running of steam? His inner demon taunted while getting off of the blonde and then reached down and grabbed him by the right ankle with one of his tails. Shut up, fuzzbutt. Naruto mumbled with a grunt and his inner demon merely smirked while looking at him. What? Other one can dish it out, but can't take it when someone else starts taunting? His demon questioned of the blonde, and Naruto frowned before twisting and kicking the side of its head, allowing him to fall back to the ground before lunging forward and slamming into his inner demon shoulder first. Quickly stopping, Naruto launched his inner demon into the bars of Kyuubi's cage, the said beast blinking as it opened its eyes and gave a slight glare. "How's that for dishing it out, bro?" Naruto asked mockingly, and the inner demon hissed while getting back up and narrowed its eyes on him. "We think that other one needs better taunts," it quipped before crouching back and launching forward in a run. Preparing himself, Naruto flipped over the inner demon and landed behind him in a low crouch. Turning and staying low, he watched the inner demon slow down, however he noticed due to its size it had problems with it. This coming from a creature that's clearly all brawn and no brain. Naruto mused aloud, and the inner demon gave the equivalent of a smirk while in its form. "At least this one isn't an airhead like you, Tempest?" the creature mocked, and Naruto blinked for a moment before frowning. "Why am I not surprised you share my witty sense of humor?" Naruto wondered mostly to himself while his inner demon launched itself forward once more, claws swinging at the blonde. Cursing, Naruto ducked under the first swipe of its claws and then used a backwards roll to dodge the next before flipping back to dodge a final swipe of its claws. Landing against the bars of Kyuubi's cage, Naruto kicked off of them and rammed into his inner demon. The beast merely smirked at this and dug its claws into the ground, thus didn't move even a budge as Naruto slammed into it. Grinning, the inner demon swung its claws at Naruto and he flipped over it, only for it to quickly grab him with its free hand. Roaring loudly, his inner demon slammed him into the ground, once, then swung him over and slammed his back into the ground before swinging him over and slamming him face forward. Chuckling, the inner demon then threw Naruto into the air and rammed into him back first, sending him skidding along the ground where he flipped back to his feet and swayed before shaking his head. "To answer other one's earlier question, it's because we share many traits," the inner demon stated, and Naruto frowned while it lunged at him once more. "Really? Well, at least it's nice to know only I have my charming good looks," he said aloud while flipping out of the way of one of the inner demon's tails, and then landed on his back. Smirking, the blonde then flipped back as its tail slammed into its back and spun around into a kick to the side of its head. Landing in a low crouch, Naruto rolled back as his inner demon slammed both of its fists down where he had been only a few mere seconds ago. Landing in a crouch, Naruto smirked while his demon narrowed its orange eyes onto him. "This is looking to be a most interesting, if not long, battle. Wouldn't other one agree?" his inner demon commented while slowly pacing, and Naruto smirked towards his inner demon. "I hate to admit it, but I think you might be right," Naruto said while taking a stance while his inner demon crouched back and roared while slamming its claws into the ground, digging them in before launching itself towards the blonde once more. Jump City. Nightwing was seriously considering calling for help. Raven was a force to be reckoned with alone, and upon attacking the beast in numbers they learned how truly pissed off she could become. That had not been an experience he wanted to repeat. Currently he was still laid out along with half of Tartarus, Kid Wykkyd, Mammoth, Jinx, Danny, and Blackfire being the only ones still moving on their side. Donna, Starfire, and ironically Beast Boy, were the only ones still standing on their side since the enraged girl had laid out himself and Kid Flash soundly. As far as the shinobi, Niji was still fighting with the beast. Ino was too freaked to attempt any mental jutsu on either of them, mostly mentioning something about multiple personality disorder screwing with her ability to control their bodies, thus was stuck to healing any wounded she could. Hinata was healing the injured as best she could as well. Kakashi was still fighting the beast while Sakura tried to deal with the enraged Raven. Where's that Sasuke freak run off to? Or is he out attacking some other part of the city? Nightwing wondered while Raven had her energy wrap around Ian, a furious look in her eyes. "Mortal scum, I've had enough of you," she roared before flinging Ian into the ground, then threw her arm to the side, slamming her into a building before raising her hand up, Ian following it up through the building's roof where Raven then brought her hand down, slamming her into the ground where dust and debris was kicked up. Groaning at this, Knight looked to the side to see that Hinata girl healing Kid Flash while Ino was working on Billy Numerous. "Ugh. I think a truck done hit me, right Billy?" Billy mumbled, then asked a clone at his side, both having a hand to their head. "Yeah Billy, sure does feel like it." "Ugh, remind me not to do that again," Billy said to himself while Ino resisted the urge to check out what made this guy tick. "Agreed Billy." Billy finished and Ino rubbed her temples for a moment. "You are the only person I know of that can talk to his clones like that and still sound completely crazy," she complained before shaking her head and making her way over to a downed Seymour. Turning from the scene, Knight looked to see Raven making her way towards the downed fuchsia-haired girl only for Jinx to kick her from the side and then march towards the other Pinkette. Groaning, Ian looked up and blinked upon seeing the girl, her jaw going slack a second later. "Holy shit. There's two of us." I mean me, Ryu or? Oh you get what I mean. Iane shouted before saying as she rubbed her temples and pushed herself back to her feet. Ugh. Amaterasu's panties, that was a beating I don't want to relive anytime soon. Iane noted to herself before seeing the narrowed pink eyes of Jinx glaring into her. What? You got a problem, Pinky? Iane demanded while placing her hands on her hips and caught Jinx slightly off guard. Wait a minute, I know you're that cheating bitch that broke Tempest's here? Jinx shouted while pointing at Iane, the fuchsia-haired girl blinking before she growled and got into Jinx's face. Oh hell no. You're so not pinning that shit on me. That was so not me, I mean yeah it was me but it was the other me. Sakura can be a real bitch, but I'm not her, I mean I am but I'm just her inner self Anne. Iane shouted at Jinx then tried to explain while getting a headache. Honestly, concentrating was starting to become more and more difficult. Yeah, like I'll really believe you, crazy? Jinx said sarcastically, arms crossed as she gave Iane a look. Growling, the said girl grabbed Jinx's collar and glared at her eye to eye. Oh fuck it. Yeah, that's me, but it's not me, and can we please talk about this later? We've still got that psycho demon bitch to worry about. Iane shouted while flipping back, Jinx following her movements perfectly as they both landed in a perfect crouch. Growling, Raven looked at the two and a slightly evil grin slowly slithered across her face as she cracked her knuckles menacingly. Well, what do we have here? The two girls I hate most in life in the exact same spot? Lord, what did I do in a previous life to deserve such a gift? Raven mused, and then asked while looking towards the sky before shrugging her shoulders. Well, regardless, I think it's high time I finally got rid of the most annoying pink-haired girls in my life. Raven said while throwing her hands to the side, both being engulfed in fire as Iane and Jinx looked to one another. What the hell did you do to her? They demanded of one another at the same time before yelping as they dodged a fireball from the girl. However, before the two could attack, Kid WYKKYD appeared and swung his cape at Raven, the girl backing away as black energy trailed from it. Who the fuck is the guy in the bat costume? Iane demanded and Jinx blinked for a moment while Kid vanished to evade an attack from Raven. Kid WYKKYD, he's a member of my team but he never really takes any of his fights seriously from what I know. Jinx admitted while Kid reappeared at a light pole and swung his cape at it, teleporting a portion of its metal away and allowing the light pole to fall towards Raven. Interesting ability, how's he do that? Iane asked as the light pole fell towards Raven, the red-skinned Demoness easily evading the light pole as Kid frowned. Blinking for a moment, Jinx frowned while Raven lunged at Kid, the gray-skinned teen vanishing back into his cape just as Raven swiped her claws, creating arches of black energy that tore into the ground where he had just been. Well, to be honest I'm not sure. All I know is that Kid can open up alternate dimensions or something, and uses his cape as a medium for the portal. Jinx admitted, since she didn't know the exact mechanics behind Kid's powers. Kid himself reappeared above them and gave them both a frown, Jinx grinning nervously as she got up. Right, fight now, discuss your powers later. Jinx said mostly to Kid and he nodded his head while Iane couldn't help a snicker. So what's the plan? Iane questioned as Raven crouched and lunged towards them with her teeth gritted. Kid, think you can show your stuff? Jinx questioned and Kid nodded his head silently before throwing his cape to the sides and pulling the girls into it. Blinking, Raven slid to a stop where they had been and looked around only for Kid to appear behind her and Iane to kick her with a grin, sending Raven skidding away. Oh hell yes. I don't care what anyone says, teleportation kicks so much ass. Iane said with a grin while Kid WYKKYD pulled his cape around them once more and they appeared above Raven, Jinx throwing a hex bolt at her and causing the ground to melt beneath her. Growling, Raven looked up in time to see Kid WYKKYD pull them back into his cape before they appeared before her and Iane slammed her foot into Raven's face, sending her flying back. Meanwhile Danny, Blackfire, Kakashi, and Niji are watching as Mammoth has a test of strength with the beast. Kakashi had his Hitade up to reveal his Sharingan, but was taking a break from actively fighting the beast for a moment. He was still recovering from last night after all. You know it's not so scary when it isn't beating on you. Blackfire noted mostly to herself while nursing a headache and Danny rolled her eyes. Blackfire had been the one to have the most severe of beatings, Danny having used her intangibility to evade such a fate while the others go the physical punishment. You all complain way too much. She noted while crossing her arms and Blackfire's eyes snapped open before looking at her in shock. Oh by Hall, I didn't think it was possible. But you're actually talking even more like X than normal. Blackfire stated and Danny blinked and then shivered while Kakashi and Niji looked to one another and shrugged. As far as they were concerned, this entire universe was totally insane. Ah hello. I could use a little help here. Mammoth shouted at them as the beast used its tails to get some leverage on Mammoth, thus knocking him off his feet before slamming him into the ground and then threw him into a building. Will he be okay? Kakashi asked while looking towards where Mammoth hit and Danny yawned while fanning her mouth. Who? Mammoth? Yeah, he's probably fine, he's got a real hard head. Danny replied with a nod and Kakashi wondered how they could be so lax at times like this. Now then, let's go Blackfire. Danny then stated while flying forward and ramming into the beast from the side, then formed a pair of plasma rays and fired into it, sending it flying back. The beast was sent flying, skidding along the ground for a moment before slamming into a warehouse. Am I good or what? Danny asked with a smirk under her mask and Blackfire rolled her eyes before yawning while Neji looked to Kakashi. That was, most impressive all things considered, Neji said and Kakashi rolled his eyes before narrowing them as the beast roared out in fury while making its way towards them. Unfortunately it doesn't look like it was enough, Kakashi said while Blackfire and Danny prepared for a fight when Beast Boy slammed into the beast as an elephant with Starfire. The beast rolled along the ground for a moment before flipping onto its feet and looked around warily as BB and Star made their way to the others. Dudes, does this thing not know when to quit or what? BB asked while shifting back to his human form and Kakashi sighed while pinching the bridge of his nose. Naruto always did have a hard head, not to mention being too stubborn for his own good. Kakashi admitted then mumbled under his breath and Starfire gasped. You mean that this most violent monster is also Raven's friend who is a boy? Starfire questioned and Kakashi stared at the girl for a moment. Huh? He asked intelligently and Blackfire sighed. Please forgive little Starfire, she never was any good with foreign languages. Probably why Mom suggested I be an ambassador. Blackfire explained then mused mostly to herself while Starfire pouted. Sister please, I though you would not be doing any more of the bragging or any of the putting me down duh. Starfire grumbled and Kakashi looked to Neji before shaking his head. Well, if you are all going to talk, I think it's time we incapacitated that beast before it gets out of hand. Kakashi reminds while the beast narrowed its eyes and then sucked in a breath before unleashing a loud chakra-enhanced sonic roar that sent the flyers soaring back while BB turned into a gorilla to stay put and Kakashi and Neji both used chakra to hold still as the beast's roar was finished. Well, what kind of attack was that? BB questioned and Kakashi frowned before crouching down as the beast readied itself to attack, Neji doing the same. That would be bad. Kakashi finally said as the beast lunged forward, quickly forming a few hand seals. Kakashi then narrowed his eyes. Doton, Doria Hiki. Earth release, Earth-style wall. Kakashi then exclaimed as a rock wall rose between them and the beast the said creature growling as it then jumped up and over the wall. Good. Kakashi said while throwing his hands out, ninja wire wrapping around the beast as he yanked it down to the ground. BB gaping in shock. Dude. That was so awesome. How'd you do that? BB questioned and Kakashi looked at him strangely while Neji lunged at the beast. If I can just knock out his chakra, we won't have to do any further harm to. Neji started to think while activating his Byakugan and then rolled out of the way of one of its tails. Dodging to the side, Neji lunged at the beast once more only for it to grab him by the throat and throw him into the distance. Roaring loudly, the beast then turned to glare at a wide-eyed Kakashi. Well, this can't be good. The man mumbled as the beast roared loudly as lightning spread from its body and into Kakashi from the wires. Gritting his teeth even as the lightning coursed into him, Kakashi then released the wires and jumped back while the beast shook its head and ripped the wires from its body. Just great, and I was hoping to do this without actually having to hurt him, Kakashi muttered under his breath before lunging to the side and pushing BB out of the way as the beast lunged at them once more. Meanwhile Raven was sliding to a stop while Ain, Jinx, and Kid vanished into his cape once more. Gritting her teeth the red-skinned Demoness threw her hand forward, a black portal forming where she then reached inside. Grasping something she then yanked out Kid WYKKYD and the girls, all three looking at her with wide eyes. You really shouldn't taunt the daughter of Trigon fools, she growled out, Jinx and Kid paling greatly while Ain raised a brow. Grinning slightly, Raven then formed her energy over Kid, Jinx, and Ain and raised them into the air. Ah hell, not this again. Ain complained as Raven slammed them into the ground multiple times before twisting around and throwing them skidding along the ground where Danny, Starfire, and Blackfire had landed. Groaning, Ain sat up and placed a hand to her head. Shit, does this bitch not know the meaning of holding back? Ain asked seriously while Starfire blinked then grit her teeth. You! She shouted and lunged at the girl, Blackfire and Danny hugging one another while looking on in shock as Starfire mercilessly attacked Ain. What's she done to piss your otherwise perky cheerful sister off like that? Danny asked while Blackfire listened in on what little she could make out of what Starfire was saying while speaking in Tamaranian no less. I think this Sakura girl might have used someone to get to someone else and hurt his feelings greatly. Blackfire said and grimaced as a bad taste entered her mouth. Wait, Sakura? Isn't that the chick who cheated on X? Danny asked while still hugging onto Blackfire, the said Tamaranian princess blinking for a moment. Oh, yeah, that sounds about right. So, do you think we can just let Starfire destroy her? Blackfire asked seriously and Danny gave her a look in response. As interesting as this conversation is, would you two get the fuck off of me already? Jinx demanded with wide angry eyes and both Blackfire and Danny blinked before releasing one another and floating off of the pinkette. Growling, Jinx then flipped back to her feet before lunging at Iane and plowing into her from behind, Danny and Blackfire looking to one another. Are we the only girls around here that don't have some kind of insane aggression towards that Sakura girl? Danny asked and saw Blackfire shrug her shoulders. Technically speaking, Sakura is a Garlock, and to a Tamaranian that is the greatest sin you can commit and the worst thing you can call someone. So Starfire's reaction I understand. As for Jinx, she likes X, and Raven, she's his mate, so all in all, they have reasons to pummel her. Blackfire explained while Danny looked at the older girl for a moment before shaking her head. Nearby, Raven was smirking seeing the mortals attacking one another, then frowned and sniffed. Narrowing her eyes she turned towards a building and saw Sasuke sitting on it watching them. There he is? The red-skinned demoness thought to herself before narrowing her eyes and formed a ball of fire over her left hand. Throwing her hand towards the teen she saw him blur into motion as the flames slammed into the warehouse. Frowning, Raven looked up to see a smirking Sasuke floating above them. So that's where he went? Nightwing whispered while Ino and Hinata healed Mammoth, Danny and Blackfire dragging Kid WYKKYD over to them. Dropping Kid down, both girls turned back to the fights to see Private Hive and Seymour were now attacking the beast with BB and Kakashi. Niji was unconscious and Donna was picking him up and pulling him over to them, and last, Jinx and Starfire were tearing into Iane. It's turning into a war zone around here. Danny noted and Blackfire shook her head while Donna flew past them and dropped Niji off to be healed while Billy and some of his clones watched the continuing battle with wide eyes. Billy, how come no matter what we do, we always end up in some massive fight? Billy asked one of his clones and another Billy shook his head. Don't know Billy, probably just bad luck on our part. His clone noted while another clone looked out from between them. Now here's what I'm wondering Billy. Who the hell is that there freak flying above us? Billy's clone asked and the other two Billies shrugged their shoulders while Danny and Blackfire stared at the teen. You know, listening to him makes me feel so smart. Danny admitted and Blackfire nodded her head in agreement with the ghost girl. Meanwhile, Sasuke gazed down at Raven with an amused smirk as she glared up at him. Such a strange girl. Though I must admit that her powers do intrigue me. He thought to himself while floating down to the ground and then turned his head to see the beast glaring at him. Naruto-kun, even as a monstrous beast, you still manage to look at me with those eyes of yours, ones that mirror his own? Sasuke thought as he turned towards Naruto and frowned as the beast ducked under an attack from Kakashi before slamming into him, trampling over Private Hive along the way and then lunged at him with a roar. Come to play have you, Naruto-kun? Sasuke questioned mockingly while taking a step to the side and allowing Naruto to pass him. Sliding along the ground, the beast soon came to a halt next to Raven as she watched Sasuke turn to face them with a twisted smirk across his lips. It's been so long since I last had a battle worthy of my time, I do hope you can entertain me, he said with a slight chuckle while Kakashi looked toward Sasuke and widened his eyes upon seeing the single snake-like eye. Orochimaru. Kakashi whispered and Sasuke turned, the markings around his eyes being revealed as well. Ah, Kakashi, it's been so long since I last saw you. I see age is finally starting to take its toll on your body. I know the feeling. Orochimaru said mockingly and Kakashi narrowed his eyes while pushing himself up to his feet while Raven frowned deeply. A pathetic body snatcher inhabiting the soul of an equally pathetic mortal. Why am I not surprised? She wondered aloud while placing a hand on the beast's head to keep it, relatively, calm. Stiffening at the accusation, Orochimaru then whirled around to face Raven while Iane was holding Jinx off of herself while Starfire had her in a headlock at the same time. I am confused, is that not the Sasuke or someone else? Starfire suddenly questioned and Iane frowned before snickering. Huh. Pinky slept with a snake. Now that is so fucking rich. Wait, that means I did. Iane said then muttered with a grimace before visibly shaking in disgust at the notion while Orochimaru and the two inner demons ignored them. Well my dear, if I'm pathetic, what are you? Your powers do intrigue me, such abilities without any form of chakra. It would be a unique opportunity to find out how they worked. I feel they might even help me in my endeavors. Orochimaru questioned and Raven looked down her nose towards the possessed teen. What I am is for me to know. A pathetic body snatcher like you does not even deserve to be in my presence, let alone know what I am. Raven responded before holding out her hand, fire forming over it. Which is why I must bid you farewell, body snatcher, we will not be meeting again. Raven stated while firing a beam of flames towards Orochimaru. Smirking, the former Sannin looked on as the beam of heat came his way, then effortlessly jumped over it and flew towards Raven. I see someone is a bit too arrogant for her own good. No matter, I'll just have to teach you a lesson in respecting your superiors. Orochimaru mused aloud while forming several hand seals and then threw his hands towards Raven and the beast. Sunny Itajashu. Many hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru thought to himself as dozens of snakes seemed to sprout out of the arm warmers Sasuke wore. Eyes widening slightly, Raven frowned while the beast evaded the many snakes by rolling to the side. Raven on the other hand merely formed a black shell around her body before smirking and snapping her fingers. Instantly her shell exploded, flames spreading out and burning all the snakes into ash. Chuckling at this, Orochimaru landed on the ground while Raven brushed off her shoulders. Truly intriguing, I must know where this power of hers comes from. Orochimaru thought to himself before backing up as the beast came at him with a roar. You really should learn how to keep your pet on a leash. Orochimaru mocked while kicking the beast in the jaw, frowning when it easily righted itself and came at him swinging once more. Frowning at Orochimaru for his accusation, Raven watched the two before snapping her fingers, causing a pillar of black energy instantly launching Orochimaru into the air where the beast came at him swinging. Smirking despite himself, Orochimaru grabbed one of the beast's outstretched arms before twisting and throwing him into the ground. Landing in a crouch with a smirk, Orochimaru was surprised to see Raven standing before him, arms crossed. First of all, that's not my pet. Raven growled out while slamming a fist into Orochimaru's face, sending him skidding back. Chuckling, Orochimaru looked up as Raven vanished and then reappeared over him, eyes narrowed in hate. Second, I hate snakes like you. Raven hissed out while forming another ball of fire over her hand, and Orochimaru grinned. Yes, well, I assure you that the feeling is completely mutual, Orochimaru stated ominously before twisting around to knock her off balance and then flew into the air to evade a quick beam of heat. Landing on top of a building, Orochimaru watched as Kakashi got back up and prepared to attack him as well. This is truly an interesting world. Maybe I should capture some of these so-called metahumans for some experimentations later. Orochimaru mused to himself with a light chuckle while the two inner demons prepared to attack as well. Throwing his arms out, Orochimaru then formed a pair of Chidoris in his hands and grinned sinisterly. At the same time, Naruto was still facing off against his inner demon, the creature evading his strikes as he tried to catch it. Growling, the blonde then lunged at it with a kick and it merely grabbed his foot before twisting, causing Naruto to spin in midair where it then punched him. Naruto grunted as the force from the blow sent him flying away, the Kyuubi watching everything with obvious amusement. Pushing himself back onto his feet, the blonde-haired ex-shinobi then jumped back and kicked off of the wall, ramming into the inner demon and slamming it into the wall opposite him. We think that this game has gone on long enough. The inner demon hissed out angrily before grabbing the blonde and tried to bite him. Moving upwards to evade, Naruto then brought his foot down on the back of its head, knocking it down to the ground as he then rolled back and away from it with a smirk. I couldn't agree more. He replied, and the inner demon narrowed its eyes before slamming its hands into the ground and launched itself at Naruto, slamming its rock-hard head into his gut. Grunting and grimacing in pain, Naruto then brought both arms up before slamming them into his inner demon's back. Falling to the ground for a moment, the inner demon shook its head only for Naruto to kick it in the face and send it flying back a second later. Growling low in its throat, the demon flipped in midair and landed in a low crouch while narrowing its eyes on its blonde nemesis. Said teen nearly groaning as he saw that the inner demon was still more than ready to keep going. Come on, why won't this fucker just stay down already? Naruto wondered, and Kyuubi rolled his eyes while watching the spectacle, clearly amused by the beating he was taking. Because Gaki, it's as stubborn and hard-headed as you. The ancient demon responded, and Naruto mocked him for a moment before watching as the inner demon slowly padded his way towards the side while never taking its eyes off of him. This is becoming repetitive, neither this one or other one are making any headway. The inner demon noted with its eyes narrowed and a frown across its strange face, Naruto nodding in agreement with it. I guess we're both just way too stubborn for our own good. He mused, and the inner demon scowled before nodding its head in agreement. Lunging forward a second later, both being slammed into one another, Naruto slamming a fist into his inner demon's face before lacing his fingers together and slammed his hands into the sides of its head, knocking it back slightly. The inner demon retaliated in seconds, however, as two of its tails shot out and wrapped around his legs before lifting him into the air. The inner demon then jumped up and started to slash into him with its claws before rearing a fist back and slamming it into him as they hit the ground. The floor of the sewer-like mindscape that had become their battlefield cracking from the sheer force of impact. Grunting, Naruto then moved his legs up and kicked the inner demon off of himself before rolling into a crouch and panted slightly. Shaking his head, Naruto lunged at the demon and jumped up, over its head and onto its back. Roaring out indignantly, the inner demon struggled to knock the blonde-haired teen from its back, flailing about wildly while Naruto held onto the spikes of hair on its head for dear life. Hissing out in pain, the inner demon sent its tails towards the blonde and he smirked while flipping forward and off of its back. The inner demon roared out in pain as it impaled itself seconds later and Naruto twisted into a kick to its face, causing its head to lurch to one side. Growling, the inner demon then turned back to the blonde and lashed out with a quick punch. Cursing, Naruto flipped in midair and landed in a low crouch while his inner demon narrowed its eyes and crouched back. Lunging forward seconds later, the beast reached the blonde in seconds and swung its arm down at him. Flipping back at the last second, Naruto evaded a crushing blow while the inner demon then began to wildly swing its clawed arms at him. Dodging and evading the claws, Naruto then flipped over the inner demon and kicked it in the ribs, grunting as he noticed it did almost no visible damage to the beast. Damn it, it's almost like this thing is impossible to kill, Naruto said to himself while flipping out of the way of a punch from his inner demon. Wait a minute. I've just been fighting it all this time, Naruto realized as his inner demon tried to bite him. Grabbing it by its throat he slammed its head to the side and tried to flip over it, only for one of its tails to grab him then throw him into the air. Flipping in the air and looking down as his inner demon grinned and then lunged up at him. If fighting isn't the way to stop him, then maybe, he whispered to himself as his feet touched the ceiling and he kicked off down towards the inner demon. Slamming into it on his way down, Naruto wrapped his arms around it and grit his teeth as tendrils of reddish black started to wrap around his body. If I can't kill my demons, it's time I face them head-on, Naruto realized while the darkness crept over his form, visions of things he'd tried desperately to forget flashing before his eyes. Visions of learning of Jiraiya's death and not even being given the time to grieve, visions of Haku's death, a friend he'd only just met when he was still just a 12-year-old boy, of Tsunade falling into a coma, him being worried she may never wake up, of Asuma's death and feeling helpless to help a grieving Kurenai in her time of need, and visions of his mother's death, for whom he'd also never been allowed to grieve. More visions then came, most were a recurrence of the nightmares he'd been having recently, including the one where he'd been unable to save Raven from doing something and vanishing. These were his demons, his doubts and his fears and doubts that he'd lose someone else that was important to him, that he wouldn't be able to save someone else. Shaking his head as the vision slowly faded from his eyes, Naruto held on even tighter as the inner demon slammed into the ground with a grunt and its tails lashed out stabbing him in his back. The two merely lay like that for a moment, the demon's arms spread while Naruto grit his teeth, as its 5 tails dug into him. Looking up, he saw his inner demon looking down at him with a confused expression across what he could make out of its face. What do you think you're doing? You cannot destroy this one with a hug. The blonde teen's inner demon mocked and Naruto chuckled lightly. You're right? He admitted before looking up at his inner demon, the creature looking down at him strangely. But, the truth is, you'll always be a part of me, and no matter how hard I try, I'll always have some doubts or fears, Naruto said to himself, literally in this case, as a smirk crossed over his face. What nonsense are you speaking? This one and other one cannot exist like this at the same time, only one may control this body. His inner demon reminds the blonde and Naruto chuckled lightly, while the darkness continued to wrap around and stab its way through his form. Yet again, you're right. But both of us have something we need to protect. You were born of my doubts and fears and need for revenge, you're big and strong, something to destroy those fears. But you don't want to see Kara-chan hurt any more than I do, am I right? Naruto questioned and his inner demon was silent while the darkness seemed to stop spreading. Smirking as he could tell what its answer was just from that, Naruto bowed his head and closed his eyes. I thought so. We're two halves of the same whole, you're the side of me that admits he can fail sometimes and my most aggressive vengeful traits. He then whispered while the inner demon chuckled and leaned its head back, its body forming into a wave before swirling around Naruto's own form. Naruto walked down a familiar street, looking around he saw Konoha and frowned. Seeing the Hokage monument and a tiny speck of yellow on it, the teen walked towards it. Silently climbing up the monument, Naruto walked over to the Yandame's head where a figure sat. So this is the real you? Naruto noted while sitting down next to an 8-year-old child that looked like himself at that age. The true form of his inner demon was 8 years old at best. He had blonde spiky hair, tan skin with whisker marks, a black shirt with a red spiral on the front, a pair of blue pants, shinobi sandals. The only thing that was different between them was that the inner demon still had orange eyes with plus-shaped pupils and red marks next to them. This one is your inner demon's, it's a metaphor not what this one looks like. His inner demon mumbled while looking out over Konoha, Naruto following his gaze. I remember, when I was your age. I hated the village. There were so many times that I wanted nothing more than revenge, because the people of the village hated me. Naruto mused and his inner demon was silent for a few moments. I take it, given this form, that's what you are. Naruto noted and his inner demon was silent once more before sighing. They never understood. We never wanted to hurt anyone, but they made us so angry. We wanted to make them hurt like they made us hurt. We wanted revenge again when we thought Haku killed Sasuke, we wanted revenge against Orochimaru when Gigi died, we wanted revenge for Gaara, Yujito, and the other Jinchuriki, and we also wanted revenge for Asuma and Erosenin, and more recently we wanted revenge on Sakura and Sasuke for hurting us. His inner demon said while clenching his fists, Naruto frowning before looking to the sky. I never knew there were so many times I wanted revenge, it's almost surprising I never ended up like Sasuke myself. Naruto said mostly to himself and his inner demon was silent for a moment before speaking up. No. We were still young, so many had wronged us, so many were taken from us, but we wouldn't just fall into shadows. To do so would make us no better than the ones who tormented us, we hid behind a smile, we never allowed anyone to know the truth. We couldn't allow ourselves to fall into darkness, so this one was hidden away in darkness, alone. His inner demon explained and Naruto chuckled lightly while looking to the sky. Turning back to his inner demon, Naruto gave a sly grin to the child and he looked at him strangely. Like I said, I can't escape my mind so long as you exist. But I don't think either of us can overpower the other. I won't give in to my demons, I don't want to end up like Sasuke after all. Naruto stated and his inner demons was silent while gazing at him once more. Then what does other one propose? His inner demon questioned once more and Naruto held out a hand to him. I won't give in, but, what if we tried to do this together? Naruto offered and his inner demon looked to his hand silently for a moment before bowing his head. This one does not understand you other one, why does other one not hate this one? This one has attacked other one and caused so much trouble. The inner demon questioned then stated and Naruto smirked despite himself. Think about it, I like to help people out of the darkness. Even now. I helped Blackfire, I'm trying to help Danny, so why can't I try to save myself as well? Naruto reasoned and the inner demon was silent, mulling that over before nodding his head and taking the blonde's offered hand. This one agrees. And this one, thanks other one? The inner demon said with the first true smile Naruto had ever seen on that face in a long time. Back in the sewer, the black form from before swirled and warped, moving in and around itself. Chuckling in his throat, the Kyuubi watched the spectacle as the reddish-black ooze soon began to form into a miniature twister. So he finally figured it out. You can't kill your demons? Kyuubi mused as the twister of reddish-black soon stopped and a new figure was revealed, hissing and clicking the creature then crouched slightly and looked around. Twitching, the creature looked to the water beneath it and hissed while crouching low, almost on all fours. Seeing its reflection, it noticed it still had the inner demon's eyes, however its body more closely resembled an X-suit. We might have to make a few notes for the new one based on this, Naruto thought to himself before looking up and hissing as the Kyuubi raised a brow. Chuckling lightly, Naruto then stood up, looking at the Kyuubi with amusement. Now we shall work together, two halves of one whole, and make sure our fears never come to pass. Naruto and the inner demon's voices called as one before roaring as a long tongue came flailing out of its open maw. Jump City. Ian was currently preoccupying Raven again, who seemed more than a little obsessed with crushing her, and Jinx was with Starfire against the fuchsia-haired girl. Meanwhile Orochimaru grinned, he was more or less playing with the beast as it swiped its claws at him and somehow channeled lightning chakra in his direction. I really must figure out how he does that. Orochimaru suddenly thought to himself while flipping back as the beast slammed its hands down into the ground and then glared at him angrily. Raising a brow, Orochimaru crossed his arms as the beast came at him once more, swinging its monstrous claws at his face. Rolling his eyes, the former Sannin tilted to the side to evade before kneeing the beast in its gut. Grunting, the beast elbowed the Sannin in his head, only for a smirking Orochimaru to backhand him sending him flying. It's not even intelligent enough to use its chakra to increase its strength or speed in this form, Orochimaru noted and then flipped back to evade a fireball from Raven, who seemed more than a little pissed off. I suppose she must be his mate. Orochimaru noted to himself before stopping as he felt a surge of chakra and looked to where the beast had been, its body shuddering as it slowly got back up. Narrowing his eyes, he watched as its bone-like armor/mask started to crack, a fine mist flowing out of them and giving him a start. Well, it may not have much in the way of intelligence, however its subconscious abilities are truly amazing. It's even found a way to solidify chakra into a form of natural armor plating to increase its overall defense. Truly remarkable, I really must figure out how it does that for myself. Orochimaru mused before shaking his head and crouching back, Raven sending a fireball his way just as he lunged at the immobile beast. Said beast was on its knees as its armor fully faded, leaving chakra mist hanging in the air around it as the Sannin lunged at it. Sorry now Naruto-kun, but I can't have you getting any stronger and destroying my new body. Orochimaru mocked in his mind as a twisted smile slithered over his stolen features before he jumped into a kick to the beast's head, sending it sailing to the side while one of Tartarus' members jumped at him this time. He believed Jinx was her name or some such nonsense. As the beast was sent flying into a building, Raven stared intently towards where it had been as a strange feeling came from it. Seconds after a hand reached out before a body was pulled out of the building. Orochimaru, Iane, Raven, and all the others who had been fighting stopped suddenly, then turned to see the creature, and Orochimaru had to raise a brow upon seeing its slightly very familiar visage. Said creature then shook its head before it opened its mouth in a low hiss, its long tongue flailing out for a moment before receding back into its mouth. The creature was clearly humanoid in shape as opposed to the beast, and stood to the same height and overall build as Naruto, however its entire body was covered in a dark reddish-black fur with stripes of reptilian flesh over its arms and down its back, its fingers were tipped with long black nails, its feet sharing them, its mouth was in the same pumpkin-shaped grin as the beast, only suited more on its smaller head, its hair was short and spiked like before, now in a familiar shape while red marks circle its orange eyes. Strangely, it now wore a pair of familiar black shinobi pants, only they were clearly very torn, stretched, and tattered. Leaping forward, the new creature's almost Glasgow-length grin widened even further as a mist of chakra formed over its body before condensing and taking an almost bone-like structure, forming into a skull-shaped mask with sharp fangs for teeth, spiked spinal plates along its spine, two long rib-shaped bones formed from under its arms and over its chest in the shape of a large X. Spinal columns wrapped around its forearms and biceps before arching over its shoulders and attaching to the spinal plates, white plates formed on the back of each of its fists, and segmented bones formed into claws over each of its fingers and thumbs. Dude! That looks so wicked awesome. BB said with wide eyes while the new creature shook its head before stretching out its arms and legs for a moment. The creature then vanished for a moment before appearing before Orochimaru and slammed its fist into his face, thus sending him flying back as the creature landed in a low crouch, arching one of its claws with a wide grin across its face. Ah, that made us feel so much better. The creature noted with a near-psychotic look to its eyes before turning to look at the Titans with a wide grin. Hello everyone, we're so sorry we kept you all waiting. The creature said with a toothy grin, Raven smirking as it then turned to look at her, Naruto's transformed eyes narrowing at seeing her own changes. Something tells us, this is going to be a very long night. Naruto noted to himself before dropping into a stance as Orochimaru got back up and then glared at the teen. Chapter 42, Inner Demons PT-5. Jump City Docks. Naruto looked around while Sasuke slowly rose back to his feet across from the teen. Raven and the girls were no longer in a catfight to end all others, the other Titans were staring at him, as were Tartarus, and the shinobi seemed the most surprised by his new form. Given that it usually means we're being influenced by Kyuubi, we suppose we should forgive them. Naruto mused to himself before looking back to Raven and had to resist giving a wolf whistle. Holy hell, is that you Kara-chan? Naruto questioned while the red-skinned demoness mutely nodded her head while looking at him. Wow, we never knew how much of your figure you hid with that cloak, Naruto said with a light whistle, and Raven smirked slightly while Jinx and Iane growled at her angrily. Turning away from them, Naruto narrowed his eyes on Sasuke with a frown, instantly noting the markings over his eyes and single snake-like eye. You! Naruto's voice hissed and Orochimaru chuckled while a smirk slithered across his lips. Hello Naruto-kun, it's so good to see you in such good health. Orochimaru offered with a mocking bow and Naruto growled while throwing his right arm to the side. Instantly a familiar longsword appeared out of his flesh before he took hold of it and took a stance across from the former Sannin. Ah, so that's what happened to my Kusanagi? Orochimaru noted mostly to himself before smirking as Naruto launched at him and swung the blade. You have no idea how long we've waited to tear a piece out of you Oro team. Naruto shouted while the blade lengthened and Orochimaru jumped into the air at the last second. Chuckling lightly, Orochimaru crossed his arms while hovering in the air, no one moving as Naruto glared up at him furiously. Come now Naruto-kun, you really need to learn how to control your temper. Orochimaru said mockingly while Naruto growled and swung the Kusanagi up towards the former Sannin. Rolling his eyes, Orochimaru folded his wings against his back before rolling out of the way of the blade. Coming out of the spin, Orochimaru brought his wings back out before launching himself towards Naruto, a kunai now clutched in one hand. Growling low in his throat, Naruto launched himself at Orochimaru while swinging the Kusanagi at the former Sannin. Both caught the wrist of the other, Orochimaru still smirking while Naruto narrowed his eyes. Impressive, it seems you take to Kenjutsu and even to my old Kusanagi like a fish to water, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru noted before flipping into a kick, Naruto stumbling back as the man landed in a low crouch. Sadly, however, I do want my sword back, so I'm afraid I'll have to take it from you, Orochimaru said while Naruto grinned and swung Kusanagi at him. We don't care what you want back. Just shut up and die already, Oro team. Naruto roared out while swinging the Kusanagi, Orochimaru flipping over the blade at the last second before landing in a crouch. My Naruto-kun, don't forget this is still little Sasuke-kun's body. If you kill me, you kill him? Orochimaru reminded, and Naruto thought about that for all of 5 seconds before grinning widely. We think that sounds like a bonus, Naruto admitted with a slight grin while twisting the Kusanagi around and pointing the blade towards Orochimaru. Instantly the blade lengthened and came flying towards the former Sannin. Blinking in no small amount of surprise, Orochimaru evaded the attack while evading around several more slashes, Naruto obviously intent on his destruction. Meanwhile, Raven finally blinked before glaring at Iane and Jinx and formed her black energy. The energy shoved both Pinkets and Starfire from her person and allowed her to stand up once more. Brushing off her legs and person, she then held a hand to the side with a smirk. Instantly it was coated in her black energy before a throne of stone formed and rose up beside her. Sitting down, the girl crossed her legs and folded her arms together, watching as Naruto went after Orochimaru with the Kusanagi. Nearby, Starfire groaned while pushing Iane off of herself and then grimaced visibly. Oh, why must friend Raven be so violent? Starfire wondered while Jinx rolled into a crouch and watched the fight between Naruto and Orochimaru with wide eyes, as Kakashi seemed to move into position nearby, waiting for his own moment to strike the former Sannin. Probably because she enjoys kicking people around, Iane mumbled before frowning as she remembered herself being like that. Ugh, now I know how much of a bitch I was. She muttered before also reminding herself it was technically Sakura who was the bitch, thus causing Sakura to start yelling at her. Shut up, Pinky, I'm not listening to you, Iane shouted to herself while Jinx rolled off of the other girls and then groaned while rubbing her ribs. I think she might have bruised something, Jinx mumbled before looking towards where Raven was and blanched. Is she sitting back to watch this? Jinx demanded, and Kid Flash looked at the scene with a frown. Looks like it, he admitted with a smirk, and Jinx started getting back to her feet, Mammoth helping her up as she swayed. Thanks, Mammoth, she mumbled, and the gigantic teen grinned towards her. No prob, he replied while Ino made her way over to them and looked over Jinx for a moment. You should be fine, doesn't look like anything's broken, Ino said before going over to Starfire, then thought better of it considering the girl was an alien and helped Iane up instead. Sakura, what the hell were you thinking jumping in to fight her like that? Ino demanded, and Iane rolled her eyes before placing a hand to her head as searing pain burned down her spine. Shit, what the hell is wrong with me? She wondered to herself, idly noting her build had improved as had her bust, and Ino huffed while placing her hands onto her hips. That's what I want to know. You've been acting weird all day, Ino accused, and Iane rolled her eyes before going over what happened, and then her eyes snapped open. Sasuke threw his shirt on us, it was covered in the same green shit that he, Naruto and Raven were. It must be why I'm in control, Iane reasoned, and heard Sakura let out a mental sigh of relief. Oh, thank Kami, that means I only have to wait for one of these guys to cough up an antidote and I can go back to being normal. Iane heard and then frowned for a moment while thinking over her options. Option 1 was wait for the antidote and pray she was still strong-willed enough to overpower Sakura. Second, she could just not take the antidote, and from how things were going, probably die. Third, she could try to remove whatever the hell was in her system herself, thus preventing any more genetic damage or mutations, while preserving the already altered traits and retaining her control of the body. Yeah, option 3 was looking really good at the moment. Looking around at the Titans, Iane walked past an indignant Ino while forming a chakra scalpel in one hand. Opening her shirt slightly to make an incision, Iane then concentrated while sitting down, hand over the wound. Alright, here goes nothing. Seiken Chushitsu no Jutsu. Delicate illness extraction technique, Iane thought while closing her eyes and looking for the mutagen in her body. Frowning in thought, she smirked as she found a foreign substance in her body and began to draw it out of herself. Huh. Being a Mednin rocks in this kind of situation, Iane said to herself while healing any damage she could find, while also leaving the minor mutations of her body alone, as she really liked them. Soon feeling out and extracting the last of it into a small sphere in her hand, Iane held her hand up and looked to see the others were preoccupied with watching Naruto fight with Orochimaru. Looking around, she found a glass bottle and quickly poured the green mutagen into it before stuffing an old rag into the top of it. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Sakura suddenly demanded while Ayane whistled innocently while tossing the bottle into a dumpster. "Making sure I'm staying in control, Pinky. No one knows I was mutating, so I don't have to worry about them trying to fix us. And besides, I like actually having tits, unlike you," Ayane told the Pinkette before yawning tiredly, the physical stress from the mutagen and her own beating catching up to her. "I think I'll just take a little nap," she inwardly mumbled before falling asleep, ignoring a ranting Sakura. Back with Naruto, the blonde evaded yet another attack from Orochimaru before landing in a low crouch. Growling lightly, Naruto swung the Kusanagi at the former Sannin, only he easily evaded before landing in a crouch. Pulling out 10 shuriken from his shirt, the Sannin then grinned towards Naruto dangerously. Well Naruto-kun, I never expected you to be so ruthless. Though I must admit it is a pleasant change of pace." Orochimaru mused aloud while throwing the 10 shuriken from his hands, Naruto frowning as they came at him. Moving with lightning-fast speed, Naruto stabbed the Kusanagi into the ground then twisted around in order to dodge the shurikens while also plucking them out of the air before coming out in a low crouch, both hands now filled with the used shuriken. "Impressive, but allow us to show you how it's really done," Naruto uttered darkly while forming several hand seals. "Shuriken Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu," he exclaimed while throwing the mass of shuriken towards Orochimaru, hundreds of Kagebunshin shuriken forming from the 9 he'd thrown. Whistling lightly, Orochimaru flapped his wings before flying into the air and dodging and weaving around the attack, a grin splitting his lips as he did. "Incredible Naruto-kun, your skills have only gotten more impressive since we last battled. I'm almost tempted to see the limits of your skills, but even I'm not so keen on fighting the one who murdered Madara," Orochimaru thought to himself while Naruto formed a Kagebunshin at his side. "Ready?" Naruto asked the clone and it jumped into the air before transforming into a Fumashuriken. Reaching out to grab hold of the weapon, Naruto then threw it straight for Orochimaru. Raising a brow, Orochimaru effortlessly evaded the shuriken before one of Sasuke's memories of this tactic kicked in. Quickly turning, Orochimaru saw a poof of smoke as the clone reformed and formed another while throwing a shuriken it had kept in hand. The shuriken was followed by dozens of others that came at Orochimaru, seemingly impaling him multiple times. Gaping in shock upon seeing the truly grisly, the Titans then watched as Orochimaru dissolved into mud before their very eyes. Blinking in confusion, Naruto then looked around before growling as he realized what had happened. Shit, an Earth clone. But when did he? Naruto started to question while looking around, before the original Orochimaru suddenly appeared out of a building behind the original Naruto. A most impressive tactic, Naruto-kun, however sadly I am not one to fall for such tricks, Orochimaru said before suddenly throwing his hands towards Naruto, the blonde cursing as he grabbed the Kusanagi. A mere fraction of a second later, dozens of snakes shot from the armwarmers Orochimaru was wearing and started to wrap around the blonde while Orochimaru turned into a flip and slashed the Kagebunshin that attacked him with the kunai he still had hold of. Growling in his throat, Naruto watched as Orochimaru turned back towards him and the youth felt his eyes widen slightly. His skin, it's paler, it's turning white like Orochimaru's used to be. And his hair, it's getting less spiky, Naruto noted while Orochimaru looked at his hand for a moment before chuckling. So it would seem as if I'm not done changing yet. How interesting. Orochimaru noted before moving quickly, rushing towards Naruto as the teen. Growling, Naruto used the Kusanagi to cut the snakes that were binding him and bent over backwards to evade a swing from Orochimaru's kunai. Using his momentum, Naruto managed to flip and landed low to the ground before twisting low to the ground and sweeping the Kusanagi. Letting out a light chuckle, Orochimaru flipped back, evading the sword before landing across from Naruto, the said teen narrowing his eyes. "Dude, that was so cool," BB suddenly said while staying back with Night and the others, Nightwing shivering slightly. "Who is this guy? It looked like he made something almost like a kind of mud golem, not to mention his snake abilities are creepy as hell, and he's starting to change even further into something, not human. And Naruto, he's becoming more and more violent as this goes on. Cyborg, where are you and that antidote when we need you?" Nightwing noted then wondered to himself while Mammoth looked over his shoulder toward the two combatants. Why is that Raven chick still just watching all this without doing anything? Seymour suddenly questioned and Blackfire frowned while looking towards the girl, then to Starfire. "I think she's the type to enjoy others' pain and misery right now. Thus, she's getting a kick out of watching her boy nearly tear this guy into pieces," Blackfire offered as an explanation and Danny frowned slightly. "That doesn't sound like Raven," she noted and Nightwing blinked before turning to the ghost girl with narrowed eyes. "How would you know anything about Raven?" He questioned suspiciously and Danny looked at him and tried to think of an excuse. You think you're the only one who studies his enemy's bird brain? We do too. Jinx stated while coming to Danny's rescue, Knight mulling that over for a moment before turning back to the fight. Sending a silent thanks to Jinx, Danny then looked back to the fight as well, Naruto still facing off against Orochimaru. We must admit, we don't think we were expecting Oro team to be this much of a pain in the ass. Naruto thought to himself while evading a kunai as Orochimaru threw it at him. Growling, Naruto then twirled and swung the Kusanagi once more, blade lengthening while Orochimaru merely flipped over it and then smirked as he formed 5 quick hand seals. Futon, Daitapa. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru exclaimed as the burst of wind slammed into Naruto before sending him flying into the air. Cursing as Orochimaru flew towards him, Naruto swung the Kusanagi and thus grunted as the man evaded it. Shit, he just had to be an expert in both Kenjutsu and Wind Jutsu, my main tactics, didn't he? Naruto inwardly muttered before Orochimaru slammed into him and then brought him careening down into the ground. Growling, Naruto kicked Orochimaru from his body and then rolled back to his feet as the former Sannin chuckled darkly. It's been so long since I've had a decent battle, even Saru-sensei didn't give me a battle that was this exhilarating. Orochimaru said while rising up and grinned towards Naruto and the teen merely growled while the possessed Uchiha then slumped forward and opened his mouth. Why does this look familiar? Naruto suddenly wondered only for his eyes to bolt open as hundreds, if not millions of snakes suddenly flowed out of Orochimaru's open mouth straight for him. You have got to be kidding us. Naruto exclaimed while taking a step back and quickly considered his options. Alright, Maku Kaiten is out, it's not diverse enough to take out that many and the stragglers would just attack. We need something that can destroy them all, or at least protect, duh. Naruto thought then mentally exclaimed while twirling the Kusanagi around and held it in a reverse grip. Closing his eyes as the snakes approached, Naruto then used a quick 1000 blades jutsu, the hundreds of wind blades surrounding him slicing through the hundreds of snakes as they tried to reach and wrap around him. Soon the snakes ebbed and Naruto narrowed his eyes on a grinning Orochimaru. Alright Oro team, what are you going to do next? Naruto wondered to himself while Orochimaru pulled out another kunai and held it in his right hand. Smirking slightly before taking a breath, Orochimaru then breathed out onto the blade. Shaking his head, Naruto watched and then blinked in surprise as Orochimaru created a literal blade of wind from his kunai. What the hell? Naruto demanded while Orochimaru twirled the wind blade for a moment before pulling out another kunai and breathing in before forming another one in his left hand. A little jutsu I picked up from Danzo during my stint working with his root division of Umbu. It's quite useful if you want to form a blade in a pinch. Orochimaru noted and then grinned seeing Naruto's look. Oh, don't look so surprised Naruto-kun. My main element is wind after all. Orochimaru reminded and then frowned while flipping back as Kakashi came at him from behind with a Chidori. Easily evading the attack, Orochimaru then used a quick Daitapa on Kakashi to send him flying, Naruto growling as he did. Extending the blade of the Kusanagi while keeping it pointing towards the ground. Naruto was sent flying into the air and grabbed Kakashi by his leg before kneeing him in the stomach. Stay out of this Kakashi no Baka. This is our fight. Naruto told the silver-haired man while throwing him over to the other nin as the Kusanagi returned to its original length. Groaning as he landed, Kakashi looked up and watched as the blonde landed on one of the still-standing buildings. Did he really have to knee me in the gut like that? I was actually trying to help him for once. Kakashi mumbled to himself while Hinata quickly hurried over to the man before helping him back over to the alley they were watching from. Dude, does this Sasuke guy have enough snake techniques or what? BB suddenly asked and Nightwing shook his head, still shocked and surprised by what the two ninja could do. Nearby, Jinx looked on with no small amount of worry while Raven merely watched for the sake of not wanting to get involved in what was a very interesting fight. What could she say? She enjoyed watching her Naruto tear into the snake freak as often as he could. His name is Orochimaru, Niji stated while rubbing his head and Beast Boy looked at the older teen. Wah, but I thought his name was Sasuke? BB questioned while scratching his head, Nightwing looking to Niji with a raised brow. Yes. That body is Sasuke's, however in our world there was a man who sought to become immortal in order to learn all the world's jutsu. To reach this end Orochimaru learned the most forbidden of Kenjutsu, a jutsu that would allow him to transfer his soul and take the body of another for himself. Niji explained, while those around looked at him in shock while Jinx shivered visibly, easily remembering the man with serpent eyes shown to her and Raven by Naruto? So this is that guy Temp told us about, the one with those damn evil eyes? Jinx thought to herself while remembering those slitted yellow eyes in her mind. Meanwhile, Naruto was evading a swing from Orochimaru's wind swords. Growling, the blonde ducked under a swing from the pale and now almost sickly-looking possessed teen. The longer that this progresses further, Sasuke team starts to look more and more like Oro team. We need to end this once and for all. Naruto thought to himself while Orochimaru came at him once more, rolling to the side. Naruto held his hands to his sides. Instantly wind spiraled around his right hand and into the Kusanagi, while lightning arched up the length of his left arm while forming into a single point in his left palm. Oh, what now Naruto-kun? Going to show me another of your interesting abilities? Orochimaru questioned and got his answer as Naruto quickly swung the Kusanagi towards him. Smirking, the former Sannin jumped over the attack while watching it with the Sharingan, not really surprised he couldn't copy it. Most impressive Naruto-kun, you've taken your wind and lightning chakra affinities to a level similar to the Nidame's control of water. Had I known you held such promise as a shinobi, I would have taken you as my own personal apprentice? Orochimaru thought to himself while Naruto reared his left arm back, the single point of lightning sparking wildly in his hand before he threw it at the former Sannin. Chuckling, Orochimaru used a quick Kawarimi no Jutsu to evade the attack before it could hit him. Allowing the cut light pole that Kid WYKKYD had sliced down, Orochimaru landed and then lunged at Naruto from behind. Growling, Naruto turned and only narrowly evaded a swing of Orochimaru's wind swords. Twisting into a kick, Naruto kneed Orochimaru in the gut before head-butting him in the face, causing him to stumble back. Grinning darkly, Naruto then crouched back before quickly lunging forward and swinging his claws, grinning almost psychotically as he seemed to slice Orochimaru clean in half. Seconds later, the youth felt his eyes widen in shock as snakes suddenly reached out of Orochimaru's severed halves. The snakes shot to one another, coiling around each other before pulling Orochimaru, his back towards his front. Oh my Naruto-kun, that was ruthless, devious, and absolutely vicious of you, Orochimaru noted before his body twisted around into the correct position, Naruto shivering visibly as he saw a twisted grin across the man's face. As I've said before, I much prefer this new you over the pacifist I remember from before, Orochimaru mused aloud before twisting his wind blades in hand and lunging forward once more. Dodging around the slashes of the man's blades, Naruto then twisted around and kicked him in the face before lunging forward and slamming his fist into the man's gut. Briefly, Naruto widened his eyes as he noticed that Orochimaru's formerly spiky blue hair had actually turned black, now more closely resembling his original hairstyle. Gritting his teeth and twisting his fist in the former Sannin's gut, Naruto then dug one heel into the ground while sending him flying back. We want you to shut up, Oro team. We are sick of hearing you prattle on. Naruto growled out angrily before twisting around and kicking Orochimaru, sending him flying back where he flipped back to his feet and landed in a low crouch. Now, Naruto-kun. You should remember patience, otherwise you're going to get sloppy, Orochimaru thought to himself, while closing his eyes, his legs blurring as he launched himself forward at unimaginable speeds. Throwing his hands forward, the former Sannin grinned lightly as Naruto raised a brow. Jigai Jubaku, Snake Authority spell. The pale-skinned man exclaimed as two massive white snakes were extended from his arm warmers. The snakes soon reached Naruto and wrapped around him, making him grit his teeth as they pinned the Kusanagi to his arm. Looking up a second later, Naruto's eyes widened as Orochimaru came at him and swung both of his wind blades. Cursing under his breath, Naruto leaned back to evade a swing from the former Sannin, only for Orochimaru to turn, his legs having somehow formed into a snake's tail. Where does he get all of these snake-themed jutsu? Naruto wondered to himself while using Kusanagi to cut one of the snakes around him, its grip weakening enough for him to slice it off of his body and flip into a low stance. Naruto then looked back to the former Sannin, his eyes widening as the man was upon him almost instantly, a wide grin across his face. Opening his mouth to allow his ridiculously long tongue to roll out for a moment, Orochimaru then swung both blades at the teen. Quickly rolling back to evade the attack, Naruto quickly swung the Kusanagi at Orochimaru in retaliation. Easily evading the quickly swing, Orochimaru then lunged at Naruto swinging one of his swords. Growling to himself, Naruto flipped over the Sannin before stabbing the Kusanagi into his tail to pin him down. Grunting in pain, Orochimaru turned only for Naruto to slam his fist into the snake-like teen's face. Grunting as his head lolled back, slightly, Orochimaru then grunted as Naruto slammed his fist into his gut. Looking to Orochimaru's arms, Naruto quickly grabbed each by the wrist and grinned at the Sannin. You have no idea how long we have waited to do this, Naruto stated as he made Orochimaru stab himself with his own wind swords, forming an X with his arms. Releasing his wrists, Naruto then slammed a fist into Orochimaru's jaw while spinning into a roundhouse kick. The sheer strength of the kick was enough to force Orochimaru away, the Kusanagi cutting open the portion of his tail it had been lodged into. Skidding away, Orochimaru soon turned and started rolling back before hitting a light pole with an audible grunt of pain. Panting slightly, Orochimaru looked up towards Naruto from his spot on the ground, and started to laugh. Blinking, Naruto looked at the man as if he had lost his mind, however Orochimaru sat up and grinned towards him. Truly Naruto-kun, you have surpassed not only Jiraiya-chan, but also Sarutobi-sensei, and your father in skill. Orochimaru said while Naruto frowned. Something wasn't right with this picture. In fact, I think you deserve to see my most powerful technique. Orochimaru said with a wide grin before opening his mouth wide up, a pale hand reaching out of it as he did. Grimacing in disgust, Naruto then watched as a second Orochimaru slithered out of the first, fully healed and panting slightly with a wide grin across his lips. You! Jinx mumbled while watching the scene, Night shuddering as even the other ninja looked more than a little green. I don't care what kind of technique that was or how well it heals you, it's totally fucking disgusting. Jinx then stated and got nods of the head from those around her, the ninja included while Kakashi grimaced, sitting beside of the sleeping Iane. Hey, you said this guy was supposed to be looking to be immortal, right? Night then asked Neji and the stoic Hyuga nodded his head. Then what's the problem with him? I've seen him be cut in half, have swords stabbed through his chest, what sounded like bones breaking and he's still not down. How is he not already immortal? Nightwing demanded and Neji sighed for a moment. Being able to take punishment and being immortal are two different things. Orochimaru seeks to live forever, but even with all his techniques and abilities he is still unable to stop the aging process. Kakashi explained while rubbing the spot Naruto hit him, Blackfire frowning as she looked towards Orochimaru. He sounds like a couple guys I met in space, all of them were completely psychotic however. This fellow, while I'll admit has few morals, obviously isn't insane. He's more, I don't know, cold, like a scientist trying to learn everything I suppose. Blackfire said and Kakashi blinked for a moment before looking at her strangely. Actually, all things considered that was a pretty good description of Orochimaru. Kakashi noted before Ino noticed Orochimaru crouching down, his body shuddering. What the hell is he doing now? Ino wondered and Kakashi held a hand to Hinata, the young Hyuga helping him stand so he could see what was going on better. What he saw was Orochimaru falling to his knees before looking up with a wide nearly psychotic grin across his face. Yamata no Jutsu. 8 branches technique. The former Sannin exclaimed and then seemed to explode, Raven cursing as she teleported, Kid WYKKYD quickly pulling the others into his cape to evade whatever was happening. Cursing, Naruto grabbed the Kusanagi while flipping back, away from the Sannin only for a giant white snake head to come towards him. Holy shit! Naruto shouted aloud while quickly grabbing onto the mouth of the snake as it tried to swallow him. Holding on and gritting his teeth, the teen was then thrown up into the air with a flick of the giant snake's neck. Looking down, Naruto's eyes widened in shock to see what appeared to be a 100 feet long, gigantic snake with white scales that formed spikes down its body, 8 long branching tails and heads, all 8 of the heads being Orochimaru's yellow eyes only with a black scara. Dudes! Is that a Hydra? Beast Boy suddenly demanded with wide eyes while Nightwing gaped and Donna paled greatly. Well, it certainly looks like a Hydra, though it looks like it's missing a head, and this one is a little big even for the Hydra. Donna admitted while taking a step back as the snake hissed and twisted around its own numerous heads. Excuse me, but what is a Hydra? Hinata questioned of the girl and she blinked before turning to her. It was a very large 9-headed snake with poisonous breath that it could burn the flesh from your bones. Not only that but its heads could regenerate and one of its heads was immortal in that it couldn't be cut off. Donna said without thinking and Hinata shivered slightly while Kakashi grunted and looked towards the beast. Well, sorry to break this to you, but that is a different mythical monster from our world, or at least it looks like it. That would be. Kakashi started to say before grimacing as his wounds started to hurt him. Nearby, watching on with a frown, Raven lunged forward before jumping into the fray, and flying towards the beast. The Yamata no Orochi? Naruto demanded as one of the massive snake's heads lunged at him from below. Cursing, the youth quickly formed a Kagebunshin which grabbed one of his arms before throwing him out of the way as it was eaten by the giant snake. Flipping in the air, Naruto landed on the top of a large building before coming to a skidding halt, as all 16 of the snake's eyes seemed to lock onto him. It looks like we were right, this is going to be a very long night. Naruto thought to himself while trying to think up a plan to fight this massive beast. Tartarus HQ. Dwella resisted the urge to snicker or even laugh, though not completely as they still managed to break through. Gizmo, Cyborg, and yes, even Ravager had been arguing for the past several minutes on how to finish the compound they would need to cure Naruto and the others. While they had more or less completed it without her, they started arguing after Gizmo threw an insult towards Sai and Ravager. This started it, and they'd been yelling at one another ever since, Dwella watching them the whole time. Of course, being that she wasn't willing to let people die for her jokes. Yes, that's right people, I do actually have regard for human life unlike my dear old Pop the Joker, or was it Two-Face? Maybe the Riddler, now I'm confused. Dwella thought seemingly aloud, as if she were speaking to someone with her thoughts. Now then, Dwella is, and has been a chemist for a very long time. Her father did teach her a couple things after all, regardless of the fact she couldn't remember which father she meant most of the time. Unfortunately, she found it hilarious for them to argue while she started concocting the antidote herself. She honestly wondered why no one knew she was good with chemistry. She was the Joker's, or was it Scarecrow's, daughter after all? Hell, she even made a compound that changed her skin pigment to stark white. What? Did you readers think my skin was naturally stark white? Dwella asked seemingly no one while thinking to herself and then whistled lightly reaching for another chemical. Turning her head back to where Ravager and the others were arguing, she resisted the urge to laugh once more by snickering into one hand. I think these guys really need to get their priorities straight. How about you people out there? Dwella suddenly wondered while seemingly staring off into space, and then shrugged her shoulders as she put one chemical away. Taking up another one, Dwella blinked as Gizmo jumped at Sai and started grappling with the metal man, Ravager grimacing and rubbing her temples as they did so. Yeah, they really need to get their priorities straight. Hey! Are you people even listening to me? I'm trying to have an intelligent conversation here. Dwella inwardly demanded of no one while snickering once more and placed a hand over her mouth to keep from laughing. Shaking her head, Dwella then whistled while twirling a vial of chemical in one hand and poured some into her newest concoction. Technically speaking, creating an antidote was way too easy for her. Her dad made poisons and acids practically for a living. He also made antidotes, just in case. Hell, if she couldn't make an antidote she would seriously start to wonder about whom she really was. And nobody wants me to be even more confused about who I am. Right. Dwella thought then asked while putting the last chemical up and pouring some into another vial. Blinking, Dwella then turned back to where everyone had been arguing with one another and saw them staring at her. What? Do I have something on my face? Dwella asked with a blink as they just stared at her for a few moments. No, it's just. I didn't actually think you were a chemist. Sai admitted and Dwella rolled her eyes with a smirk across her lips. I'm the Joker's daughter, chemistry is practically in my blood, literally if you take account the fact Dad fell into a vat of chemicals once. I think, or was that someone else? Dwella said then wondered to herself while scratching her head. Honestly, with all the multiple realities out there she was having trouble keeping track of what her father's backstory was. Right. So are you done? Ravager questioned and Dwella grinned while holding up a vial. Taida. One super special antidote. She replied and Gizmo swiped it from her before looking at a sample of Naruto's mutated blood. Please let this work. Gizmo mumbled to himself while pouring a drop onto it and then looked at it under a microscope. The change wasn't instant by any stretch of the imagination, though given how long it took them to change, it stood to reason it would take time to return to normal. However, after a few moments the small amount of blood started to revert to its original form, Gizmo breathing a sigh of relief as it did. So, did it work or is she just a crazy clown after all? Ravager questioned and Dwella blinked before shouting an indignant hey in her direction. No, it worked alright, now we just need to make some more of this shit to fix those three before they completely destroy the city. Gizmo stated and Dwella blinked and then snickered once more. What's so funny? Gizmo demanded of the girl and she crossed her arms behind her neck. Simple, the city is already being destroyed from what I've heard. Nightwing sent a communication a minute ago about a giant 8-headed and tailed snake called the Yamato no Orochi or something like that. Dwella replied and Cyborg visibly grimaced before shaking his head. Why didn't you mention this before? Sai questioned flatly and Dwella couldn't help a wide grin. Because it's funnier this way. She replied and Cyborg slapped his face while Gizmo slammed his head into the table they were working at. Honestly, did she have to be so random and crazy all the time? Damn it. Dwella, that's fucking important information. Gizmo shouted at the clown girl and she shrugged her shoulders. Sighing tiredly, Cyborg looked to his right arm and activated his communicator. Rob, come in Rob. Can you give us an update on your situation down there? Sai asked and then saw what looked like Nightwing was running. Cyborg, do you have any idea how long I've been trying to get in touch with you? I even had Jinx call Gizmo but only Dwella picked up. Nightwing exclaimed and Sai grinned sheepishly for a moment before shaking his head. Yeah, we were having some difficulties. Sai started to say and Dwella looked over his shoulder with a grin. In other words, they were arguing with each other while I finished the antidote for them. Dwella said and then ducked out of the way with a laugh as Sai glared towards her angrily. Listen, I don't care about that right now. I just need to know how long it'll be till you can cure Nar, Ray, and that Sasuke creep. Knight stated, and Sai looked over to Ravager, who frowned in thought. We need 3 very durable syringes, and more of the antidote before we can cure all 3 of them. Ravager replied, and Cyborg grimaced while Gizmo twitched. Listen Rob, try and hold on just a little longer. We should be good to go soon enough, Sai said while looking stone serious, and Knight nodded his head while appearing to duck into an alley. We'll try to hold out a little longer. Nightwing, over and out. Knight replied, and Gizmo squinted for a moment while Sai turned his communicator off. Sighing tiredly, the teen then placed a hand to his face before turning around to the others. Alright, Dwella, you and Ravager fix more of this stuff. Gizmo, I hate to say it but we need to work together to come up with some way to inject this into them, Cyborg stated, and Gizmo nodded his head while handing the vial of antidote to Dwella, the clown girl grinning towards Ravager as they got to work. Jump City! Naruto cried out while jumping off of a building as one of the Yamada's heads tore through it. Growling, the blonde turned and cursed as the Yamada slammed the nose of its head into him, sending him flying into the air. Ugh, why do we always end up in these kinds of situations? Just once we would like a nice quiet day without something or someone trying to kill us. Naruto thought to himself while twisting his body out of the way as one of the Yamada's heads tried to swallow him. Turning, the blonde swung the Kusanagi, the blade extending and allowing him to lop off one of the Yamada's heads. Hissing out in pain, 2 of the Yamada's heads lashed out, heading straight for the mutated teen. Grumbling in his throat, Naruto twisted around the heads before landing on one and ran down the length of its back. Hissing, the second head lashed out, trying to bite the mutated teen. Naruto quickly lunged out of the way, however, the massive snake biting itself as he did. Hissing out in pain, another of the Yamada's heads lashed out at the tiny mutated teen. Chuckling to himself, the teen evaded that head as well, a smirk crawling over his face. That's the thing about being so fucking big, it makes it really easy to see your attacks are coming. Naruto thought to himself while evading another head and then jumped off of the neck of the head he'd been on. Swinging the Kusanagi at another head, he growled as it moved under the blade and then came at him. However, instead of trying to bite him, this one took a breath before spitting out a poison mist. Eyes widening, Naruto cursed and then swung the Kusanagi, a burst of wind parting the poison and allowing him to travel through it harmlessly. However, the Yamada's head then slammed into him, a tail moving to slam into his back after it did. Another head then came from the side and quickly caught the mutated teen in its maw. Damn it! We really hate snakes. Naruto shouted loudly before jumping up and held his arms close to his body for a moment. 1000 Blades Jutsu. The mutated teen exclaimed loudly as hundreds of blades of wind suddenly lashed out at the snake around it. The beast started to thrash loudly before suddenly throwing its head into the air and opening its mouth. Instantly Naruto twirled around and sent another burst of wind flying into the snake. The said serpent head lashed out as the wind cut into one of its eyes and one of its other heads hissed before flying at the mutated youth. Doesn't this thing ever get tired of this routine? Naruto wondered to himself and then stabbed the Kusanagi down as its blade stretched towards the head of the Yamada. The Yamada's head moved out of the way, however, and then coiled around the blade of the weapon before trying to bite into the teen. Cursing, Naruto retracted the blade quickly and then placed his hands onto the nose of the serpent's head. Growling, he then placed his toes against the bottom of its lips as it tried to open its mouth and swallow him whole. Narrowing its eyes, the Yamada then lashed out with its tongue, its long forked tongue quickly wrapping around the teen's waist. Ugh, as if your tongue wasn't already freaky enough, Naruto muttered before yelping as the tongue tried to pull him into its mouth. Gritting his teeth, the youth then blinked and grinned as an idea came to mind. Allowing the serpent to pull him into its maw, Naruto held the Kusanagi in one hand before falling down its throat. Chuckling to himself, Naruto then stabbed the weapon into its throat before placing a foot on the side of its neck and spinning the blade. The head of the Yamada fell off soon after Naruto had done so, the mutated teen quickly lunging out of the open wound to fall into the air. Looking back, he grunted seeing 2 of its tails heading his way before rolling to the side and then placing his foot against one of its tails. Quickly flipping off of it, the teen found himself in the air as another of the snake's heads came flying towards him. This one didn't bother trying to swallow him, instead it spat out poison at the teen. Chuckling in his throat, Naruto formed a burst of wind from the Kusanagi and then opened his arms to catch the wind as he fell down, slowing his descent. Dude! He's tearing that thing apart head by head. BB exclaimed with wide eyes and Nightwing nodded his head. Wow, he's a lot tougher than I thought. Blackfire noted with no small amount of surprise and Danny nodded her head in agreement. Yeah, but something's still bugging me, Danny then said and got looks from the others, thus placed her hands on her, admittedly wide, hips. How come we're not helping him? she demanded, and Knight pinched the bridge of his nose. Maybe because none of us can apparently control the wind, not to mention constantly dodge and or cut our way out of a giant snake like that. Knight offered before something came to mind. Wait a second here, Naruto can control both the wind and to some extent lightning, just like X, he thought to himself with a slim frown while BB continued to watch the battle, Jinx openly chewing on her lip as the snakes tried to kill the mutated teen. Dude, this is so awesome, it reminds me of the first God of War, when Kratos faced the Hydra. Only it's not on a boat, and he's actually cutting its heads off. BB noted, and Danny blinked while standing at the other side of the green teen. Now that you mention it, yeah, it kinda does, Danny admitted while BB stared at the white-haired ghost girl. Whoa, you've actually played God of War? BB asked with amazement, and Danny gave him a look. What's that supposed to mean? She demanded angrily, and BB quickly held up his hands placatingly. And nothing. It's just I didn't think a lot of girls would like that kind of game is all. BB said quickly while Danny continued to glare at him, eyes glowing a bright green while Jinx watched as Raven flew up the length of one of the branched heads. What's she doing? Jinx suddenly wondered, and Knight looked to where Raven was flying and then grimaced as the girl fired twin beams of heat into the eyes of one of the serpents, causing it to hiss out in pain before thrashing about wildly. It looks like she's helping her boyfriend, Knight offered flatly, and Jinx grit her teeth while narrowing her eyes as Raven flew towards the mutated teen. Raven flew around the head of a snake with a slim smirk across her lips as she soon came upon the mutated teen. Need a hand, love? She quipped while grasping one of his forearms, and Naruto grinned up at her in response. We are delighted to have your hand, Kara-chan, he replied before looking down as the snakes came towards them. And we still have 6 of this thing's heads left to deal with. This should be most interesting battle from now on. Naruto mused aloud while Raven grinned sinisterly while holding the mutated teen close to her body. Flying down towards the multi-branched serpent, Raven grinned as 2 came at them and spat another batch of poison mist towards them. Would you be a dear and get rid of this pesky poison for me, love? I think it's high time this lesser monster learned whom it was fucking with. Raven cooed, and Naruto's grin widened as he turned towards the snakes. Gladly, Kara-chan, your wish is our command. The mutated teen replied while slashing the Kusanagi, a whirlwind forming around them and blowing away the poison cloud. Smirking, Raven then held a hand towards the head that had its mouth cut up by Naruto, blood pouring from its damaged mouth. She narrowed her eyes. I believe it's high time someone put that pathetic head out of its misery, she noted, and then closed her eyes. Azarath, Metrian, Zinthos, she cried, and black energy formed over the snake's head/neck. Smirking darkly, she then clenched her fist, and the head was crushed under the force of her power. Releasing her hand, she watched as the crushed head fell over, now clearly dead, while Naruto whistled slightly before grinning towards the girl. Impressive, Kara-chan, but this isn't a contest, Naruto reminded, and then turned his head to look as 2 more of the Yamada's heads came their way. 5 more to go, he noted with his eyes narrowing, Raven moving them out of the way of one of the heads as it attempted to swallow them. Such an impudent beast, how shall we destroy it, love? Raven asked, and Naruto took a thoughtful expression before holding the Kusanagi to his side. Just spin us around, Kara-chan, we will do the rest for this, Naruto stated as the 2 heads came at them from both sides, and Raven grinned. Quickly spinning around, Raven twisted her body around until she was holding onto Naruto from around his waist. Holding out the Kusanagi, Naruto then allowed its blade to lengthen out, slicing through one of the Yamada's heads while the other quickly ducked down. 4 to go, Naruto thought to himself while Raven brought them to a stop, lightly swaying before shaking her head as another head came their way. Fly towards it, Kara-chan, Naruto told the girl, causing her to raise a brow before grinning darkly as she did just that while forming a fireball in one hand. The Yamada's head hissed as it neared them, then opened its mouth as if to fire another poison mist. However, Raven quickly threw her fireball into its open maw, the Yamada's head hissing in pain as it closed its mouth. Quickly attacking, Naruto stabbed the Kusanagi towards the Yamada, the blade flying into and then through its throat before he hefted the ridiculously long blade up and cut the head in half. These serpents wouldn't last a second in the lower levels of hell, Raven noted, and Naruto briefly wondered why she knew that, before deciding not to care as the blind head from before came flying towards them. 3 more to go, Naruto noted while Raven grinned as the head came towards them, its tongue sticking out so it could smell them. Shall we attack this oversized garden snake together, love? Raven questioned of her mutated boyfriend, and Naruto grinned. Let's, he said, and Raven flew them towards the snake, ducking under its head before Naruto swung his claws, lashing out at its throat. Raven then spun them around, grabbing one of his arms and swung over of her claws, slicing into its neck further while continuing to spin them. Naruto then swung the Kusanagi, just deep enough to cut into it without killing it, while Raven then formed black energy along her hand and swung it, causing the energy to form into blades that sliced through the serpent's neck completely. Grinning Raven quickly moved them away as the blind head fell down towards the ground in a heap, Naruto chuckling in his throat. Only 2 more left. Naruto thought to himself while the 2 final heads gazed at them while the others lay in bloody heaps around them. Hissing in outrage, one head lunged at the 2, Raven looking to Naruto with a wide grin. "What next, love? I'm really starting to enjoy this." Raven questioned, then said enticingly, a shiver of desire running up Naruto's spine for a moment. Shaking his head, Naruto held one hand to the side and concentrated on his wind chakra, soon forming a Rasengan with it. "Futon, Rasengan," Naruto said while holding the ball of wind at his side, Raven getting an idea and forming a ball of fire into one of her hands. Watching as the head came towards him, Naruto and Raven looked to one another before putting their hands and attacks together. The effect was instantaneous. The wind of Naruto's Futon Rasengan increased the heat and intensity of Raven's stream of fire as it was sent flying towards the Yamada's head. The ball of wind and fire literally shredded and then scorched its way through the head, tearing it into chunks of flesh and gore, while Naruto and Raven watched on with wide surprised eyes. "We had no idea it would do that," Naruto admitted, and Raven blinked before nuzzling the side of his head. "But I believe that it is a most pleasant surprise, wouldn't you say so, love?" Raven offered, and Naruto took a mock thoughtful expression for a moment before grinning up towards his girlfriend. "We agree," Naruto admitted before turning back to the Yamada and narrowing his eyes, grinning wider than ever. "Only 1 left," he noted to himself while the beast hissed while looking up towards him with narrowed eyes. "Whoa! They're so tearing that thing apart, dude," BB noted, and Danny nodded her head while watching the scene. "And I thought Kratos was brutal when he killed the Hydra. Those 2 tore that snake thing into pieces within seconds," Danny said in awe while Kakashi twitched and shivered, making a note that Naruto with Raven was a tag team dangerous enough to be like the Nidaime and Shodaime working together. You have to remember though, Naruto has control of wind to disable airborne poison attacks, and a sword that can stretch and cut through anything. Meanwhile, we know that Raven has supernatural powers and the ability to control fire and fly. Next, both have an unreal regeneration factor, and each one is dead set on protecting the other. The 2 are practically the perfect tag team. Naruto's wind can increase the heat of Raven's fire to make it burn hotter, and they both watch each other's back constantly. Nightwing noted while BB blinked, and Jinx nodded her head while looking towards the slaughtered heads of the Yamada. "Remind me never to piss them both off," Mammoth suddenly said, getting nods of agreement from the rest of Tartarus as they watched. "No wonder he's the leader," the boys all thought at the same time while Blackfire watched with a grin. "You look like you're enjoying this," Niji noted, and Blackfire was silent as she continued to watch the continuing fight without blinking. "K Kakashi-san, what about Sasuke-san, do you believe he is alright?" Hinata suddenly asked, and Kakashi blinked before looking to the Hyuga heiress and his eyes fell. I don't know," Kakashi admitted while turning back to the Yamada as its final head stared towards Naruto and Raven intently. Said teens were actually starting to get bored as the Yamada stared at them. "When will it make its move so we can finally end this farce of a battle?" Raven wondered with a scowl across her face, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders, not really minding how close they were to one another. However, no sooner had Raven complained than the Yamada suddenly launched its final head towards them, only to open its mouth as Orochimaru flew out of it with a kunai in hand, the Yamada behind him fading away into chakra as he came at them. "It's not over yet," Orochimaru exclaimed while opening his Sharingan eyes wide. "Damn, my chakra is fluctuating wildly, this body is deteriorating even as I speak, and from Sasuke's memories he has the Manjikyu Sharingan and it's nearly caused him to go blind. Such a useless vessel, however, I cannot allow this to end. Should they cure Sasuke-kun of whatever this mutation is, I could be resealed, or worse, fade completely," Orochimaru noted before narrowing his eyes onto Naruto and Raven. "Amaterasu," he called out while a black flame shot towards Raven and Naruto, the mutated blonde cursing even as Raven pulled them out of the way of the black flames. Orochimaru grunted as he felt blood trickle down from his eyes, his vision going blurry as he stared towards the 2. "It's almost a shame, Sasuke-kun, I would have loved to have at least harvested your eyes, but now they're useless to me. A pity. But I suppose I'll just have to move on and find a more suitable host," Orochimaru thought while using Amaterasu once more, the flames flying towards Raven and Naruto as she pulled them out of the way. Naruto then swung the Kusanagi, the blade extending and swiping towards the former Sannin. However, he easily flew over the blade while concocting a plan in his mind and suddenly smirked to himself. "But I can't allow you to go unpunished for betraying me, Sasuke-kun. For that, you will suffer a fate worse than death." Orochimaru thought to himself while sending a final Amaterasu towards Naruto and Raven, both dodging to the side as he beat his wings and flew towards them. Now I've got you. He called out and stabbed Naruto in the shoulder, Raven growling out furiously and grabbing the side of his head with her hand, then sent fire into her hand and burned Orochimaru's left eye and the side of his head. Painful, but it's just the beginning of your suffering, Sasuke-kun. I'll leave you with only a superficial wound, Naruto-kun. I must respect your strength and cunning. You are truly a worthy opponent and I look forward to meeting you again. Orochimaru thought with a mental chuckle while beating his wings once more and pushing them all down towards a building. Dude, that was so epic! BB exclaimed, seeing the three slam into the roof of a nearby building, and Nightwing frowned. Seconds after, Ravager and the others suddenly appeared and Sai grinned towards Night while holding up a syringe. We've got the antidote, he stated while Dwella and Gizmo held up 2 more syringes and Night smirked slightly. Good. Now come on, Night stated while running towards the building with the other Titans and Tartarus, Sai sighing tiredly before following after them. The Konoha shinobi stayed back for a moment, Kakashi allowing Neji to hold him up before they looked to him. Well, what should we do, Kakashi? Ino asked with her arms crossed, and Kakashi sighed tiredly. We follow them, this might be our only chance to capture Naruto. Grab Sakura and let's go, Kakashi ordered, and Ino nodded her head before turning to where she'd left Sakura, then blinked. What the hell? She's gone, the blonde shouted while looking around, and Kakashi grimaced, then weighed his options for a few moments. Damn it. We'll look for her later, let's go get Naruto and Sasuke now, Kakashi ordered, and Neji frowned before jumping after the younger teens. He had his own thoughts on this matter, and he knew what needed to be done, what was the right thing to do in this situation. Meanwhile the three had hit the roof of the building with a crash of dust, Orochimaru flying off of Raven and Naruto before skidding back before coming out of it into a roll, stopping just short of falling off of the building. Naruto landed on his arm with a grunt, Raven on top of him placing a hand to her head while Orochimaru opened his eyes, both now milky white with blindness from his and Sasuke's overuse of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Now Sasuke-kun, suffer your cursed brother's fate. I have a new world to explore, and new things to learn, Orochimaru thought with a chuckle as his mouth opened up wide, a small white snake with Orochimaru's yellow eyes slithering out of his throat and away from Sasuke before heading down a drain. Meanwhile, Naruto grunted, his eyes growing heavy even as the Kusanagi turned into a snake before sinking back into his body. Raven was slowly opening her 4 red eyes before looking at him. What's the matter, love? Did that snake hurt you badly? Raven asked while glaring towards the immobile Sasuke, and Naruto shook his head before gritting his teeth. These mutations are tearing our body apart, Naruto said before hissing out as he felt his legs start to spasm wildly, and Raven frowned while looking down at him. Why do you say we? She asked, and Naruto looked up at her and smiled as best he could, though it looked more like a grin because of his mouth. We say we, because we acknowledge each other, Naruto, and our inner demon. We are part of one another, just as you are a part of our Kara-chan, Naruto said softly while placing a clawed hand to her cheek, and she leaned into it before shaking her eyes and looking at him strangely. Why would you acknowledge the existence of another in your mind? She questioned, and the mutated teen chuckled slightly. Because, our demons are a part of us, he stated, and saw confusion across the girl's face, thus placed his clawed hand to her cheek once more. It's a part of us we do not like to admit. It is our darkness, our hatred, and our doubts and fears given life. But regardless of this, it is a part of us, it is something we can never destroy, Naruto explained, and Raven shook her head, obvious confusion across her features. Then overpower and seal it away, you need not bend to the will of a part of you. Take control and make it obey, Raven stated, and Naruto closed his eyes and shook his head. No. Because, it doesn't have to be our inner demon, instead, we can work with it. Work through our doubts and fears, move on with our life, with it as a part of us. Together, we are stronger than anything, and nothing will stop us from fulfilling our goals, Naruto explained, and saw a pained look on Raven's face. Stop trying to control everything, stop trying to hide who you are behind a facade. We do not care who you pretend to be, to us, you will always be Kara-chan, Naruto said before swaying and lying back silently, Raven opening her mouth before closing it. Why should I? I'm hate. I'm hate, rage, destruction, and evil. That's all I am. Besides, I'd never get to be with you if I let her back in control, she said quickly, and Naruto reached up and pulled her down, placing her head to the crook of his neck. No. There is more to you than just hate or destruction, I saw it while you fought with us. You are also passion. You are a passionate creature, everything you do you put your heart and soul into. And, since you obviously wish to protect us, you are still a part of Kara-chan, for if you weren't, why would you protect us? Naruto told the girl, and she reached out and laced her fingers with one of his hands, the two eyes on her forehead closing as a small smile crossed her lips. I am rage and hatred, but I am also passion, she whispered as she closed her normal eyes and snuggled into his chest. I believe I can live with that, though I think you and Lust will enjoy it even more. She noted and then smirked at the confused look on Naruto's face as she finally allowed herself to sleep, Naruto doing the same as the Titans and the others came to the roof and ran towards them. Sleep tight, Kara-chan, we will always be here for you, Naruto thought to himself as he closed his eyes and fell into slumber with the girl. Seconds later, the Titans, Tartarus, and the Konoha shinobi found this scene, Nightwing breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing they were all either asleep or unconscious. Sai, go get that Sasuke guy, I don't want him getting away, Knight ordered, and Cyborg nodded his head before running over to the teen and then quickly knelt down and injected the antidote into his system. Gizmo and Dwella then moved over to Raven and Naruto and did the same, both grimacing slightly before seeming to calm greatly. Alright Pit Sniffer, they should get back to normal by tomorrow, Gizmo stated, and Nightwing nodded his head while Jinx and the rest of Tartarus walked away from him and stood with each other. Well, it's been fun, bird boy, but we're wiped, catch you next time, Jinx offered playfully as Gizmo teleported them away, Starfire flying next to the black-haired youth. Friend Nightwing, should we go and look for the Tartarus? Starfire asked, and Nightwing shook his head before turning to the Konoha shinobi, growling when he saw no sign of Ravager anywhere. She must have made her escape as well, but so long as we have the ninja, I'm fine with that, Knight thought to himself and walked over to Neji as he held Kakashi up. You're coming with us? Knight stated, and Neji looked at Kakashi, then saw Ino and Hinata nod their heads and smirked. Yes. We understand, Neji stated, and Knight turned around to Starfire and Donna. Get Raven and Naruto, we're heading back to the tower, Knight stated, and the girls quickly picked the sleeping duo up before making their way towards Titan's tower with the shinobi in tow. The next morning in Jump City, an average man walked down the streets of Jump City, whistling a little tune to himself. Nearby, a familiar white snake slithered towards him. Obtaining the Sharingan is all but impossible now. But this world has so much more to offer me, new things to see and learn. I will need a new host, so I suppose this pathetic fool will have to do for the moment. I'll just have to find a more suitable host at a later time. Orochimaru's thoughts echoed in the serpent's mind, before making sure no one was around as it lunged at the man. The snake quickly wrapped around his body and purple chakra was expelled from it and into his form, as it and the white snake then seemed to sink into his form. Seconds later Orochimaru's chuckle echoed from the lips of the man as he pushed himself up to his feet. Ah, much better, flesh and blood. And no mutations to hinder me, Orochimaru thought to himself before stretching out his limbs and hissed. I'm just lucky I was able to save enough chakra for this, otherwise, I fear I would have ended up dying, and I can't have that. I have too much to learn, Orochimaru said to himself before opening his bright yellow snake-like eyes with a smirk slithering across his face. Looking to the sky, Orochimaru placed his hands into the pockets of his pants before walking out of the alley and into a busy street. Ah, a brand new world for me to explore, with new things to learn, new places to see, and new ways to obtain immortality for me to find. But you have no need to worry, Naruto-kun, I'll return someday in the future, when I've secured my immortality, so I can reclaim my sword, Orochimaru thought with a chuckle escaping his lips as he wandered down the street. Ignoring a few odd looks from people as they saw his eyes, Orochimaru then disappeared into a group of people, heading off on a journey to discover everything he could about this new world. Elsewhere in the city, a familiar fuchsia-haired girl walked with a light hop in her step. She hummed a nameless tune as she walked towards a train station, a voice popping up in her head as she entered. What the hell are you doing? I thought you wanted to get your oh-so-precious Naruto back. Sakura questioned of the girl, but not even the Pinket's angry voice could hamper Iain's mood. Did you not see that Raven chick? Or have you already forgotten how she laid out your ass? Either way, I'm not ready to take her on yet, Iain thought in response while entering the train and then walked over and took a seat while tapping one foot. Oh, and how is going on a trip going to change that? Sakura questioned angrily and Iain rolled her eyes mentally. Because Pinky, Naruto went away from Konoha and came back tough as hell, I'll go on a training trip too, and when I come back, I'll tear that purple-haired bitch apart. Iain responded while tapping one finger into her right thigh, Sakura suddenly listing a dozen ways that could go wrong. Not listening or even caring what the Pinkette had to say to her, Iain silently leaned back in her seat and awaited the train to move. It was heading for some place called Metropolis, but she didn't care, so long as it was away from Jump City and where she could train it was fine by her. Had she opened her eyes, she would have seen a figure walk by her, one with bright yellow snake-like eyes. The figure walked past her without thought or concern and then sat down a row down from her, lacing his fingers together with a sly smirk across his lips. Ravager's HQ. The white-haired girl frowned as she sat in her hideout, fingers laced together with a deep scowl across her lips. Now I'm back to square one, how annoying. She thought to herself while closing her eyes as she thought of what she should do next. Nothing for the moment. The Titans are aware of me, and without the ninja to draw attention from myself I'll need to be extra cautious. I suppose a little vacation is in order. Ravager mused to herself while pushing her seat back and stood up before walking off into her HQ to vanish into the shadows. Titan's Tower. Naruto slowly opened his eyes with a groan before placing a hand to his head. Oh, what hit me? He wondered before shaking his head and looking to his side, blinking as he saw Raven sleeping against him. Looking to his arms and then Raven's body, he also noted that both of them were back to normal, each of them in their original forms, though Raven's hair was long. Kara-chan? Naruto asked, and Raven frowned in her sleep before slowly opening her eyes. Looking to the blonde-haired boy, her eyes snapped open and she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. Naruto. Thank Azar you're okay, she said, and didn't even care as a few things suddenly melted nearby. Blinking for a moment, Naruto then smiled and wrapped his arms around Raven, while leaning his head into her shoulder. Ahem. Someone called and both teens turned to see Cyborg smirking towards them with his arms crossed over his chest. Oh, hey Stonehead. What's up? Naruto asked as Raven gave him a sour look for interrupting the moment. Just thought you might like to see those ninjas one last time, Sai said, and Naruto blinked before looking to Raven. Don't look at me, I've been asleep with you, Raven reminded, and then looked to Cyborg, who stepped to the side and allowed someone to walk into the room, Naruto gaping while Raven's eyes widened. The man wore a blue bodysuit with a golden belt around his waist, a pair of gold calf-length boots that came to a point, and loose gold forearm-length gloves that came to a point. He had a long high-collared gold cloak with a brooch at the front of his neck, and last was a golden helmet that seemed to make his eyes look white. Oh shit. He's with the JLU? Naruto mumbled to himself while Raven shook her head to break her of her stupor. Dr. Fate. It's an honor? Raven said with a bow of her head, and the man chuckled lightly. It's all right, young one. There is no need for formalities between comrades, and besides, I and some other members of the League are merely here to help with a little problem you've been having recently. Dr. Fate offered curtly, bearing a slight accent Naruto immediately noticed, though couldn't quite place. Now, if you two are able to get up, I think it's time we sent your guests home, Dr. Fate then said while walking out of the room, and Cyborg followed with a grin, Naruto silently turning to Raven. If they brought the Martian Manhunter and Superman with them? I am so dead, he stated with wide eyes, mostly because the Martian Manhunter could read minds and he wasn't keen on going toe-to-toe with Superman with Dr. Fate around. Upon seeing the look on her blonde boyfriend's face, Raven merely shook her head with a soft smile on her lips. Don't worry, I'll be with you, nothing is going to happen, she assured, and the blonde grinned nervously before looking at her strangely. You seem awfully cheerful. You sure you're alright, Kara-chan? He noticed, then asked of the violet-haired girl, and Raven blinked before frowning to herself. I think I need to meditate after this is over, a lot, she said mostly to herself, and Naruto pecked her on the cheek before getting up. Yeah, well, let's go see what Dr. Fate is up to before we go about making any plans, Naruto said while stretching out his sore, aching limbs, and then sighed as he felt his neck, back, and spine crack. Naruto, Raven then said softly, and the blonde turned to her with a raised brow. I want to talk to you about something. I heard your secret, it's only fair I tell you mine, Raven mumbled, and Naruto tilted his head before sitting down. You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to, Kara-chan, I'm just glad you can still stand being around me, Naruto said, then admitted with a slight grin across his face, Raven smiling towards the boy before shaking her head. No. I want to tell you, I don't want any more secrets between us, Raven quietly admitted while closing her eyes before taking a deep breath and sighing. Silently leaning against the blonde-haired youth's shoulder, Raven then closed her eyes as she started her story. It started before I was born. My mother was a part of a cult that worshipped a demon. That demon's name was Trigon. Raven started to explain while Naruto merely listened to her tale. Outside. What's taking Ray and Nar so long, dude? BB suddenly wondered, and Dr. Fate smiled beneath his helmet. I believe the two are glad to see one another in good health. We should allow them their happiness, Dr. Fate said, and then looked to Kakashi, the man bound by his magical energies, while Neji, Hinata, and Ino stood, a still unconscious Sasuke slung over Neji's shoulder. I gotta admit I'm surprised that only he actually tried to escape out of the lot of them, came the voice of the Flash himself, the red-suited superhero standing next to Kid Flash with a smirk as he looked at the shinobi. Kakashi merely frowned and gave the man a look while testing how he could do anything, Unfortunately, whatever Dr. Fate had on his hands and wrists was also holding on to him tightly while keeping him from using any jutsu. Hey, come on, with us here how could any of them possibly escape? Kid Flash asked his mentor with a wide grin, and the Flash chuckled lightly while patting the youth on the shoulder. Good point, short stuff, the Flash admitted with a grin to match Kid Flash's, while Batman and Nightwing both silently shook their heads. Nearby Wonder Woman smiled at the Flash's antics before looking down to Donna. Well, regardless of circumstances, it's still nice to see you again, Donna, Wonder Woman admitted, and Donna smiled slightly. BB, watching Sai practically drool towards the Amazon, shook his head with a frown. Dude, so not cool, Sai, BB stated, and Sai gave him a look before crossing his arms while Starfire took a step away from Nightwing and Batman. You okay, Star? Sai asked the girl with some concern, and Starfire looked to Sai before moving to stand beside him away from Batman. The man of Bat frightens me, she mumbled while looking to the strange stoic man as he stood next to Nightwing impassively. Chill, Star, I'm sure Bats isn't as bad as people say he is, Sai told the girl, and Starfire turned back to look at the man, clearly not convinced. Meanwhile, as that was happening with the Titans, Dr. Fate looked to Hinata and the other shinobi from Konoha with his arms crossed over his chest. So, you're certain you can have him punished for his actions against our people? Dr. Fate asked Hinata, being able to tell that the girl was honest to a fault and he did not trust any of the others. Why, yes. His actions were reckless and C complete uncalled for G given the situation. Lady Tsunade will not allow him to G go unpunished for what he's done, Hinata said, her stutter making her bow her head while poking her index fingers together bashfully. Dude, she's like the timid raven, BB whispered to Sai, who looked at Hinata before nodding his head in agreement. Thank you for the assurance, Lady Hinata. Superman had to go to a lot of trouble just to make sure no action was taken against you all by the government for his actions against our people. However, should your people ever come to our world again, I cannot say that we will be quite as hospitable nor as forgiving for any damage done, Dr. Fate stated ominously, and Hinata nodded her head with a slight gulp, shivering as the guy kind of creeped her out. We understand, sir, Hinata said timidly while Dr. Fate nodded his head, Niji looking to the man with a frown soon after. Are you certain you can return us to our world? Naruto used a jutsu to get us here, but we're not certain even he knew what he was doing when he did, Niji asked, then admitted Dr. Fate, and the man seemed to scoff while looking to Niji. I don't know any of your jutsus, but believe me when I say I can return you to your world, Dr. Fate stated, and then turned his head when he felt something nearby, smiling slightly upon seeing the two they were waiting on. Naruto and Raven walked out of the tower, Raven now wearing a blue cloak with two brooches holding it to her leotard, still dressed in the things her emotions had put on her. Naruto was dressed in the clothes he'd been wearing to fight them, his orange spiral mask placed on one hip while he wore the Akatsuki's rings openly. What took you guys so long? BB questioned, and Raven glared at the green teen for a moment. Looking around, Naruto inwardly grimaced upon seeing four of the JLU's heavy hitters, and then widened his eyes upon seeing Batman. Said man merely narrowed his eyes on the teen for a moment before turning to Dr. Fate. Looks like everyone's here, Batman stated, and Dr. Fate nodded his head for a moment before turning to Hinata and noticed she seemed anxious. Is there something you need, Lady Hinata? He asked, and Hinata made a small sound before nodding her head. I would just like to say goodbye to Naruto-kun, Hinata admitted, and Dr. Fate rubbed his chin for a moment before motioning Naruto over. The blonde looked to Raven for a moment before walking over to Hinata, grimacing slightly as he rubbed the shoulder Orochimaru had pierced the night before. Hey Hina, long time no see, Naruto offered, and Hinata blushed while poking her fingers together once more. I'm sorry for all the tea trouble we might ve caused you and Naruto-kun, Hinata said, and Naruto frowned while crossing his arms behind his head. Don't worry about it. Just make sure it never happens again and we're good, Naruto offered with a grin, and the Flash leaned over to Kid Flash. Is he really a ninja? I thought they were more like bats, the red-wearing man noted, and Kid Flash snickered while both got a glare from Naruto that was mirrored by the Batman. Shut up, Naruto and Batman said at the same time before looking at one another, and Naruto cleared his throat while looking back to Hinata. And Naruto-kun, I also wanted to say, I'm happy you finally found where you belong, Hinata then said, and Naruto smiled softly before taking a thoughtful expression. Thank Hina, but I've got a word of advice for you, Naruto said, and Hinata blinked while tilting her head to one side. Give Kiba a chance, he's been chasing you as long as I had been chasing Sakura, Naruto said with a grin on his face, and Hinata blushed before timidly poking her fingers together and backing up to stand with the others. Hey Ino, make sure you Shika and Choji look out for Kurenai and little Asuma, wouldn't want the boys to corrupt the next generation, Naruto said, and Ino snorted before giving a grin to her fellow blonde. Don't worry, I'll keep them in line, she offered, and Naruto looked to Neji. Neji, well, I can't think of anything witty to say to you, other than to try and keep the Uchiha on a leash from now on, Naruto stated, BB, the Flash, Kid Flash, and Sai snickering while Neji smirked. I'll try, Neji offered, and Naruto looked to a clearly amused Dr. Fate. Alright, have at it, man, Naruto offered while backing up to stand next to Raven, Dr. Fate nodding his head and turning to the ninja. Taking a deep breath and holding out his hands, Dr. Fate then closed his eyes and muttered a chant under his breath. Soon the man threw his hands forward and instantly a vortex appeared around the ninja before engulfing them, and all were taken away. Well, I'm glad that is finally over with, Nightwing admitted, and Batman turned to his young protege. As promised, Robin, we've stayed out of your way thus far, Batum said, and Nightwing gave the man a look in response. But, due to the recent upsurge of dangerous villains in Jump City lately, don't be too surprised if we choose to check in on you every now and again, Batman then said, and Knight visibly scowled towards the man while crossing his arms. My name isn't Robin anymore, it's... Nightwing started to say, and Batman cut him off. Nightwing. I know, the man stated, and Knight twitched as Batman walked over to Dr. Fate, the Flash looking around and grinning. Well kids, it's been fun seeing you all, but I think it's time we got back to our own tower. The Flash noted with a wide grin while Wonder Woman knelt down and hugged Donna. Stay safe, little sister, she whispered before walking over to stand with the Flash, Batman merely nodding towards Nightwing as he walked over to stand next to Wonder Woman. Well now, young titans, if ever any of you need any assistance, feel free to call on us in the JLU, Dr. Fate offered, Raven raising a brow at the offer as Dr. Fate then backed up to stand with the other members of the JLU. Watchtower, this is Batman, bring us up, Batman said while placing his fingers against the side of his cowl. Seconds later, the members of the JLU vanished in a brief flash of light while Naruto breathed a mental sigh of relief. Either Bats didn't recognize me, or maybe he just chose not to mention anything. And I think I'll go with the latter on this, the blonde thought to himself while BB and Kid Flash looked to one another, Sai grinning behind the two. Well dudes, the ninjas are gone, BB said with a wide grin, and Kid Flash picked up for him. The day is, of course, saved yet again, Kid Flash noted to himself with a smirk, and Cyborg decided to pick up for them. And Raven and her boy are back to normal. And y'all should know what that means, Sai stated with a wide grin on his face, and all three of the boys threw their hands up into the air. Party time, they exclaimed before suddenly looking over to their leader pleadingly, Nightwing frowning for a moment before suddenly smirking. Well, why not? He allowed, and the three guys ran into the tower, Starfire and Donna following them to make sure they didn't destroy anything in their haste. As they headed inside, Knight turned to Naruto and Raven and looked at the blonde. You coming? He asked, and Naruto looked at the tower for a moment before silently shaking his head. It's been fun hanging with you guys, but I really should get back to my place, Naruto stated, and Nightwing mutely nodded his head before giving a look to Raven as he walked into the tower. As her leader left, Raven smiled up at Naruto as he wrapped his arms around her waist and turned to look at her. So, we good for Saturday? Naruto asked with a grin and got a look from Raven. What do you think? She quipped dryly, and the blonde-haired ex-shinobi chuckled while rubbing the underside of his nose. Right then, see you later and stay safe, Kara-chan, Naruto said while giving a mock salute, and Raven silently nodded her head as the blonde-haired youth vanished in a swirl of leaves. Tartarus HQ. Naruto tiredly entered his room. Jinx had been hounding him ever since he'd returned. But, even having to answer a bunch of questions didn't put a damper on his mood. The Konoha flunkies are gone, me and Kara-chan are closer than ever, and the future is starting to look bright, Naruto thought to himself while stretching out his limbs, and then walked into his room before turning and landing back first on his bed. The blonde then blinked as he felt something and thus looked up to see a smiling Raven looking down at him, his head on her lap. Kara-chan, why are you here? Naruto asked, and the girl merely smiled at the blonde teen, then bent forward and kissed the blonde on the lips. Blinking as she backed up, Naruto quickly shook his head and raised a brow. Are you feeling alright? He asked, and Raven took a mock thoughtful expression for a moment before answering. I'm more than alright, she replied strangely while waving a hand, Naruto idly noting she had a gold ring on her middle finger. Okay, then why are you here? Not that I mind or anything, but, don't you usually sleep at this time of night? Naruto asked, and a strange smirk came to Raven's lips as she placed both hands onto his cheeks. I do normally sleep at around this time. But, I wanted to thank you, Raven said, and Naruto tilted his head slightly. For what? He asked the girl, and she twisted them around so she was straddling his waist. For not being afraid of what I am, for not caring who my father was, and for standing by me even when I was a monster, She listed and then reached to the side, Naruto blinking as he noticed another gold ring on her other hand and, "Wait a minute, why exactly is your cloak purr?" He started to ask only for Raven to cut him off as she turned off his lamp while pulling him into a deep kiss with a slight giggle. Ah, that was actually a rather refreshing change of pace. I so enjoyed seeing that snake cut to ribbons. QB noted to himself as he appeared in a familiar cave, Trigon chuckling lightly in response. Yes. And all goes according to plan, your host and my daughter grow closer and closer to one another. Soon, everything we have worked for will come to fruition, you and I will obtain our freedom, and together, we will end the mortal world. Trigon said as red energy started to sink into the ground, the skeletal hand from before clenching and unclenching slowly. Yes. But how much longer must we wait? I swear that this is starting to kill me. QB grumbled out under his breath and Trigon merely chuckled in his throat once more before answering. Do not fear QB. Our wait shall soon be over. My daughter's birthday is in but a month's time. And on that day, our day of reckoning shall be at hand. Trigon stated while turning back to the skeletal hand in the ground, a diabolical look to his burning red eyes. Chapter 43, Mischievous Mayhem PT1. Jump City. It was a bright and sunny day in the city. After a few weeks of work, with help from the Teen Titans of course, the city was fully repaired and life had returned, mostly, to normal. Recently, Raven had been spending more time with her boyfriend, too much in Nightwing's opinion, though she chose to ignore his attitude. Jinx had decided to keep quiet about Raven's heritage, for whatever reasons she had. Though it seemed that Kid WYKKYD was just as silent as she was in that respect. At the moment, Naruto is slowly waking up from a blissful slumber, eyes bleary as he stretched his arms out. Blinking as he noticed a warm body next to him, Naruto looked to his side and smiled softly. The sight that greeted him was that of Raven lying on her stomach, eyes closed and an utterly peaceful look across her face. And she's really been pushing those rings of hers? Naruto then thought to himself when he noticed the gold bands around her middle fingers. Looking towards her back, Naruto felt his eyes drawn to the tattoo on her lower back. It was rather simple, it being a simple raven flying down her lower back with its wings spread out. Recently, when he decided to ask her when, where, and why she got that, she'd answered him as such. Tara and me went into town and I decided to try a different way to express myself. Shaking his head, the blonde looked to his clock and grimaced when he saw how late it actually was. I don't care how much slack the kid gives Kara-chan, being out all night and then till noon the next morning won't go over well with him. Naruto thought to himself with a visible grimace, then reached over to Raven. Kara-chan, he said while shaking her shoulder slightly, the girl merely moving further into his pillows and slightly covering her ears. When she doesn't want to wake up, she really doesn't want to wake up. The blonde thought to himself, then rubbed his chin and smirked as he moved down and slowly lifted Raven's head before kissing her on the lips. This had the desired effect of Raven blinking her eyes open before leaning into the kiss. Soon finishing the kiss and breaking apart, Raven stretched out her body while trying to rouse her mind from slumber. I think I like being woken up that way, Raven noted absently before turning from Naruto for modesty's sake and grabbed her leotard. I'd say everyone does, Naruto noted, and Raven shrugged her shoulders while looking around for her armor and boots. She still wore the clothes her emotoclones had placed on her. She didn't really say why, save that if they liked them, then wouldn't that mean she did? Either way, even with her costume's upgrade, Raven had still decided to cut her hair back to chin length, saying it was too much of a hassle to take care of when it was long. I take it I woke up late, Raven suddenly noted while calling over her boots and pulled them on, Naruto grimacing visibly behind her. It's 20 after 12? Naruto admitted, and Raven grimaced visibly. I'm going to have hell from Nightwing about that. She grumbled while rubbing her temples, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Could be worse, Kara-chan. Naruto reminded the violet-haired girl, and Raven shrugged her shoulders. I guess, though I'd prefer it if Night were to leave me alone, Raven admitted, then stated, and her blonde boyfriend shook his head while she pulled on her cloak over her shoulders. So, do you have anything planned for the day? She asked, and he frowned in thought for a moment before waving her off. Nah. I think I'll just train Danny some today, Naruto said while waving her concern off. Getting up, he then walked over to his closet to get out his normal civvies while Raven finished getting dressed by pulling her cloak on. I'll see you tonight? She asked, and Naruto stopped to think about it for a moment before smiling towards her. Yeah. Unless the guys and I decide to do something later today, that is, Naruto stated, and Raven nodded her head, then swung her cloak and pulled herself into the shadows. Sighing once his girlfriend had left, Naruto leaned his head forward and into his closet's doorway. Soon leaving his closet with his desired outfit, Naruto placed them onto his bed before pulling on his clothes. Finishing with his shirt, the blonde then looked to a mirror and blinked as he noticed how long his spiky locks were getting, now reaching to the tops of his shoulders. Whoa, I'm starting to look like that Zero guy that Giz likes in those games of his. How long has it been since I last got my hair cut anyways? The blonde thought, then wondered to himself before shrugging his shoulders and sat up, then walked over to a comm link on his wall. Pressing a button on the device, Naruto then frowned in thought before hitting one for Gizmo's workshop. Hey, Giz, is my new suit done yet? Naruto asked and waited for a few moments until he heard Gizmo. Huh? Oh yeah, it's ready, just get down here, I've got some things to explain about the new one, Gizmo said before cutting the link, and Naruto looked at his hair for a moment before walking out of the door and down the halls. Soon coming to Gizmo's workshop, he saw the new X-suit lying on a table, though it was visibly thicker than the last few, appearing almost like rubber or something. Giz, how much armor did you use on this thing? Naruto asked seriously, and Gizmo snorted for a moment while not turning to face the blonde teen. Not half as much as I wanted, it would have been too heavy, so I had to lighten it. It's durable enough right now to stop any low-caliber projectile weapons even at close range, but higher caliber will still be a bitch, Gizmo admitted while motioning Naruto over to him, and the blonde walked over to a chair and sat down, the back of the seat in front of him as he crossed his arms over top it. So? Naruto questioned, and Gizmo held up a hand while turning around to face him, and then blinked. You're starting to look like Zero? He suddenly shouted while pointing at the former ninja, only one thought crossing his mind. Blonde hair, wields a sword, calm, cool, and collected, and extremely high analytical and combat skills. Holy shit, we've practically got Zero incarnate on our team, he thought to himself while gaping, and Naruto gave him a flat look in response before rubbing his face. What's sad is, I said more or less the same thing when I saw how long my hair is getting, Naruto admitted tiredly before exhaling and gave Giz another look. Alright Giz, I know I need a haircut, but could you please tell me what the new X-suit's functions are before I fry it and myself in combat? Naruto asked, and Gizmo blinked, still pointing at the blonde before lowering his arm, and shook his head. Yeah, sorry about that. But you know how I get with Mega Man games? Gizmo reminded the blonde, and Naruto nodded his head, well aware that the tiny terror was a rather large fan of the series, Danny being more into the Devil May Cry series for some reason or another. Man, what is with them in video games? The teen had to wonder, considering their lives were probably more interesting than playing at least half of those video games. That's great and all, Giz, but could you start with the suit? Naruto pleaded while rubbing his face, and Gizmo mutely nodded his head while looking over to the X-suit. First of all, I did a major overhaul on all sub and main combat systems. I rigged the 2 thermal blasters into the gauntlets like before, but added in a new version of the old X-blade attachment as well. I had to take out the static knuckle attachment they had and place the gauntlets lower on your wrist for this as a trade-off, Gizmo explained, and Naruto raised a brow while the tiny terror pulled off one of the gauntlets and then tossed it to him. Catching it with one hand, Naruto took a moment to notice it was no less nondescript than the original variations that Gizmo had come up with. They were simple like the last gauntlets, being black forearm protectors with 4 crisscrossing straps along the undersides. Added however was that they slightly curved over his wrists and the backs of his hands like a Kuroko gauntlet, and upon feeling something at the wrist and channeling chakra into it, Naruto held the guard out as a large red blade popped out of it from where the back of his wrist would be, its longest arm pointing towards where the front of the gauntlets were tipped, the other 3 coming out of the back and sides to form a large cross. Well? Gizmo questioned expectantly while Naruto noticed 2 more, admittedly shorter, blades coming from the sides and back of the gauntlets. So you put an extra few blades in, well, at least you took those scallops off the sides of them. I was starting to feel like a big Batman ripoff for a while, Naruto mumbled, then said to himself while putting the guard on and swung the blade, noting it was very light in weight. Yeah, those scallops weren't one of my better ideas. Anyways, these babies are made of a highly durable armor, but they are still light enough to carry as well as being razor sharp. Also you have your thermal blasters in the wrists of the gauntlets, Gizmo then explained, and Naruto frowned before twisting his wrist slightly, the said weapon unfolding as the blade slid back into place with a noise. Not bad, Giz, I'll probably add a seal onto the blade so I can channel my wind chakra through them, Naruto said while placing the gauntlet back onto the X-suit, and Gizmo rolled his eyes. Yeah, well if you just show me how to make those I'd have already done it for you, pit sniffer. The tiny terror reminded, and Naruto gave him a look in response, and then looked to the black armor added to the legs of the suit. And what's this for exactly? Naruto asked while tapping the greaves, which had a redesign as well, though they were still all black. These looked lighter than the last few he'd worn, though that was easy since they looked like they would only covered his ankles, calves, and the sides of his shins while leaving the front visible, though had numerous straps between the sides and what looked like the stabilizer/bracer system from the last pair. Those are mostly for light protection more than anything else, as you can see they only really cover the outer portion of your legs. I also removed the electrical function when I learned you can create it on your own, so I decided to go more for speed with this new design. Though I did keep the old stabilizer systems just in case. Gizmo explained, then admitted, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders while Gizmo picked up the helmet. It was like the last few, a black helm with the typical skull motif with fangs, though the skull seemed more gray this time and the eyes were on the inside of the skull, causing them to look shadowed. I take it you modified the vision settings again? Naruto said blandly while placing a fist against his cheek, and Gizmo gave him an annoyed look. Actually, the helmet got the biggest overhaul. It's got a smaller built-in rebreather at the mouth that also functions as a gas mask, scope, infrared and ultraviolet vision settings. The vocal synthesizer is built into the gas mask. The lenses still show you a HUD, only now I can send you map data in real time, and it's got a sonar function to locate anyone around you. Gizmo explained, and Naruto whistled, not for the first time wishing he knew half of what Gizmo was talking about. Next is the belt? Gizmo said while pulling that off, and Naruto saw the same old ash-gray square-shaped plates were formed together, though where his hips would be the two plates were white and shaped more like rounded-off diamonds with a removable upper section. The buckle for the belt was circular with a black field in the center, a red X placed over the field, and last a rappelling harness had been added to it as per usual. Okay, what's with those two plates? Naruto asked, and Gizmo actually grinned and pulled something out of the portions, revealing a strange device. What does it do? Naruto asked, and Gizmo grumbled under his breath before holding the device up and split it apart. It revealed something similar to a micro-energy core, causing Naruto to raise a brow. These, my friend, are two miniature power cells. Unlike your old suit, which you fried, I decided to modify this one to absorb your chakra when you're producing too much for it to handle. It will keep it on the edge of overheating, but you won't have to worry about your suit frying. These will also directly tie into your thermal blasters and should increase their output by double if not triple the normal amount. You just have to press down on them for that function to start. Gizmo explained before putting the cell back into the belt, and Naruto raised a brow. So they'll let me use Sage Mode without fusing the suit to my skin? Naruto questioned, and Gizmo nodded his head with a slight frown. Cool. That could be useful. Say, does it still have all those extra energy cores like the last one? Naruto said, then asked, and Gizmo snorted before holding up the helmet and pointed to the back portion of the helm and pulled off the said device. And the rest of the suit? Naruto then asked, and saw Gizmo grin widely while waving his arms to the suit. Like I was saying, I upped the armor on this baby while still keeping it light in weight. It still protects against most anything you might encounter. Rain, sleet, snow, fire, lightning, even sand, none of it will affect the suit negatively. Like before, it masks your body heat, but sonar will still track you, even with your stealth mode. I added in a masking feature that will decrease the sounds of your footfalls as well as any breathing, so you'll be totally silent. Gizmo explained, and Naruto slowly nodded his head before looking at the suit. It, like the last few, was a black suit. Unlike the last few variations, the X on the chest curved down under the arms and up into another X on the back. White spinal plates were along the back in a similar way as well. Ash-gray metal lined the bottom of the boots with a skull and X on the soles. White plates were on the backs of the hands, with white segmented armor forming claws over the fingers. Red X's were placed on the palms, and the hands/forearms of the suit were the usual ash-gray with black fingers. His normal black sheath and harness had been added to the shoulders and covered them while curving around to the back, a portion of armor dropping down towards the biceps. All in all, it looked very similar to his inner demon form from a couple weeks back, though it was admittedly altered enough to where it could probably just be misconstrued as a mere coincidence. Not bad, Giz. But I think it's time I gave this baby its first test run and got back to training Danny. Naruto mused aloud, and Gizmo grinned widely before nodding his head as he turned back to whatever it was he was doing. Shaking his head, Naruto picked up the pieces of the new suit and carried them back to his room. Quickly changing into the suit, Naruto left the helmet off while looking at the completed suit with a slight critical look. I feel like I'm missing something, he thought before snapping his fingers and walked over to his closet. Digging around, he brought out his black trench coat from the whole plant invasion thing and pulled it on, then sheathed two ninjutsu onto his back before looking at his reflection with a smirk. Much better, Naruto said to himself before grabbing his helmet and made his way out of his room. Walking to the op center, Naruto looked around before spotting Danny playing a game. Shaking his head, the blonde teen walked over and tapped her on the shoulder silently. Danny merely brushed his hand off while continuing to play her game. I'm busy, she mumbled aloud, and Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose while looking around the room. He saw Mammoth raiding the fridge. Jinx was sitting at the table with a thoughtful look. Billy and Seymour were on the sofa, seemingly awaiting their turn on the game station, and Naruto figured Private and Kid were off in the base somewhere. Only idly figuring Blackfire was sunbathing, and Dwella was, well, being Dwella somewhere. The blonde turned back to his current student. Frowning slightly, Naruto looked down at the ghost girl and snatched her controller from her hands. "Hey," she called out while turning to the older teen and stopped upon seeing him. Hi sensei," she offered with a slightly nervous grin, and Naruto gave her a look for a moment. "Danny, stop playing that silly game, you've got training today," Naruto stated, and Danny pouted before nodding her head as Naruto tossed the control to Seymour and Billy, thus allowing them to fight over it as he and Danny walked out of the room. Making their way down the halls of the HQ, they eventually came to the hollow room, and Naruto waited for Danny to enter before following her. "So, what are we training in today?" Danny asked while floating into the air, and Naruto rubbed his chin with a thoughtful look. "Ghosts have the ability to shapeshift, right?" Naruto asked, and Danny slowly nodded her head while looking at him. "Then today we'll see if my Kage no Jutsu is similar to ghostly shapeshifting," he finally said, and Danny frowned towards the blonde as he put down his helmet. "Computer, activate program CER4, Naruto then stated, and the layout them shifted until it took the form of the arena from the Chunin exams, though there were no people in the stands. "Why did you pick an arena?" Danny asked the blonde curiously, and Naruto crossed his arms with a slight smirk. "Because this gives us lots of room," he replied, and then cleared his throat before exhaling. "Now then, the way I transform is different to what other shinobi of my land can do, being that I physically change my shape," Naruto explained, and Danny slowly nodded her head, not really interested in what other shinobi did. "With my variation, I actually focus my chakra and spread it around my body. As I do this, I also usually picture the form I want in my mind before releasing the chakra and allowing myself to take on the new form," Naruto further explained, and Danny tilted her head before sighing. "So basically you want me to try and turn into someone?" Danny asked, and Naruto nodded his head, causing the girl to pout and sigh. "You know, when I imagined being trained by a ninja, I thought I might actually be learning about ninjutsu. You know, the art of invisibility and all that jazz," Danny noted, and Naruto raised a brow for a moment while looking at her. "The art of invisibility? Where the hell did you get the idea that being a ninja involved something like that?" Naruto asked seriously, though did himself live by such a thing it wasn't common among ninja in his world. "TMNT?" she replied, and Naruto blinked for a moment and then stared at his apprentice flatly. "TMNT?" he asked, and Danny rolled her eyes. "Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Duh, I mean, who hasn't heard of those guys?" she asked him seriously, and Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose while giving her an annoyed look. "1. I'm from an alternate form of reality, so the likelihood that I'd have heard of anything from around here is very little. 2. I don't watch TV or play video games," Naruto grumbled, reminded the girl while giving her a look, and Danny merely shrugged her shoulders. "Not my fault, sensei. Besides that, I think you might actually like it. The original comic version of the Turtles, especially seeing as they can get really violent, yeah, and considering his personality, I bet you'd really like Raph too," Danny said, then mused aloud, and Naruto raised a brow towards the girl before sighing and rubbing his temples. "Yeah, I'll have to look for those comic books real soon," Naruto said sarcastically, and Danny huffed while glaring at the older teen. "Now can we please get back to training?" Naruto asked seriously, and Danny nodded her head mutely, arms crossed over her chest. "All right, who do you want me to turn into then?" she asked the blonde-haired teen flatly, and Naruto frowned in thought before smirking. "Jinx," he offered, and Danny shook her head. "She's like my sister, I don't want to be in her shoes," Danny stated, and Naruto rolled his eyes before having another thought. "Starfire?" he asked, and Danny silently mulled that over before giving the blonde an annoyed look. "I'm not that nice or perky," she replied, and Naruto had to give her that before snapping his fingers. "Dwella then?" he finally said, and Danny raised a brow then sighed as she relented to that form. Her prankster in crime was a decent start off if nothing else. Taking a deep breath, Danny then concentrated and transformed into her normal ghost form, Naruto instantly noticing the new belt hanging on her hips loosely. "New belt?" Naruto asked, and Danny blinked before looking to her waist and chuckled lightly. The belt was white like the last one and was worn loose on her hips, tilting down with 2 pouches on the left side strapped onto her left leg, the simple white pouch on her right leg still worn to match it. "Yeah, me and Gizmo decided you were kind of right about my outfit making me looking like a Robin clone thing, so I got a different belt. Since I don't carry shuriken or kunai like you, me and him decided I wouldn't need so many pouches," Danny explained, and Naruto raised a brow before nodding his head, then motioned for her to carry on. Closing her eyes, Danny then spread her ecto energy across her body while picturing Dwella before releasing it in one burst. The effect was her form instantly shifting, no smoke, though Naruto frowned upon seeing this. Dwella had white hair and green eyes like Danny, and her clothes appeared to be a larger version of Danny's as well. I think you need a little more work, though that is a good first try. Naruto offered and inwardly muttered to himself. Better than my first henge, that's for sure. He thought grumpily while Danny looked at herself with a critical eye, then lingered on her chest for a moment. I think I may have made her a bit too pronounced, she stated, her own voice coming out instead of Dwella's, and Naruto slapped his face before breathing out a grunt. Yeah, well, just change back, Naruto ordered, and Danny blinked while looking at the blonde. How? She asked seriously, and Naruto rolled his eyes. Pull your energy back inside yourself, he ordered, and Danny nodded her head slowly before doing as instructed. Like before, the change was instantaneous, though Danny looked visibly more relaxed as herself. Alright, let's try that again, but this time, don't just focus on the body, also try to change your colors to match her form, Naruto urged, and the girl nodded her head once more before concentrating and released her energy once more. This time she was in the right clothes, though they were black and green instead of purple, a white flower. Dwella's black gloves had green bands around them, and now she had green hair and glowing green eyes. Okay, you got the clothes right? Naruto mumbled while admitting she looked more like a Joker's daughter with green hair than even Dwella did with red. Yeah, but I still didn't get it right, Danny grumbled while smiling as she realized her voice was Dwella's this time, though notably higher in pitch. Well, practice makes perfect, Danny, let's try it again, and remember, don't make your voice too high, Naruto ordered, and Danny returned to normal with a sigh before trying again. This time Dwella's clothes were green and her hair was black with bright flame red eyes. Did I get it? Danny asked before placing her hands over her mouth, her voice having come out raspy and evil. Groaning lightly, Naruto slapped a hand over his face and slowly shook his head with a frown. Shit, this could take a while? The blonde thief noted to himself, flashbacks of Konohamaru's attempts to master the Oroike no Jutsu flashing before his eyes. Titan's Tower. Raven landed in the tower's op center and looked around silently. BB and Sai were on game station with Kif Flash waiting his turn with a frown. Donna seemed to be cooking something today, and Starfire was nowhere in sight. Blinking when she didn't see their leader, Raven then turned and grimaced upon finding Nightwing waiting for her with his arms crossed. Good morning, she offered while raising one hand, and Night frowned while looking to a nearby clock. More like, good afternoon, da, he stated, and then pinched the bridge of his nose. I don't suppose an I'm sorry is going to mean much, Raven noted, and got a look from Nightwing in response. Didn't think so, she admitted mostly to herself while Nightwing crossed his arms and exhaled a breath. Listen, Ray, I know that you like Naruto, I also know he's willing to die to keep you safe. But you can't just stay out all night without telling someone, Night stated, and Raven rolled her eyes with a frown. I'm fine, Nightwing. Nothing bad happened, so can we just skip the lecture? Raven pleaded while rubbing one of her temples, and Night gave her a stern look. No. Now listen, you want the freedom to see Naruto when you want to, I can understand and accept that. What I can't accept is you staying out at all hours without telling me, Night stated while pointing at the blue-cloaked sorceress, Raven crossing her arms as he did. Who died and made you my father? Raven asked flatly, though would admit inwardly she'd enjoy it immensely if Trigon were dead and buried. I'm not trying to be your father, Raven, I just get concerned when you're out at all hours and I have no idea where you are, Night stated, and blinked for a moment when something registered. Me and Batman had a talk like this once, man, that's a creepy thought, Night thought while suppressing a shudder as he realized he was actually starting to take after his mentor. I respect your concern, Nightwing, but as you should also know, I'm fully capable of taking care of myself, Raven told the older boy flatly, and Nightwing pinched the bridge of his nose while considering his options. Scare tactics won't work with her, I can't argue with her like I can Cyborg or the others, she's a valued member of the team, so threatening her would go off badly, guess it's time to compromise. Night inwardly mused before breathing out a sigh and giving Raven a look. Raven, I give you a lot of slack around here, but I like to know my team, know that my friends are all safe at night. If you're going to be out like this again, please at least have the decency to call and tell us. Night finally grumbled out while looking at her, and Raven blinked before slowly nodding her head as he walked over to a computer and started to look over something. Dude, what were you and NAR doing all night, Ray? BB suddenly asked while tilting his head back, and Raven fought the urge to send him into another dimension as a blush creeped over her face. I've never been so glad for my hood, she thought to herself before taking a calming breath and glaring at the green teen. Is that really any of your business? I never bother you about your girlfriend after all, Raven asked, then reminded, and BB chuckled nervously before quickly looking back to his game and groaned as Sai beat him. Don't take it like that, Ray, BB was just worried about ya, you know how he gets. Cyborg offered the girl without turning away from his video game, Raven shaking her head as she turned only to find Starfire was staring at her. Ah! Starfire, why are you looking at me like that? She asked only to yelp as Starfire grabbed her, and then quickly pulled her out into the hall. Okay, what was that for? Raven asked flatly, eyebrow twitching as Starfire looked around before pulling Raven down the hall by her wrist. Aliens. Raven thought to herself flatly while they entered her room, and Starfire looked out the door to make certain that no one was nearby. Nodding her head, Starfire then turned and gave a pleading look to Raven. Oh friend Raven. I have been very worried about my sister and wish to know if she was well with her comrades. Starfire admitted, and Raven sighed before floating in the air and tilted her head to one side. She's doing as well as can be expected, Starfire. I think she was sunbathing this morning. Raven offered, and Starfire slowly nodded her head before breathing a sigh of relief. Now do you mind telling me the real reason you practically dragged me to my room? Raven asked, and Starfire visibly blushed while looking around and started to fidget nervously. Well, I believe, oh. Starfire said while wringing her hands through her hair, and Raven blew into her hair tiredly. Just get on with it already. Raven grumbled, and Starfire quickly took hold of the younger girl's hands with a pleading expression across her face. Friend Raven, would you possibly show me how to do the earthly courting? Starfire said quickly, and Raven blinked while looking at her silently for a moment. Hot? She asked plainly, clearly confused, and Starfire bowed her head. I am, how you say, unable to grasp the concepts of earthly courtships. It is all very confusing to me. Many of the things we do on my planet would be inappropriate, and I do not wish to frighten off. Starfire started to explain and then covered her mouth while Raven sighed and rubbed her temples. So basically, you want to learn about earthly courtships in some attempt to attract Nightwing? Raven guessed with a bored look, and Starfire quietly nodded her head with a slight blush on her face. Alright, but, you have to promise me you won't bug me to go with you to the mall for a month. Raven stated, and Starfire looked about ready to protest before seeing the glare that the empathy was giving her. Alright, I will agree to your terms, friend Raven. Starfire finally allowed while Raven sighed and leaned back tiredly. Alright, first of all. Raven started while Starfire listened to her intently. Tartarus HQ. Naruto, after a couple hours, found that Danny was having only a slight more luck with her transformations. After what seemed like dozens of different combinations for her to try to get Dwella's form right, they had ended up with the closet one. The only thing off about her this time was that her eyes were still green, and no matter how hard she tried, they only came out green, or the occasional red. Sorry sensei. Danny mumbled in Dwella's voice, and Naruto sighed while rubbing his face for a moment. Nah, it's okay Danny. It probably just has to do with the fact your powers are ghostly that they can't fix the eyes. Naruto offered, and Danny sighed before calling her energy back into herself to return to normal and breathed out a tired sigh. Do you think it'll be that hard for me to become anyone else? Danny suddenly wondered, and Naruto frowned in thought for a moment. Not if you get used to it. Try to do Blackfire this time. Naruto stated, and Danny frowned before changing, like before, only her eyes were off, both glowing a bright neon green like Danny's did. Well, looks like I'm staring to get this power down pat. Danny noted to herself while twirling in the air, making for a very convincing recreation of Blackfire, all things considered, though would easily pass as Starfire if she'd change into her. Now what? Danny asked while returning to her original form, and Naruto frowned in thought for a few moments. How are you doing on perfecting those energy claws I was teaching you? Naruto asked, and Danny held up a hand, green energy forming over her nails before lengthening to claws. Good, looks like you've more or less figured that one out too, so what should we start on next? Naruto wondered mostly to himself while rubbing his chin with a thoughtful expression across his features. Say, what are you two doing? Dwella asked while popping into the room, and Naruto grimaced while looking to the clown girl. Nothing that concerns you, Dwella? He said with a flat look and tone, only for Dwella to flip over him to stand next to Danny. Oh, then can I borrow Danny for a while? I got this killer idea for a prank and... Dwella started to say, and Naruto frowned while Danny grinned. Cool. What do you have in mind this time? Danny asked, and Naruto rubbed his temples while shaking his head. What's sad is they remind me of me. The blonde inwardly admitted while Dwella held out a box of itching powder and what looked like a simple tablet. First, we're going to dump itching powder in the JCPD's uniforms, then I'm going to use some of my own quick-acting foam pellets in a fountain in town. Dwella responded as Danny looked at the older girl strangely at the foam prank, and Naruto shook his head slowly. You're still sore you missed April Fool's Day, aren't you? Naruto stated flatly, though smirking, and saw Dwella start to growl. It isn't fair. Those stupid doctors kept me in Arkham on my favorite day of the year. Well, besides Christmas, oh, and Halloween. Dwella grumbled, then said to herself before narrowing her eyes. And the stupid author had to go and forget to post this chapter on April Fools as well. Damn you, author. Dwella then thought while mentally glaring at the author for a moment before blinking in confusion. What was I talking about again? Dwella asked, and Danny snickered while Naruto shook his head. You were talking about 2 pranks you wanted to pull? Danny finally supplied, and Dwella blinked before grinning widely and placing an arm over her shoulders. Oh yeah, that. Anyways, like I was saying, and after we toss in the foam bomb we can deface public property or something else. Dwella said, and Naruto blinked before an idea came to mind in the form of defacing public property. Like, oh I don't know, a monument of Jump City, like Titan's Tower. He thought to himself while Dwella started to go on a long explanation to Danny about what else they could do. Seeing this, Naruto cleared his throat to get their attention, both girls turning to him and blinking. Ladies, I believe that you're both thinking too small on this particular matter, Naruto told the girls before a wide grin spread over his face. In fact, why shouldn't we make this a day that Jump City and the Titans will remember for years to come? Naruto offered, and Dwella grinned while Danny gave him a strange look. How? Danny asked, and Naruto grabbed his helmet and pulled it on, a grin forming under it as he gave the 2 girls a look. Why, with RedX and Tartarus pranking not only the Titans but the rest of the city as well, of course. Naruto replied, and Dwella started to rub her hands together with an evil look across her face. Yes. After so many years of Beast Boy and his lame jokes, I'm sure this town must be dying for something to really laugh about. Dwella said mostly to herself while Naruto placed a hand to the side of his helmet. Hey Giz, get everyone together, we're going to be giving Jump City and the Titans a little trouble today. Naruto said into his communicator as Dwella grinned widely, and Danny looked at them both. Well, it beats more training, I guess. Danny thought to herself as Naruto deactivated the hollow room and walked out with Dwella. Hey, wait for me guys. Danny quickly called while flying after the 2 and out of the room. Titan's Tower. Nightwing frowned as he looked over more data on RedX. What little video footage he had on X was recorded by Cyborg during the limited times he'd seen him in action. Frowning, Night wished he had some on Naruto, not for the first time. Pulling up the inner demon Naruto had changed into had been somewhat more helpful, but the fighting style between Naruto and his inner demon had been radically different. Naruto seemed more calm, reserved, and less brutal in battle than his inner demon. While the said inner demon tended to attack viciously and attack only with the intent to kill, one is part of the other. But they have such radically different styles. Then we have X, Night thought to himself while looking over X's style and saw the almost subtle difference between him, Naruto, and the Beast. Unlike Naruto, X didn't take fighting seriously, instead he attacked with only intent to mock an opponent. As a result, it seemed that X focused on pissing off his enemies, by demeaning and insulting them in combat before taking them down utterly in order to add insult to injury. Naruto and his inner demons had different styles of combat at their base. But, they each had something in common with one another. Naruto used his jutsu in combat, and so did he when he was his demon. Naruto has wind abilities, as does RedX, while the inner demon primarily used lightning, which X only used when he was mad. Night noted while watching the Beast's use of lightning and compared it to X's use of lightning, thus frowned. It's almost like the Beast had a more refined control of lightning than X did. Which doesn't make much sense if they were the same person. Though, X only used lightning when he was angry, maybe that has something to do with it. It might be a subconscious change that even he doesn't notice. Night thought to himself before rubbing his temples and leaning back in his seat. Well, that would explain it, but Naruto never used lightning when he was mad, only wind and the one blast of lightning when he and the Beast merged. Night then reminded himself while looking to the screens and narrowed his eyes. Maybe I need to stop looking for links in their personality and fighting styles, it's getting me nowhere. Night thought and brought up pictures of X, Naruto, and finally the ultimate form of the Beast. Leaning forward and rubbing his chin, Night narrowed his eyes as he studied the basic forms of each of them. Naruto, X, and even the Beast seemed to have the same basic physical structure, athletic and built for speed rather than power, while also being deceivingly thin, though all 3 were much stronger than they appeared. However, Sasuke, Neji, and even Kakashi had a similar build, though Kakashi's was also more pronounced, thus it was probably very common among the shinobi of Naruto's world. Man, you okay? Cyborg suddenly asked, and Nightwing blinked before turning around to see the titanium teen behind him. Sighing, Night then rubbed his face and gave Cyborg a clearly tired look. Not really. I had a hunch about X and I'm having trouble figuring out if I'm right or not. Nightwing admitted while looking back to his screen, and Cyborg looked at what the leader of the Titans had come up with and frowned. Man, chill. Whoever X is, we'll find him eventually. You need to stop obsessing and learn to live a little. Cy told the other teen, and Nightwing gave him a look while crossing his arms. Cyborg, X is a threat, a big threat. We can't take a chance he'll decide to stop playing with us and finish us all off. And with his abilities, I can guarantee he'd not only be able to, but also do it without much trouble," Knight stated flatly, and Cyborg frowned towards his friend while crossing his arms. Finish us off rather than continue to insult and defeat us single-handedly for the fun of it? Hate to say it, Knight, but that isn't his style and you know it. And even if he was Naruto, that would give him one very good reason not to attack and kill us," Cyborg reminded with a flat tone, and Knight blinked before silently conceding that the metal teen had a very valid point. Leaning back in his seat, Knight then palmed his eyes while Kid Flash and Donna gave one another a look before sighing. Watching the two walk over to the boy, Cy then bit back a laugh as Donna picked the black-haired teen up. "Hey! Donna, put me down," Knight shouted while Kid Flash shook his head with a smirk. "Seriously, Rich, do we really have to go through this obsessive nature of yours again?" Kid Flash asked, and got a glare from the masked teen as Donna smirked. "You need to relax, so we're going to do what your team obviously doesn't," Donna stated, and Cy and BB looked to one another with raised brows. "What's that, dudes?" BB asked, and both Kid Flash and Donna grinned. "Not give him a choice," they chorused together while carrying out a struggling Nightwing. "Come on, let's head out for pizza and get Sir Works too much away from work," Kid Flash offered with a grin, and Cy outright laughed before following the three out of the room with BB behind him. On their way down the halls of the tower, Cyborg stopped at Raven's room and knocked on the door. "What?" Raven asked while opening the door halfway, sighing as Starfire peered out from above the younger girl. "Oh, hello friend Cyborg, what is it you wish to know?" Starfire asked, and Cy blinked for a moment before shaking his head. We're all heading out for pizza, you girls wanna come?" Cy asked, and Starfire bit her lip while Raven rolled her eyes. "We'll catch up with you later. I'm explaining something to Starfire right now," Raven replied while Starfire chuckled nervously, and Cy was silent for a moment before rolling his one human eye. "I don't know, and plainly I don't want to know what you're explaining to her. I'll just make sure to save y'all some pizza," Cy then said while walking down the hall to catch up with the others while Raven sighed and closed her door. "Alright, now where were we?" Raven wondered while Starfire hovered over her, literally, and looked down with a smile. "You were explaining the reasoning behind the earthy customs behind human courtship?" Starfire replied, and Raven rolled her eyes while moving out from under Starfire and began to hover in the air. "Right, but what were we discussing specifically?" Raven asked, and Starfire frowned in thought for a few moments. "I wish to know what the meaning behind the giving of unhealthy sugar candies," Starfire replied, and Raven considered how she was going to explain this to Starfire. Truthfully, Raven had very little experience with earthly courtship, as the alien girl put it. And technically, she wasn't from Earth. She was born on Azarath, a world held in a pocket dimension, though her mother was born on and thus from Earth, and neither was Naruto from Earth, rather he was from an alternate dimension entirely. However, both her and Naruto's race's cultures were similar enough to Earth's that they somehow fit in better than Starfire did. "To tell the truth, Starfire, I just think it's something nice you do for the person you love," Raven replied with a shrug, making a note to find someone with more experience to help Starfire. "Maybe Supergirl, she seems like the type to understand this. Plus she isn't an alien like Starfire. That would make Kara a better teacher for this kind of thing than me." Raven mused to herself, then made a mental note to somehow get in contact with Supergirl to help Starfire in the future. "Then what is the holding of hands significant for?" Starfire asked, and Raven was silent for a moment or two while contemplating how to explain that. "Starfire, you don't really need to understand everything about earthly customs, especially in concerns with dating," Raven told the alien flatly while rubbing her temples, and Starfire frowned. "But as I said, I do not wish to do anything that may be offensive. My people are warriors, friend Raven. We are not especially patient. When we want something or wish to court someone, we do not do all of the rituals that earthlings seem to do. We are expressive and feel that such annoying rituals are mere nuisances more than anything," Starfire replied, and Raven raised a brow before sighing and rubbing her temples. "So let me get this straight, you honestly can't comprehend what earthly customs are for because you can't relate to them, right?" Raven asked, and Starfire nodded her head, thus making Raven frown for a moment. "Speaking of which, I'm not really all that knowledgeable on your customs either, Starfire. Could you explain them for a moment?" Raven asked, and Starfire blinking before nodding her head and taking a thoughtful look. "Well, as I have said, my people are driven by emotion more than reason, mostly passion, thus we are a warrior race. However, I must admit that we do not wage war on one another, however invaders such as the Gordanian horde we will wage war against. We believe that friendship is sacred, as friends are people you can trust with your life and they can trust you to protect their own. It is not rare on my world that friends are more intimate than humans have shown me to be. And no, I do not mean we mate with our friends, I mean hugs and other signs of affection are very common, as you've probably already noticed." Starfire explained, and Raven couldn't help but nod her head before wondering what that meant about Blackfire, growling in her throat at a few thoughts before shaking her head. What about those secret you told me about? Raven asked, and Starfire visibly winced while turning to look at the ceiling. I am saddened to say that secret are often treated as if they were invalids. They are often very withdrawn due to the nature of their illness. My sister is not fond of hugging or being in physical contact with others because we normal Tamaranians can hurt her, and others like her very easily on accident, as you should also know. Knowing now what my sister is, I realize why she wasn't first in line for the throne of Tamran. Starfire explained to the violet-haired girl with a sad tone, and Raven blinked for a moment. Wait a minute. You're second in line, so who's first? Raven asked, and Starfire smiled brightly. My little brother, of course. In your language I believe his name would be Darkfire. Starfire supplied, and Raven blinked before shaking her head and made a note to find out how many more siblings Starfire had. Okay, and he was chosen because he was male, right? Raven asked, and Starfire scoffed while crossing her arms behind her head. No, unlike the human monarchies I have seen on the TV, our culture has no bias against females. The reason he was first in line is because Darkfire is a very bright boy. He is also a skilled warrior, and as such was chosen because he was better suited for it at the time. However, when the Gordanians attacked, he went into battle, and I have not seen him since, and I must admit I was not always as compassionate as I've become since living on Earth. While he was, Starfire admitted softly with a faraway look, and Raven frowned for a moment. I take it you and your brother aren't on such good terms? Raven mused, and Starfire looked at Raven before shaking her head. Oh, it is nothing like that. It is just that I was, how you say, very harsh on him during his early years of training. When it was decided he would be first in line for the throne, I took it upon myself to ensure he could handle his station with aid from our Knorf Ka, Gal 4. Starfire admitted quietly with a weak grin, and Raven sighed before placed a fist to her cheek. Alright, now can we get back to your culture? I think Cyborg expects us to be at Domino Pizza sometime today. Raven reminded, and Starfire chuckled nervously before taking a thoughtful expression. Yes, you are very right, and I apologize for my rambling friend Raven. We Tamaranians are, as some other races say, very sensual, but we are not truly attempting to be so. We are just not used to reining in our impulses like a human does. Our passionate nature also transfers to most aspects of life, and as I have said before, it is not uncommon to have a polygamous relationship. Also, unlike most humans, we are not commonly so reserved. Starfire admitted with a thoughtful look, and Raven raised a brow while looking at Starfire. Reserved? Raven asked plainly, and Starfire floated on her side with a slight nod of her head. Yes, humans would think that my attire was too revealing, correct? Starfire asked while floating around Raven lazily, and Raven frowned. Only 'cause you're flying around in a miniskirt? Raven replied, and Starfire nodded her head silently. Yes, I know this. But on my planet, less attire than even what I currently wear would be considered perfectly acceptable at my age. My sister wears full body armor only because she needs it in order to use her powers. Believe me when I say that she is not ashamed of her body besides her genetic deformation, and you may even remember she was perfectly comfortable wearing my clothing before. If I remember right, my brother used to wear something you humans would consider as little more than underwear before he started to dress in warrior garb and armor to fight in the war against the Gordanians. Starfire explained casually, and Raven looked at the alien girl with wide eyes. Okay. I didn't know that. Raven admitted before giving the older girl a look. You're not planning on wearing less clothing anytime soon, are you? Raven asked flatly, and Starfire tilted her head and blinked for a moment. Maybe. I am not certain. I am comfortable with my current attire, though I will admit it can be somewhat restraining at times. Starfire said mostly to herself, and Raven rubbed her temples with a grimace. Way too much information. Raven thought to herself before shaking her head and sighing. Starfire, I honestly have no idea what to tell you to do. I'm from another dimension, and so is Naruto. The only person in the tower who is human, has a relationship, and is from Earth is Beast Boy. Raven told the girl, and Starfire frowned in thought for a moment before scrunching her nose. Friend Raven, I realize I may appear naive and foolish, but that is only because many earthly customs are very confusing to me. However, I am well aware that friend Beast Boy's courtship skills are limited solely to his current girlfriend Antera, one of which did not work out well, and the other he needed the assistance of friend Nightwing at first. Starfire stated flatly, and Raven blinked, having actually forgotten Starfire wasn't quite as foolish as she acted. And I'm better how? My only relationships were with a 1,000-year-old dragon that used me to escape a book, and a ninja from an alternate reality. Raven reminded flatly, and Starfire nodded her head. This is true, friend Raven. However, you have the point of view of an earthly female, not an earthly male, and thus I believe that you are better suited to aiding me. And before you suggest I go to friend Donna for aid, I feel that I must remind you that she is an Amazon, not a normal Earth girl, thus would probably not be the best person to seek advice from in my endeavors. Starfire explained, and Raven made another mental note to remind herself that Starfire was also very intelligent. True, Raven admitted begrudgingly, seeing Starfire had a very valid point on both subjects. But technically speaking, Starfire, I'm not an Earthling myself. Raven felt the need to remind, and Starfire sighed before blowing into her bangs. Yes, I know this, friend Raven, but you are also the closest female with even a vague knowledge of earthly customs within the Titans. Starfire felt the need to remind, and Raven groaned in her throat while rubbing her temples. Why not ask someone outside of the Titans, like Blackfire, for help? Or even Jinx, Danny, or Dwella? Wait, scratch Dwella, she's crazy? Raven started to ask, then said mostly to herself, and Starfire blinked before considering what Raven said. It would be easier for me to speak with the Jinx, she is human, and has most likely conducted courtship before. Yes, I can accept that. However, this would have to remain a secret from friend Nightwing. Yes. Starfire mused, then asked, and Raven silently nodded her head. Good. However, you fail to remember that we must be catching the Jinx and her comrades, they are still our enemies. Starfire reminded, and Raven took a calculative expression. Technically they're mercenaries. If we hire Jinx for something, she's not doing anything illegal, right? Raven said, and Starfire blinked before grinning widely. Oh. Yes, I do believe you are most correct, friend Raven. When may we do the hiring of the Jinx? Starfire asked in her usual perky tone, and Raven actually smiled slightly as it returned. I think I prefer perky, innocent Starfire compared to the more intelligent and serious Starfire. Raven mused to herself silently. First, we should probably catch up with Nightwing and the others before Cyborg, Kid Flash, and Beast Boy eat all the pizza. Raven noted, and Starfire nodded her head in agreement. This is true, though I must wonder how the Kid Flash can remain so thin given the amount of food he ingests. Starfire said aloud, and Raven gave her a look and poked her stomach. You have 8 stomachs, yet you're still thin? Raven reminded flatly, and Starfire frowned towards her before shrugging. This is true, however, 7 of those stomachs are small, and they simply store nutrients for long trips through space. I actually only need to eat once every couple of weeks to survive, though I eat more often in order to appear more normal to your earthly customs. Starfire explained calmly, and Raven blinked before shaking her head. Aliens, she mumbled while using her soul self to transport them to Piano Pizza. Tartarus HQ. Naruto stood within Ops with a map replacing the TV screen. Why do I get the feeling Giz got the idea from Titan's Tower? Naruto wondered to himself while crossing his arms, the rest of Tartarus sitting before him. Alright, now then, today we're going to do something fun for once, Naruto stated, and Mammoth blinked before raising a brow. Fun how? He asked, and Naruto chuckled deviously. We're going to prank all of Jump City, and that includes the Titans? Naruto replied, and not only Mammoth but also several other members of Tartarus started to grin. Huh. We've never tried pranking the whole city. This'll be so sweet. Gizmo shouted while Billy looked to one of his clones. Sounds like fun, huh Billy? He asked, and the clone rubbed his hands together. Tarnation Billy, it sounds like more than fun, sounds like we're going to have a blast. The clone noted while another clone moved over from behind them with an equally wide grin. Woo-wee. We're going to humiliate us some Titans, boys. He called, and the 3 Billies high-fived one another while Blackfire leaned over to Danny and Dwella. What's a prank? She asked, and Danny looked at the older girl in shock while Dwella grinned as she looked to Blackfire. It's where you pull a joke on someone to humiliate them for amusement, Dwella offered, and Blackfire raised a brow before smirking slightly. Enough. Now what's the mission, temp? Gizmo asked, and Naruto nodded his head while pointing to the police station of Jump City. First of all, we incapacitate the police. Dwella, you and Danny get to handle this with itching powder in their uniforms and helmets. Then you can swing by the fountain to use that foam pellet Dwella came up with, Naruto ordered, and Dwella and Danny nodded their heads. Gizmo, you Mammoth and Kid head over to the power plant in the tech sector and give us a blackout to lure out the Titans. Seymour, you can head around town and drop some firecrackers, follow him private and help if any Titans head his way. Jinx, while they're all doing that, you head downtown and do what you do best by causing a little mayhem, Naruto said, and then saw Billy and Blackfire looking to one another before looking to him. And us? They asked, and Naruto chuckled lightly. While they're all keeping the Titans distracted, I want you and Billy to hotwire a van. Then, kidnap Nightwing, Naruto replied, and Billy blinked. How is that a prank? Billy asked, and Naruto pointed to a point on the map. Does anyone know what this building here is? Naruto asked, and Jinx narrowed her eyes before snorting as a laugh nearly escaped her lips. Oh god, it's his fan club, she said with a snicker, and Gizmo outright laughed. We're going to dump him with his fan club? That's just priceless. Gizmo laughed out while Billy and his clones laughed with one another. What do we do before we get him to his fan club? Blackfire asked, and Naruto frowned in thought while Gizmo grinned and produced a camera. I know, why don't you kiss him and get the look on his face on camera? Then we can post it on the internet? Gizmo offered, and Blackfire took the camera before smirking slightly to herself. And hopefully if I do, little Starfire will finally ask that boy out and get it over with already. And the look on her face would be priceless as well. Blackfire couldn't help but think to herself while Dwella grinned evilly. Hey, let's pants Nightwing and take his belt while we're at it. It'll be the ultimate humiliation. Dwella suddenly offered, and Billy whooped in joy while one of his clones rubbed its hands together evilly. Not only that, but it gets the kid back for stealing my belt that one time, Naruto noted with a smirk, and the others nodded in agreement with the teen. What are you going to be doing then, sensei? Danny asked, and Naruto frowned before creating two Kagebunshin, one that looked like him without his suit, the other him with his suit. First, since I haven't been keeping as low a profile as I probably should have recently, I'm going to make sure the kid and the other titans don't suspect me to be RedX by having one clone go around lobbing orange paint balloons at people. It will get the other clone with some of them when they're nearby to get them off my tail, Naruto explained while Jinx came down from her laughing. Okay, but what about you? Danny asked, and Naruto crossed his arms behind his neck with a grin under his mask. That's a surprise, he replied, and Danny pouted before yelping as Dwella grabbed her up with a grin. Oh, who the hell cares? Let's get a move on already, she shouted, and got nods of agreement from the others while Naruto motioned for his clones to move out, both saluting as they left, the ex-clone snickering to himself. Alright then team, Tartarus, move out, Naruto ordered, and the group all ran out of the room, Jinx staying behind as they left. Looking to the Pinkette, Naruto raised a brow under his mask as she fixed a look onto him. Why are we suddenly acting like a bunch of kids? She asked plainly, and Naruto blinked before shaking his head. Because we are kids. Regardless of the things we've been through, we're still pretty young, Jinx. So, why don't we just enjoy ourselves for once? Besides that, the idea of humiliating the kid is very appealing to me, Naruto explained with a chuckle as he walked away, Jinx blinking for a moment before following after the youth with a small smile, then grinned as a few ideas to humiliate Raven started to come to mind. Chapter 44, Mischievous Mayhem PT2. Jump City. Danny was hanging on for dear life as Dwella drove down the streets of early morning Jump City with a laugh and going at speeds that should have killed most likely them. Dwella was driving what appeared to be a simple yellow moped with a S.S Vespa and a P sticker on the front of it. Not really surprising, Dwella chose to forego a helmet and wore a pair of goggles over her eyes instead, a beige scarf wrapped around her neck, and a completely insane grin across her lips. Since when do you even own a moped? Danny finally demanded, wearing a helmet even though she was technically 3/4 ghost and nigh impervious to physical harm. Plainly put, given Dwella's personality, it was preordained that she'd also be a crazy driver and would more than likely find a way to harm Danny without ever really meaning to. I've had this old thing for a while, Dwella replied with a grin while turning, moving her whole body to the side as she did. Screaming loudly, Danny wrapped her arms around the older girl's waist and buried her face into her back. Regardless of the fact she could fly, Danny was more concerned about Dwella forgetting their mission. Thus the girl resigned herself to riding with the psychotic clown girl? Then why haven't I ever seen it before? Danny demanded flatly, and Dwella was silent for a few moments before frowning, releasing the handlebars of the moped for a moment and then rubbing her chin with a thoughtful look. Cursing as Dwella released her control of the moped, Danny lunged forward, turning partly intangible, just enough that she could move partly through Dwella, and took hold of the handlebars of the moped. I think it's because I never needed it before now, Dwella replied casually, and then looked down as she saw Danny, who had passed through her waist to get at the handlebars of the moped. Whoa, neat, Dwella said before turning her upper body, Danny twitching as she did. Does that hurt or what? Dwella then asked of the ghost girl, and Danny mentally groaned. No, she muttered, and Dwella then grinned while wrapping her arms behind her head and leaned back in her seat. Aren't you going to be taking control of this thing? Danny then demanded, and Dwella cupped her chin with the other arm still crossed behind her neck. Nah, you're doing just fine, carry on, Dwella replied dismissively, and Danny had to bite her lip to keep from screaming at the clown girl. Dwella, do you even know how to act normal? Danny suddenly questioned of the clown girl, and Dwella snorted slightly before her lips curled into a mocking grin. Me and Normal don't even share the same universe, Dwella replied, sounding slightly more sane than normal, before humming the tune to Fooly Cooly to herself as Danny started to bash her head into the handlebars of the moped. Can we please focus on putting itching powder in the police's uniforms? Danny pleaded, and Dwella blinked for a moment before grinning as she nodded her head, her almost pathological need to do random things sated for the moment. Sure, I'm done being random for now, Dwella said with a smile and a nod of her head, while Danny truly wondered if that was even possible. Hey look! I can see the police station, Dwella then shouted while Danny blinked and then frowned. Dwella, how do you stop this thing? Danny questioned, and Dwella was silent for a moment, blinking as a nervous look crossed her face. Actually, I forgot, she admitted, and Danny gaped before releasing her hold on the throttle. We're going to die, Danny said with wide eyes before Dwella snapped her fingers with a grin on her face. Oh yeah, that's how you stop it, she said while reaching around Danny to take the controls back before pulling back on them like a bike. This had the desired effect of activating the brakes, but also very nearly threw them both off of the bike before landing, a bit shaken up, beside of the police station. Huh. And you thought we were going to die? Dwella said to herself with a laugh to herself, and a heavily panting Danny looked at her with a furious glare. Let's just get this over with, Danny mumbled mostly to herself while Dwella produced a few packs of itching powder from her backpack. You know what to do, right? Dwella then asked, and Danny rolled her eyes before taking the packs and got off the death machine Dwella called a moped. Yeah, I sneak in and pour some itching powder in the uniforms of any cops I see. Then I move to the locker room and pour a little into any helmets I find. Geez, it's not too hard to remember, Dwella, though I have to wonder why these guys are such lousy cops. Danny asked no one in particular, and Dwella shrugged her shoulders, not really sure of that either. I think the author just wanted to make things easy for us, Dwella then said while leaning forward on the moped and got a look from Danny. Author? She asked incredulously, and Dwella nodded her head. Yeah, you know, the author. Oh come on, the guy writing this piece of fiction. Duh. You know, 'cause we're all actually fictional characters created to amuse people. Hell, I think the original authors in charge of me had me shot for some reason, or was that the monitors that shot me and they didn't want to bring me back for one reason or another? Dwella started to explain, then questioned with a frown. Well anyways, I was shot dead, but this new author likes me and brought me back. Isn't he nice? Dwella said with a wide grin across her face while Danny merely stared at the clown girl for a moment before shaking her head slowly. Dwella, what's it like living in your little fantasy world? Danny asked seriously, and Dwella blinked then pouted as Danny flew into the police station. Crossing her arms over the handlebars of her moped, the girl then laid her chin on them before looking up to the sky with a slight frown. You know, author dude, you could have just made her believe me, Dwella stated while looking to the sky, spacing out as she heard the author reply. What? Oh come on, why not? 2 crazy random girls would be fun, Dwella pleaded, and then pouted with a huff at his next reply. Geez, spoil my fun, why don't you? Oh yeah, and why have you been giving me so much screen time lately? I thought I was going to be some wacky side character you added on a whim, Dwella asked, then mused aloud while looking to the sky once more before grinning at the answer. Ah, thanks, you're way nicer than some of my other authors. And I forgive you for missing April Fool's Day, this time, Dwella said with a grin before a frown crossed her face. And you're especially better that one jerk who had me killed because no one wanted to deal with me. Or was that the monitors in that one world? Wait, no, the author had that one monitor kill me because I was an interdimensional anomaly or something like that. But still, why did he have to go and kill me? I know I can be crazy, and I know I'm really confused, Dwella said while looking to the heavens, and then blinked upon noticing several people staring at her from the street. Hey, can't you people see I'm trying to talk to the author? She demanded, and the people walked away from the crazy girl slowly. Sorry about that, anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, and furthermore, I didn't even get my own damn backstory until after that stupid monitor guy had already killed me. And do you know how much it hurts to get shot? Dwella demanded while starting to rant, going on and on even as she believed her author was now tuning her out and ignoring her entirely. Meanwhile, Danny was infiltrating the police HQ, invisible. The girl floated through and then smirked as she saw several targets. Spotting Snake, she stiffened up before shaking as he turned and seemed to look at her for a moment. Grumbling under his breath, Snake then walked away, causing Danny to breathe a sigh of relief while making a mental note not to try the joke on him. Looking to her bottle of itching powder, Danny then floated over to a man who was sleeping and pulled his armor/shirt collar back before lightly pouring some of it down the back of his shirt. The man grunted and mumbled in his sleep, and so Danny quietly let his shirt go before moving on. Looking around, Danny moved from person to person, discreetly pouring some of the powder down their shirts before moving on to the next one. Soon enough, Danny nodded her head while floating out of the room. Looking into the next one, Danny moved from person to person yet again, noticing the ones she'd already dusted were scratching the backs of their necks. Mentally snickering, Danny continued this pattern for a while before moving into the locker room. While remaining invisible, the girl then also went intangible and went into the first locker and found a helmet. Pouring a portion of itching powder into it, she then moved from locker to locker, sometimes finding a spare uniform or two, which she also poured some into. Once that was done, and she was finally out of itching powder, Danny then nodded her head and flew out of the locker room only to stop at a scream. Looking to the side, she poked her head through a wall only to gape, seeing most of the cops running around screaming as they tried to reach their backs. "Oh shit. Dwella, what the hell did you give me?" Danny demanded before flying up and out of the building to hover over the roof. Returning to the visible spectrum, Danny then pulled out the bottle she'd been using and saw the words itching powder placed over it in bold lettering. Well, that isn't so. Oh shit. She started to think before her eyes widened at the tiny words above the bold lettering. Those words being the near infamous Joker brand that any and all of the Joker's many products usually carried with them. Nearly dropping the bottle out of shock, Danny then quickly caught it and turned it around to the back. The all-new Joker brand, quick-acting, long-lasting itching powder. Guaranteed to liven up even the dullest party, now lasts for several hours while inducing horrific bouts of itchiness. Warning may cause itching to become so bad that they go insane, love Dwella. Danny read and felt her eyebrow twitch before she turned and flew out of the building, then grabbed Dwella up. Growling, she watched as Dwella blinked down at her for a moment and tilted her head. "Hey Danny, what's up?" Dwella asked before looking down and noticing that she was several feet off of the ground. "Well, besides us, that is." Dwella then mumbled with a snicker, and Danny pulled her face to face with herself. "You gave me Joker brand itching powder?" Danny demanded of the redhead, and Dwella blinked before grinning widely. "You're welcome," she said loudly, and heard the screams of those trying to make the itching from the powder stop. "Wow, it works even better than I thought it would," Dwella said with a grin on her face, and Danny palmed her own face before lowering herself down to the ground and yanked Dwella down to face her. "Just shut up and tell me if there's an antidote or something like that. We don't want to drive the police insane," Danny reminded with a slight growl, and Dwella waved her off with the same wide smile on her face. "Oh, it was just a joke. That's not really Joker brand quick-acting, long-lasting itching powder," Dwella said with a wave of her hand before one of the cops suddenly jumped out of a window, scratching all over and nearly screaming. "The itchiness. Why? Why?" he shouted while trying to make it stop, and Danny turned to Dwella with a scowl. "Oh really? Then what is it?" Danny demanded, and Dwella grinned wider still. "My own personal imitation Joker brand itching powder. My version doesn't drive you insane. It starts as a minor itch before progressively getting worse and worse, then it just lasts for a couple hours, though by then it itches so bad you'll probably feel a phantom itch for weeks to come," Dwella said with a thumbs up towards Danny, the ghost girl mutely staring at Dwella for a moment before turning to look at the cop still scratching all over himself. "Dear Lord, please make it stop. Make the itchy demon stop," he shouted out loudly, and Danny twitched for a moment before she turned back to Dwella yet again. "I am so not pranking people with you ever again," Danny stated while crossing her arms and walked over to the moped with a frown. Seeing this, Dwella blinked for a moment before what Danny said registered, thus she pouted dejectedly while following after her. "Hey, come on, don't be like that," Dwella tried to say before both turned to the cop on the ground as he started to scream again. "Please Lord. I'll never take bribes from the mob again. I won't ever take stuff from the evidence lockers. I won't even hit on our female prisoners anymore. Just please make the itching stop," the cop shouted at the sky, and Danny twitched slightly before pinching the bridge of her nose. "On second thought, since he and probably a few others really deserved it, I forgive you. Just tell me about any of your Joker brand gags next time," Danny then said, and Dwella blinked before grinning towards her partner in crime and hopped onto the moped happily. "Now then, let's go, Dwella. I really don't want to know what everyone else is going to start shouting if they think it's going to make the itching stop somehow," Danny stated while wrapping her arms around Dwella's waist, the clown girl pouting even as she revved up the moped. "Ah, but that's the best part," Dwella proclaimed before they sped off into the distance, Danny groaning at her friend's words. "Domino Pizza. I hate you all so much right now," Nightwing grumbled out angrily at the other Titans, still fuming over being forced to relax by Donna and Kid Flash. "Ah, you know you love us?" BB mocked with a grin, and Sai snickered slightly while Raven rolled her eyes and quietly ate her salad. What could she say? Pizza just seemed to get boring when you've had it for weeks on end, non-stop, besides the occasional Tamaranian cuisine that Starfire tried to cook up. Thus while she sort of liked pizza on occasion, she also liked to eat other things. "Yeah, Rich, besides, without us you'd never get away from your computer and just relax," Kid Flash noted while leaning back in his seat and chewing on some pizza while Donna happily munched on her own. "Is that supposed to be a bad thing?" Knight asked flatly while munching on his own slice of pizza, and Cyborg gave him a look. It is when all you do is sit in front of the computer without sleep for days on end? Cy replied, and Nightwing started to grumble under his breath as BB looked over to Raven and shook his head. Dude Ray, why did you get a salad at a pizza joint? Beast Boy asked the empathy, and she rolled her eyes. Maybe because I've had pizza almost non-stop for the past few months, with the occasional break being on my dates or when Starfire cooks something, Raven offered, and BB blinked before shrugging his shoulders. Next to Raven, Starfire was munching on her own slice of pizza, which had sprinkles, ketchup, mustard, and weirdly enough, she had also wanted sardines. Raven visibly shivered while looking at the single slice of pizza remaining from Starfire's box. Friends, these tiny salty fishes are most delicious. What are they called again? Starfire asked, and Kid Flash nearly wretched while Cy turned green and BB shivered slightly. Sardines, Star, they're called sardines. Knight finally said while rubbing his temples, and Starfire grinned. I do believe that I would also like to try them with cookies, they would possibly taste very. Starfire started to say, only to stop and look at the other Titans, instantly noting they were all turning grin. Perhaps that is something only I would like, yes? Starfire asked sheepishly, and the others mutely nodded their heads while she sighed as she returned to her meal. Dudes, has anyone seen Zack around here lately? BB suddenly asked while looking around for their usual waiter, and Knight frowned. No. And now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since before X showed up? Knight admitted before narrowing his eyes slightly as he had a thought, and then shook his head. What was the likelihood a pizza guy was going to be a ninja? As far as he was concerned, not very good. Knight, now don't you go thinking Zack might be X. You need to lay off your work and research and just relax, Cy stated while leaning back in his seat, and Nightwing muttered under his breath with a frown. Please, do you believe that the Zack is alright? Do you believe that he could have been damaged during one of the more recent attacks on the city? Starfire questioned while looking to her friends, and Raven frowned before grimacing as she remembered all the bones in the sewers. Well, that's one hell of a way to go if he was down there, Raven thought to herself before taking another bite of her salad, and BB decided to stop Starfire's very depressing train of thought. Dude, I'm sure Zack's fine. The guy's probably just out sick or on vacation. Yeah, it's probably just something like that, and he'll be back to annoy us again soon enough, BB assured Star, and she allowed a small smile to cross her features while Kid Flash munched on some pizza, his feet on the table while he leaned back in his chair. Unless he got eaten by some of Ivy's plants, or that snake thing from last month, Kid Flash noted aloud, and Starfire widened her eyes while gasping in horror, Donna slapping the back of the speedster's head with a frown as she did. Smooth Bart, make her worry more, why don't you? Donna growled at the redhead, and he grinned sheepishly while shrugging his shoulders. Now come on guys, y'all need to chill and stop thinking like that. We're here to relax, so let go of all your worries and mellow out, Cy said while visibly relaxing, and the others looked at him strangely, until a familiar jingle caught their attention and the titanium teen slapped his face. I knew it was too good to last, he grumbled out while Knight reached into his belt and pulled out his communicator. What's going on, Knight? BB asked, and Nightwing was silent for a moment before visibly twitching. Dwella, he said with an ominous tone, Donna spitting out her drink and Kid Flash chalking on his pizza. Oh no, not her. Anyone but her, Donna complained while Kid Flash started to choke, and she slapped a hand to his back, Kid Flash panting as the pizza-induced choke passed. Dwella, as in the Joker's daughter herself? Or is she one of her other personalities today? Do you mean that, Dwella? Kid Flash demanded, BB gaping and then shivering as he remembered the painted-up clown-like girl he'd fought. Dude, I was actually fighting against the Joker's daughter, BB demanded, and Nightwing mutely nodded his head while rubbing his temples. Dude, she could have killed me. Why couldn't I take on Blackfire? She's safer than fighting anyone who's actually related to the Joker, BB exclaimed, and Kid Flash, Donna, and Nightwing looked to one another before rolling their eyes. She's not the Joker's real daughter, the three said together while putting emphasis on not and real. Then why did you guys call her that? BB demanded, and Nightwing rubbed his temples while slowly standing up. You remember how I was complaining about the Joker's daughter playing a prank on us when Pink X showed up? Knight asked, and BB thought for a moment before nodding his head. Well, that's because Dwella has a habit of dressing up as the daughter of several villains. Thus far I've seen Catgirl, Scarecrow, Enigma, Harlequin, Card Queen, and about a half-dozen others that all reflect different villains, most of them in Gotham, Knight explained simply while BB made an O with his mouth before scrunching up his nose. Man dude, no wonder you thought she was playing a prank on us, BB admitted, and Nightwing nodded his head with a frown while Raven sighed and wondered what the red-headed clown was up to this time. Then what exactly is she up to then? Raven asked in her usual monotone voice, and Nightwing groaned lightly. She's playing pranks on Jump City. Knight offered and Kid Flash slammed his face into the table even as the others all got up with Nightwing. Oh hell, not again. Does that girl have any idea how much of a psycho she is or what? I mean, I swear she knows and just loves tormenting the hell out of us for the sheer fun of it. Kid Flash shouted and Nightwing shrugged before narrowing his eyes with a frown across his face. Doesn't matter, we've still got to stop her. Titans, move out. Nightwing ordered while he and the others all got up and rushed off, only Raven remaining for a moment, a frown across her face. What are you up to, Naruto? She wondered before sighing as she flew off after her friends to try and put a stop to whatever it was that Tartarus was up to this time. Downtown. Dwella grinned while laughing as she and Danny rode down the streets of Jump City once more, the red-haired clown grinning wider than ever. The prank on the police had been just enough to amuse Dwella, though admittedly it was only funny if you could actually see those men and women running around, screaming and shouting about itching demons. Oh, and that one weird little green kid with the bad to pay yelling about something, yeah, that was funny too. Though I have to wonder how many worlds have been mixed up to make this story, Mr. Author. What? Oh yeah, most are just amusing cameos with no real point to the story besides amusing the masses of fans. Good point. Dwella admitted to herself, and of course to the author himself, before blinking as Danny wrapped her arms around her neck with wide eyes and glared at her furiously. Dwella. We're supposed to be heading for those fountains near the center of town. Remember? Danny shouted at her partner in crime while feeling her eye twitch, and Dwella blinked for a moment before nodding her head with a smirk. Oh right, sorry, I was kinda in the moment there. Dwella admitted while twisting on the moped and zipped down another street with a laugh echoing behind her. Humming a song to herself, namely Ride on Shooting Star by the Pillows, the theme for her favorite show, Fooly Cooly. Dwella. Do not start humming that tune. Danny suddenly shouted at the redhead and Dwella grinned innocently. Why? She asked with obvious amusement and Danny gave her a flat look. Because I am so not being your Noada. Danny replied and Dwella stopped and considered this before shrugging her shoulders, releasing the steering for her moped once more as Danny cursed. Just as well, I'm not a pedophile like Haruko. Dwella noted mostly to herself and Danny gave her a look. I'm 14, you spaz. Danny shouted and Dwella scrunched up her nose for a bit. Oh, then, I guess you're a little too old to be a Noada then, aren't you? Want to be a Ninamori instead? Dwella wondered with a smirk and Danny growled at the older teen furiously. Can we please just get to the fountain before I kick your ass off this moped? Danny demanded and Dwella shrugged before grinning as she retook control of her moped and hooped while turning down another street. Sliding low and using one foot to turn, Dwella then sped down a street before spotting the Titans and grinned. Seeing a man playing an old blue Rickenbacker bass guitar to the side, an idea suddenly came to mind. Danny, take the wheel? Dwella ordered while gazing at the guitar with a grin, and Danny blinked towards her red-haired friend. What? She questioned before suddenly cursing and grabbing hold of the controls as Dwella let go of them. Sticking her tongue out the side of her mouth, Dwella then grabbed the blue bass guitar with a wide grin on her face. Hey, my guitar! The man shouted as they passed by and Dwella waved to him. Thanks for letting me have this. She shouted out randomly before grinning and leaned the guitar along her back like some king of baseball bat. Closing one eye, Dwella then concentrated on the green member of the Titans intently, placing one foot forward onto Danny's head as she did. Dwella. Damn it, that hurts. Danny shouted before looking back, seeing the guitar, then remembering they were on a yellow Vespa of all things. Oh no. Please tell me you're not really going to. Danny started to say before they neared the Titans, and Dwella suddenly swung the guitar, slamming it into Beast Boy's head as they passed and sent him flying. Danny gaped as she saw BB spin in midair for a moment before flying back and falling to the ground, his tongue lolling out of his mouth to one side. Oh, I knew that was going to be so funny. Dwella said with a laugh to herself, and Danny blinked for a moment before snickering lightly. Alright. I got to admit that all things considered, that it was pretty funny, and that you actually managed to pull that off is very impressive, but you're so not ever watching Fooly Cooly ever again, Danny noted mostly to herself before telling Dwella flatly as the clown girl sat down. What? Why? Dwella demanded with wide eyes, and Danny gave her a look. Maybe because you just slammed a bass guitar into the side of someone's head. Danny replied, and Dwella pouted for a moment. Ah, but it was funny. Dwella tried to reason, and Danny rolled her eyes. And I don't care. No more Haruko for you. Danny stated as Dwella pouted once more and hung her head. Spoilsport. The clown girl grumbled as she retook the controls of the Vespa, the guitar now slung over her shoulders with a leather strap. Yeah, I'm a spoilsport cause I know when a joke has gone too far. Danny replied sarcastically, and Dwella nodded her head. Glad we agree on that. Dwella said with an amused grin, and Danny couldn't help it as she started laughing, she could only take so much of Dwella and her random psychotic behavior before she'd eventually crack up and start laughing. Meanwhile, the Titans had quickly ran over to Beast Boy, said Boy seeing stars while Cyborg scratched his head. Why did she just hit him with a guitar? Cyborg had to wonder, and Nightwing, Donna, and Kid Flash all turned to give him a look. Because she literally has a need to do random acts like that, at least that's what she says. Personally, I think she did it for kicks, Knight explains to the Titanium teen while shaking his head. Starfire then stood and held up BB with wide eyes while turning around to face Nightwing. Friend Nightwing, how am I to be awakening friend Beast Boy? Starfire asked, seeing as normally she just had to make him laugh after being hypnotized by Mad Mod. This on the other hand was a little weird even for them. Donna, you wake him up, I want? Knight started to say, only to stop as his communicator beeped once more. Pulling it out, Nightwing then frowned as he saw another emergency had come up. Scratch that, you and Kid Flash head for the tech sector. Gizmo and Mammoth have been spotted down there. Nightwing ordered and then frowned as his communicator went off once more. Well, this can't be good, Kid Flash noted, and Donna nodded her head in agreement as Nightwing checked the readout and gaped. Oh, you've got to be shitting me, he stated before gritting his teeth and pinching the bridge of his nose. Honestly, today was so not his day. Starfire, you and Raven head further downtown. Jinx has been spotted causing random bursts of bad luck. Donna, after you wake up Beast Boy, head for the sky and look for Private Hive and Seymour. They'll be dropping firecrackers. Oh, and when you finally wake up Beast Boy, tell him to find Dwella and hopefully stop her, Nightwing ordered while rubbing his face. Yo Titans, what's going on? The Titans suddenly heard and then turned to see Naruto whistling lightly while walking over to them. Hey, NAR, what up man? Cyborg asked of the blonde-haired teen, and he would have spoken had a water balloon not landed on his head, dousing him in orange paint. Looking up after wiping some of the paint off his face, the blonde frowned upon seeing RedX casually tossing a balloon of paint in one hand and laying back without a care in the world. Seeing this, Raven raised a brow before rolling her eyes, figuring it was Naruto putting Knight off his trail, or playing a joke, while Nightwing himself gaped at the two while X tossed his balloon up and down in one hand. Wait, but he, and you, and that means, ugh, my head hurts. Knight complained while inwardly ranting about wishing it was easier to figure out who X really was under his mask. Apparently a prankster with way too much time on his hands is what's up, Naruto noted with a thin frown across his face while the thief in question chuckled lightly while giving the blonde a look. Yo Naruto, long time no see man, X offered while Naruto gave him a look in response and he held up his hands. Sorry about the paint, but you should really remember to watch out for enemies at all times, constant vigilance and all that. Oh, and wasn't that one of the lessons in the academy? X noted, then wondered to himself with a smirk hidden only by his mask as it was clear as day in his voice. Frowning for a moment as he pulled off his hat, Naruto then crossed his arms and glared up at X. You owe me a new hat, you know that right? Naruto asked flatly, and X merely shrugged while Raven actually had to bite back laughter. All things considered, the two made very convincing actors. If she didn't know any better, she might actually believe that Naruto and RedX were two different people. Alright X, what are you up to this time? Nightwing suddenly demanded, and X casually looked over to the Titans' leader. Me? He asked innocently, and Nightwing twitched before letting out a growl. Yes you X, who else do you see around here with the name X? Nightwing demanded, and X tapped his chin for a moment while Naruto grumbled about the orange pain covering him from head to toe. Good point, but X is a very popular letter you know, X noted, and then flipped onto his feet and threw a paint balloon, nailing Cyborg with it. Oh, and as for what I'm up to, well, I've only got 5 words for you kid, X then said with a smirk, and Nightwing frowned. And that is? Knight questioned darkly, and X chuckled lightly. Catch me if you can, he stated before lunging off, and Nightwing growled. I'll handle X. You guys go after the rest of Tartarus. Move out, Knight ordered while running after X, and Naruto shook his head. See you later Kara-chan, Naruto offered with a wave as the girl turned and nodded before flying off, the blonde watching on silently as the Titans split up and went in all directions, and the teen smirked as he turned around with a shake of his head and walked over into an alley. Man kid, you seriously need to lighten up and learn to live a little, Naruto noted as he then sighed. Having done his job, he then dispelled himself while leaving only a plume of smoke as the only sign he ever even existed. Over Jump City. Starfire and Raven flew over the city, Raven mentally groaning, as Starfire wouldn't shut up about finding Jinx. Star, calm down, Raven ordered flatly while floating beside the orange-skinned princess, and Starfire fidgeted slightly. But friend Raven, how will we be doing the hiring of the Jinx when we are supposed to be doing the capturing of her? Starfire questioned, and Raven mentally sighed before thinking it over for a few moments. We don't have to capture her Starfire, just stop her, so long as we do that Nightwing won't notice anything. Raven replied, and Starfire frowning in thought for a moment before looking at Raven strangely. But is that not less than honest and very sneaky, friend Raven? She asked, and Raven rolled her eyes for a moment before looking down, mentally sighing when she couldn't see the spot of pink that would announce Jinx's location. And your point is? Raven asked seriously, and Starfire was silent for a moment, contemplating that before shrugging. Nothing. It is just that it will not feel right to do the lying to friend Nightwing and the others when we are questioned about why we did not capture the Jinx. Starfire replied, and Raven crossed her arms while flying next to Starfire. We don't have to lie, Starfire. 10-1 says that RedX, Jinx, and the rest of their crew are just having fun today. Raven offered the orange-skinned alien, and Starfire frowned in thought for a moment. Normal earthly fun or Beast Boy fun? She asked seriously, and a small smirk formed across Raven's lips. Beast Boy fun, Raven replied, and Starfire looked like she wanted to groan before huffing and crossed her arms. I truly do not see the appeal in humiliating others for amusement, friend Raven. Starfire stated flatly while looking very unamused, and Raven shrugged before seeing a little innocent mayhem being caused by random blasts of pink energy down below. It's probably just a way to act out and get attention, well, with Beast Boy it is at least. I actually think Jinx and Tartarus truly enjoy causing mayhem like this just for the sake of doing it, and speaking of whom, I think I see Jinx. Raven offered, and Starfire blinked before looking down and grinned brightly upon seeing the pink energy as well as a dash of pink on top of a building. Oh. I see her as well. Come, we must do the hiring of the Jinx. Starfire cried before quickly flying down towards the rosette below them, Raven sighing softly before following after her red-haired friend. Soon coming to the building, Raven blinked seeing the said rosette was sitting at the edge of the building with a smirk, her hands positioned as mock guns as she shot hex bolts from her fingers and down into random people and objects below her. You know, I never thought you'd be the type to go for this kind of thing, Raven admitted, causing Jinx to blink before turning around and quickly got up and formed a pair of hex bolts in her hands. Oh great, I was actually getting bored of causing random mayhem, Jinx said with a grin while looking to the two, and Starfire quickly put her hands forward while Raven let out a sigh. Please wait. We do not wish to do the fighting, we merely wish to do the talking instead, Starfire said quickly, and Jinx gave the two a look, then cocked her hip to the side and placed her hand on it. You must be joking, she stated flatly to the two Titan girls flatly, and Raven merely rolled her eyes before crossing her arms. Unfortunately, no, Raven stated, and Starfire zipped forward to Jinx with a pleading expression on her face. Alright, then why is she looking at me like a kicked puppy? Jinx asked with a raised brow, and Starfire still didn't cease with the look. I wish to do the hiring of the Jinx, please, Starfire said quickly, and Jinx turned to look at Raven. Does she come with subtitles? Jinx asked seriously, and Raven sighed slightly before answering for her alien friend. She wants to hire you so you can help her understand Earth courtship, Raven explained, and Jinx blinked for a moment before giving them both a strange look. Are you serious? She asked, and both Raven and Starfire nodded their heads, Jinx blinking before scratching her head as they did. Then what were you going to pay me with? She asked, and Starfire blinked before looking over to Raven. What? Raven asked her friend, and Starfire sighed slightly. Do you have any of the cash monies? Starfire asked, and Raven narrowed her eyes on the older girl. Why? Raven asked with an edge to her tone, and Starfire grinned nervously. Well, perhaps because I used all of my own at the mall of shopping, Starfire replied with a nervous grin, and Raven groaned softly while Jinx snickered to herself. So, I help Red and I get to clean out all Miss Goth's cash in one fell swoop. Does this deal get any sweeter than that? Jinx wondered aloud, and Raven gave Jinx a look before grumbling to herself as she crossed her arms. Sighing softly, Raven gave a glare to a sheepish Starfire while truly wondering why she had to be the only Titan who didn't spend all her money at the mall. Kid Flash and Cyborg were heading down to the tech sector, Kid Flash on foot while Cy took the T-car. So what can we expect from this Gizmo Kid and his pal Mammoth? Kid Flash questioned from beside of the T-car, and Cyborg frowned slightly while keeping his eyes on the road. Gizmo is smart but completely annoying, let's leave it at that. Mammoth is all muscle and not too much in the way of brains, Cyborg reported, and Kid Flash hummed for a moment while they made their way to the power plant. However, Kid Flash then blinked when he saw some punks harassing an old man. Frowning, KF narrowed his eyes before turning to give a look to Cyborg. Hey Cy, I think I'll catch up with you in a bit. I see some punks who need to have a quick lesson in how to treat their elders, Kid Flash said before skidding to a halt and hurrying over to the scene. Seeing where he was going, a smirk crossed over Cyborg's face before he shook his head while continuing on. Those guys have no idea what they've just gotten into, Cy mused to himself while turning down another street corner on his way to the power plant. Meanwhile, Kid Flash slid to a halt where he saw a small gang of punk kids pushing around an old man. "Come on, Gramps, where's your money?" one demanded, and the old man merely shrugged his shoulders with a slightly amused twinkle to his eyes. "Unfortunately, I haven't got any with me, probably even left my wallet in my other pants," the old man mused while tapping his chin for a moment, and the leader of the punks frowned before throwing a punch at him, Kid Flash zipping over and grabbing his wrist before it could connect. "You know, guys, this is really not how you're supposed to treat your elders," Kid Flash said with a shake of his head, and then sighed as another of the punks threw a punch at him and he threw the leader into him, thus the others all got ready for a fight as well. Why do they always have to learn everything the hard way? Kid Flash wondered to himself before quickly lashing out and knocking 3 of the punks down before turning to the final few punks, only to gape as the old man he'd seen suddenly lashed out and grabbed one by his arm. The old man then twisted around while ducking low to the ground and kicked the feet out from under him while throwing him back and down to the ground. Rising up, he lifted an arm to block a punch from another punk before slamming a fist into his gut, knocking the wind from him before raising his hand, slamming it into his face and laying him out as well. Sighing, the old man tapped his chin for a moment while the final punk tried to come at him from behind. Smirking, the old man then moved his arm back, hitting the punk in the gut before raising his hand and slamming it into the punk's face. As the punk fell to the ground, the old man let out a slight chuckle at the gaping jaw of Kid Flash before grimacing and rubbing his back. Groaning slightly, the old man then stretched slightly, arching his back and then looking to Kid Flash with a slight smile on his face. "Oh, sorry if I wasn't much help there, but these old bones just aren't what they used to be. Think I might have actually pulled something," he offered, and Kid Flash blinked once more before rapidly shaking his head as he looked at the strange old man silently for a few moments before suddenly grinning. "That was so awesome," Kid Flash exclaimed, and the old man blinked before chuckling lightly to himself. "Where did you learn to do that?" Kid Flash questioned, and the old man stroked his chin for a few moments before grinning slightly, that same strange twinkle of amusement in his eyes yet again. "Don't remember," he offered, and Kid Flash gaped before shaking his head. Reaching around in his coat, the old man then smiled as he produced a candy bar and flipped it in hand before catching it between his forefinger and middle finger and held it towards Kid Flash. "Here, for the help. It's the least I can offer to such a nice young man," the old man offered, and Kid Flash blinked for a moment while taking the candy bar, then blinked while looking to him. "But he started to say, but the strange old man simply patted his shoulder with an odd smile on his face. "Oh, don't think I'll take a no for an answer, go on, take it. It's the least I can offer, and besides, what's an old fart like me going to do with a chocolate bar?" the old man questioned of the teen speedster, and Kid Flash blinked yet again and would have spoken up had he not turned to see the old man walking away. Blinking again, Kid Flash looked at the chocolate for a moment before scratching his cheek. "That is one seriously strange old man," he said mostly to himself before shrugging and took a bite of the chocolate before running off to catch up to Cyborg. He never saw as the punks he and the old man took down burst into plumes of smoke, each with a smirk. Meanwhile, down the street, the old man from before is whistling to himself, smirking as he reaches into his clothes and pulls out a wrapper for the chocolate he gave to Kid Flash. Turning down into an alley, he then looks to either side before his form shimmers, now revealed to be a clone of Naruto himself, garbed in RedX gear. "Man, that was just way too easy," Naruto said to himself while throwing the wrapper for the chocolate laxative into a nearby dumpster with a grin across his face. After finally waking up from the minor concussion brought on by getting a base to the skull, BB had come out of it groggy and dizzy to say the least. Afterwards, when he heard how he had a bass guitar, a blue Rickenbacker no less, slammed into his head by a chick on a Vespa moped, he'd actually laughed his ass off. Not that the base to his skull didn't hurt, or that he wasn't a little pissed about it, but the fact was BB realized that Dwella had actually been mimicking one Haruhara Haruko from one of his favorite animes, Fooly Cooly, for that particular stunt. And given Dwella's outrageous personality, BB could say without any shadow of a doubt that Dwella, if she actually tried, could make more than just a convincing Haruko. However, currently Beast Boy is following after Dwella and Danny, quietly watching as the two drove down the streets of Jump City on their moped. "Dude, this is so not fair, how come bad girls get a moped and I don't?" BB wondered to himself with a pout as he flew overhead as an eagle, watching the two as they slid to a halt in front of a fountain. "Dude, what are they going to do at a fountain?" BB had to wonder to himself while watching as the clown and ghost girls got off of the yellow moped, the base from before held over her torso with a strap. And for that matter, why does the clown girl even have Haruhara Haruko's moped and base? BB wondered while staring at the two as Dwella bobbed her head from side to side, humming a nameless tune to herself as Danny followed. BB slowly slid forward and watched as Dwella casually flipped something like a coin in her hand. Raising a brow, BB watched her catch it before flicking it into the fountain, then quickly grabbed Danny's forearm and started to run with a wide grin. Blinking in confusion for a moment, BB watched the fountain for a moment as well before snorting. The green jester then fell back laughing as a mountain of foam exploded from the fountain, thus covering all in its path. BB covered his mouth in a vain attempt to stop his laughter before seeing people being pushed back by the foam. What was even sillier was when a few passerbys started to laugh as well, only for globs of the puffy white foam to be thrown at them. This in turn seemed to start a massive foamball fight between several young teens and kids, most pelting one another and of course some of the nearby adults. Laughing fully at the silly, outright childishness of the prank the two girls pulled, BB actually started to applaud before wiping a tear from his eye. "Dude! That is like so priceless!" BB exclaimed while holding his sides from the intensity of his laughing, then shook his head with a grin and looked to Dwella as she hopped onto her moped with Danny and drove off once more. Snickering for a moment, BB then jumped up and flew after them before he realized something. They're not attacking the city, they're all just pranking it. I get it, they're just having a little harmless fun for once. BB realized and then blinked before considering stopping Dwella and Danny before they could, most likely, set off more of those foam charges around the city. Looking back down where several kids were having fun, BB considered it for all of a few moments before he spotted Kitten. Well, if they're not up to anything really evil, I don't have to catch them, and I haven't seen Kitten in a while. He mused to himself before hopping to the ground and running over to Kitten to catch up with his girl. Dwella, Danny, and the rest of Tartarus could prank anyone they wanted, just so long as it wasn't something dangerous. BB decided it wasn't really worth getting bent out of shape about. Power plant. Sai ran into the power plant with a scowl across his face, Kid Flash appearing at his side a mere few seconds as he entered. "So what's the plan, big guy?" Kid Flash questioned and Sai smirked while turning to the red-headed Titan. "We go in, kick their butts, then head home in time for dinner." Sai replied and Kid Flash grinned slightly as they turned a corner and ran towards the man controls. "Ah, simple yet effective, I like it." Kid Flash offered and Sai rolled his eyes as they came closer to the door to the controls. Seeing it was knocked down, Sai narrowed his eyes and formed his sonic cannon while sliding into the room. "Hold up!" he ordered upon seeing Mammoth and Gizmo, both turning and groaning upon seeing the two Titans. "Ah shit, Temp never said what to do if two of the Titans came after us." Gizmo muttered lowly and Mammoth merely cracked his knuckles ominously. "Guess we'll just have to improvise a little," Mammoth stated and Kid Flash rolled his eyes for a moment. "Oh please, do you guys actually, ugh." Kid Flash started to say only to stop and groan while holding his stomach. Blinking for a moment, Sai turned to the red head, Mammoth looking on as well while Gizmo thanked whoever gave him that distraction. Somewhere in the city, Naruto sneezed for a moment before getting back to his work. "Kid Flash, you okay man?" Sai asked and Kid Flash suddenly stood bolt upright with wide eyes. "Sorry Sai but I really got to go." Kid Flash said faster than Sai could actually comprehend and then moved like lightning, rushing off, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. What was that all about? Mammoth wondered to himself and Cyborg shook his head before holding his sonic cannon towards him with a scowl. "I don't know, but I'm still taking your asses into prison," Sai stated and Gizmo used a mirror from his backpack to see what was going on when he had an idea and grinned cruelly. Quickly finishing his program, Gizmo hit a button and everything in the power plant suddenly started to hum loudly. Looking around warily as everything glowed brightly, Sai narrowed his eyes on the tiny terror. "What the hell did you just do?" Sai demanded and Gizmo turned, crossed his arms, and grinned at the Titanium Titan. "Wouldn't you like to know, barfbag?" He taunted while tossing a pair of goggles to Mammoth and the hulking teen snickered before pulling the goggles on as every light in the place suddenly glowed brightly, and then shut off completely. "What the?" Sai started to wonder before grunting as Mammoth quickly moved forward and rammed into him, knocking him back before Sai could get his bearings. "Stupid, don't lose track of them," Sai said under his breath while turning on a sensor in his eyes that allowed him to see Gizmo and Mammoth. "Alright boys, playtime is over," Sai roared while lunging forward and Gizmo and Mammoth nodded to one another before grinning towards Sai. "We couldn't agree with you more," Mammoth said before ducking down and tripping Sai off his feet. "Oh shit," Sai called out as his momentum caused him to slam into and destroy the main control console for the entire power plant. Oops," Sai mumbled to himself while Gizmo laughed to himself and Mammoth snickered lightly. "Ha, that was priceless, Mammoth," Gizmo exclaimed and the gargantuan teen snickered while nodding his head in agreement. "See you later, Robo-Wimp," Gizmo shouted while Kidwicket appeared from the wall and formed his cape around them, pulling Gizmo and Mammoth away while Cyborg got up and turned on the light from his shoulder. Looking down at the damage he'd caused to the control panel, Sai grimaced while palming his face tiredly. Oh man. I'm so going to get chewed out for this later, he said to himself while feeling a slight breeze and turned to look at his side as a panting Kid Flash slid to a halt next to him. What I miss? Kid Flash asked, and Sai would have answered only for the red head to groan and hold his stomach once more. Ugh, hold that thought, he mumbled out before quickly running away, leaving Sai to raise a brow and wonder what the hell had gotten into the red-haired speedster. Shaking his head of that thought, Sai looked around for a moment and then palmed his face before making his way out of the building so he wouldn't break anything else. Elsewhere, Naruto's clone is currently leading Nightwing on a merry chase across Jump City, an amused smirk across his lips. Looking back for a moment, X chuckled to himself before lunging forward, then jumped and landed on a flagpole. Turning on the pole in a fluid motion, X crossed his arms and cocked his head to one side. What's the matter, kid? Can't keep up? X taunted, and Nightwing growled low in his throat before reaching to his belt and pulled out several electrical discs. Don't count on it, X. Nightwing roared while quickly jumping onto a platform above them and threw one of the discs. Cursing, X flipped back and shimmered before reappearing on the building opposite Night. Growling low in his throat, Night fired a grapple and swung over to X, the thief quickly running away. In his own mind, X was laughing his ass off, sure he was nothing but a copy of Naruto, but this was truly too amusing. I'm distracting the kid while the real me finishes the finale elsewhere. Heh, I actually feel important, X thought to himself before rolling to the side to evade another electric disc from Nightwing. Get back here, X. The Titan shouted at him angrily, and X mentally snickered to himself. Yeah, I'm really going to stop and make this easy for you, kid. Man, does he honestly think that'd work? The Skullmask thief had to wonder before forming an explosive X in one hand and turned quickly. Mentally snickering, Naruto threw the X towards Night and the teen ducked to the side. However, the explosive X veered away from Night and instead slammed into one of the beams holding up a water tower. As soon as the X hit, it detonated, and Night widened his eyes before cursing and running out of the way as the water tower came down. Narrowing his masked eyes, Night then turned and saw X somehow running along an electrical wire to a building across from them. He'd do really well in a high wire act, Night noted before shaking his head and lunged after the Skullmask thief. Jumping onto the wire, Night cursed while holding out his arms to steady himself. While he could do this trick as well, it was more than apparent that X was much faster than him at it. Gritting his teeth, Night hopped to one of the poles connecting the wires and smirked. Good thing I can still jump pretty far, he mused while jumping from pole to pole and running after X once more, pulling another stun disc from his belt before hurling it towards X. The said thief quickly rolled to the side to evade and then pushed himself into a lung, grabbed a hanging ladder and began to climb up its length. You won't get away this time, X. Night shouted before jumping onto the side of the building and jumped up, grabbing part of the ladder and started to climb it as well. You say that every time we meet, kid? X can't help but muse to himself for a moment while still climbing the ladder. Looking back, X snickered for a moment when he saw how slow Night was before then rearing his body back and then launched himself up a ways, then repeated this while leaving Night gaping behind him. I know he's from a universe full of super ninja, but why is it so hard just to keep up with him? Nightwing mentally demanded before shaking his head and hurrying up the ladder while X started to go out of sight on top of the next building. Meanwhile, X himself was running across the roof of the building, flipping over several obstacles before jumping off of the roof and over to the next. Landing in a roll while forming several X shuriken into his hand, X came out in a crouch and quickly threw the shuriken towards the black-haired teen. Cursing, Night ducked down while the shuriken flew over him and then growled as he saw X was getting away. Blinking, X then saw as all of the lights around the city suddenly started glowing brightly. Behind him, an equally confused Nightwing looked around until cursing as all of the lights started to explode in a shower of sparks. Looks like Giz and Mammoth managed to get the power plant, not bad guys. The clone thought while snickering to himself as he saw this. Naruto jumped over and onto a light post before jumping off of it and onto a traffic light before jumping off that onto another light post and then flipped up and ran up the side of a building to another roof. Behind him, Night narrowed his eyes while following after X, firing a grapple to follow him faster. Quickly getting up, Night jumped to the ground and saw X jump up and then slide down an electrical wire while keeping his balance, causing Night to gape. Wow, even I've got to admit that that's impressive, Night said mostly to himself before jumping off the building and opened the wings of his suit. Gliding down after X, Night landed in a roll before lunging after the Skullmask thief. At least we're not on his turf now, Night thought to himself, since it was clear that X was superior in getting around from roof to roof. Meanwhile, X was grinning as he jumped up and came down in a slide along some of the foam that Dwella had created. Yata. Watch out coming through. X called out with a grin as he twisted and turned around people and even some foam balls being thrown by some kids, teens, and now even some adults. Ah, everyone needs a day to act silly every now and again, X thought to himself before flipping off of the foam and ran towards the Jump City Park. Placing a hand to his ear, the skull mask thief then activated his communicator and set it for Billy Numerous. Hello? Billy's voice came and X chuckled to himself for a moment while turning to see Knight was still chasing him, only now he was covered in foam and scowling deeply. Billy, how much longer till you and Blackfire will have that van ready? X asked and Billy hummed for a moment. I'm just about done with it, partner, tell me where you'll need me and I'll be there. Billy replied and X grinned as he had an idea cross his mind. Alright, I'm going to lead Nightwing into the park. Be ready at the entrance to it and you can grab him there. X stated and heard Billy snicker before giving an affirmative while X turned the communicator off. Man, why haven't I done something like this in so long? X wondered to himself while sliding and turning at the same time, and then lunged towards the park while Knight cursed and slid past him. Growling, Knight slammed a fist into the ground before lunging after X into the park. Meanwhile, in an old impound lot a couple blocks away from the park, Billy is lying on the ground as he fiddles with some wires under the dashboard of the car. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Blackfire suddenly questioned with a raised brow while leaning into the side of the van. In her hand is a bottle of some kind, one like you would see for condiments, and she is currently sipping it as if it was some kind of soft drink, truly proving she is indeed Starfire's sister. Yeah, Billy knows what he's doing, but he don't know what you drinking. Billy replied while looking towards Blackfire and she rolled her eyes slightly while sipping on her drink. Billy got to know, is that mustard y'all are drinking? The red-haired Texan questioned and Blackfire gave him an incredulous look for a moment. You, don't even joke like that. Mustard is probably my least favorite of your earthling foods. Blackfire stated and Billy blinked while she went back to sipping on her drink once more. Alright, I'll bite, then what is that y'all are drinking then? Billy questioned and Blackfire looked to him and smiled while holding the bottle affectionately. Ketchup. It's got such a lovely flavor, almost like my favorite. Blackfire started to reply and Billy tuned her out while continuing his work on the van. Billy swears he don't understand how these aliens can eat the stuff they do without getting sick. The Texan metahuman thought to himself before grinning as he tapped a couple wires together and created a spark, the van starting up as he did. Alright, time to go, Billy then said and Blackfire climbed into the back of the van with a grin on her face. This is going to be so much fun, the dark-haired Tamaranian said with a grin while Billy sat up, a couple of clones popping out of his body and waiting for their moment. Yeehaw Billy, this is going to be a right blast. One of the clones said and the other clones instantly started agreeing with each other. As they did, Blackfire raised a brow for a moment before rolling her eyes as they zipped off, out of the impound lot and towards the park. Grinning Billy then lifted a hand towards his ear and pressed down on a concealed button. As he did, Naruto was flipping around, through, and over trees with Nightwing still hot on his heels. I'll give the kid one thing, he sure is stubborn. The thief thought before getting the message from Billy, a grin spreading as he did. Yes. Finally time for the best part. The blonde skull masked thief thought to himself before lunging towards the exit of the park as a van slid to a halt before it. Nightwing was still hot on his heels and as X passed the van, he turned and watched the doors fly open, Blackfire lunging out and grabbing Nightwing before pulling him in. Snickering once more, X hopped into the van and looked around before closing the doors with one of Billy's clones. Turning around, X cracked his knuckles while a couple of the Billies grinned while holding some rope. Blinking for a moment, Knight looked at them warily before cursing as they pounced, quickly tying him up. I don't know what you're up to, X, but you'll never get away with it. Nightwing growled out and X yawned while one of the Billies held up a camera. Ready for y'all close-up sugar? Billy asked Blackfire, who was putting on some violet lipstick and winked towards the redhead causing him to swoon. Seriously, what are you guys up to? Knight asked with confusion and Blackfire grinned towards him mischievously. Oh, nothing bad, we're just having a little bit of fun. Blackfire offered before grabbing Knight by his face and pulled him into a soul-stealing kiss. The former Boy Wonder's eyes widened in shock before all higher brain function ceased even as a flash registered at the back of his mind. Meanwhile X was removing Knight's belt and the Tamaranian princess smirked while releasing the kiss, Knight looking at her with wide eyes while Billy took several more pictures at the priceless look over his face. Oh boy! Looks like the good boy enjoyed himself, Billy noticed with a grin while X slung Knight's belt over his shoulder and looked over to the smirking Blackfire. So how was it? Knight asked casually and Blackfire smirked while taking a mock thoughtful expression. Not bad, but I've had better. The alien princess replied before turning towards the driving Billy while Knight continued to gape, all higher functions of his mind currently on overload. Hey y'all, look up ahead. Billy suddenly called out and X looked and saw that Gizmo, Mammoth, and Kid WYKKYD were up ahead. Pick up the hitchhikers, Billy my boy. X ordered and Billy nodded his head with a grin while putting his foot on the brakes to come to a screeching halt before the other members of Tartarus. About time you kludge brains got here. Gizmo complained while getting into the van beside of Billy, followed by Kid WYKKYD while Mammoth got into the back. Now to our final destination. X cried out while pointing and Billy put the pedal to the metal as they drove off at speeds that would have gotten them arrested, had the police not been a bit busy nearly itching to death. Meanwhile, Jinx, Starfire, and Raven are in the mall, all three girls coming out of an ice cream shop. So you mean to say that the unhealthy sugar candies are only given by the boy, mostly to keep a girl interested in further courtship? Starfire questioned while walking with Raven and Jinx, all three having a cone of ice cream. Not really, sometimes they do it just to be sweet or romantic, or in other times for an apology. Jinx replied while licking her ice cream while Raven looked about ready to cry with the amount of money she was forced to pay Jinx, then had to treat the Rosette to a night on the town. Oh. Then the giving of candies is a male ritual, yes? Starfire questioned and Jinx frowned slightly while rubbing her chin while they walked out of the mall and out onto the streets of Jump City. Nah, girls can do it too. I mean Leviathan, this one girl that Mammoth had a thing for back in the academy, well she once got chocolate and they ate them together on our couch. Honestly the mushy lovey-dovey stuff from those two nearly made me hurl, and I like mushy stuff. Jinx replied and Starfire blinked before frowning to herself as she tried to understand what Jinx just explained. So, the giving of the candies is just to be, as you say, nice? Starfire questioned and Jinx looked to Raven and both nodded their heads. Oh, thank you, now I would like to know of the taboo of displaying affection? Starfire questioned and Jinx blinked for a moment before giving the redhead a look. Taboo? What taboo? Jinx asked and Starfire tilted her head slightly. I believe they call it PDA on the TV, yet I do not understand why they would call the taboo after a device. Starfire admitted and Jinx snorted before snickering into one hand while Raven remained silent. PDA means public displays of affection, Starfire. Jinx told the alien princess and she frowned before making an O with her mouth. So then it was merely an acronym? Starfire questioned and Jinx nodded her head with a smirk. Oh, thank you for telling me then, though I am afraid that I still need to understand the taboo with such affection. Starfire said with a slight bow of her head then admitted with a tilt of her lips to the side and Jinx rolled her eyes. First and foremost, it's a distraction to others. Second, only some forms of affection aren't allowed to be displayed publicly. Holding hands, hugs, soft kisses, and other small things are allowed. Just don't go grabbing him in places or hot and heavy making out in wide open and you should be fine. And even then it's not a rule so much as it's being polite to keep your private life to yourself. Jinx explained and Starfire blinked before making an O with her mouth once more. So that is what it means. I had feared it meant you were not allowed to do anything in the public setting, though I suppose that makes a bit more sense. Thank you once more for explaining. Starfire said with a nod of her head before they stopped as they saw pandemonium was breaking loose all around them. It would seem your team is quite good at the pranking of the city. Starfire noted and Jinx nodded her head with a smile, then blinked as a van flew past them. Was that Billy Numerous driving that van? Raven questioned and Starfire looked to her friend with a strange look. I do believe it was friend Raven, that is most freaky, yes? Starfire questioned and Raven nodded her head, then both turned to a snickering Jinx. Something tells me you have something to do with this, Raven stated and Jinx blinked before a catty smile crawled over her features while she gave them a too innocent to be real look. Who me? She asked and Starfire frowned before cracking her knuckles, causing Jinx to groan. Alright, Billy and Blackfire probably just kidnapped Nightwing and are going to drop him off at his fan club, she said in a resigned tone, Starfire's eyes bolting open with a horror-filled gasp. Oh no! The last time that happened he was nearly torn apart and then mauled by his many overly obsessed female fans. Starfire said and Jinx looked to Raven with an incredulous expression across her face. Last time? She demanded of the violet-eyed Titana and Raven sighed wearily while rubbing her temples. Trust me, you don't want to know. Raven responded with a shake of her head while Starfire shot into the air before turning to Raven. Please excuse me friend Raven but I'm afraid that I must be leaving. I have to save friend Nightwing. The Tamaranian princess exclaimed before launching after the van and both Raven and Jinx stood there for a moment. So, what now? Jinx asked and Raven silently mulled that over for a moment. Were you planning on pranking me? Raven questioned with narrowed eyes on the rosette and Jinx shook her head. If I did, Temp would be mad at me. She reminded and Raven gave her a strange look for a moment. What? The girl demanded and Raven crossed her arms over her chest with a frown. You do realize you're practically obsessed with Naruto and pretty much idolize him, right? She asked the other girl flatly, and Jinx growled low in her throat while glaring at the Titana furiously. Hey! I knew him before you, I liked him before you, and as far as I'm concerned you're not good enough for temp. The Rosette shouted at Raven while poking her in the chest, and Raven felt her eyebrow twitch. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? The sorceress demanded through gritted teeth, and Jinx held up one hand. You're mean, cynical, have no sense of humor, constantly shut yourself off from others, and what's worse is you can barely feel any emotion. The Rosette pointed out, and Raven placed her hands onto her hips. My personality isn't up for debate here. If Naruto really found it so undesirable, I wouldn't even be with him now would I? And as for my powers, I can express my emotions when I wear a pair of magical rings. Raven told the girl with a dark glare in her violet eyes, and Jinx frowned. But there's still the fact that you can blow up people with your powers even on accident? Jinx reminded, and Raven narrowed her eyes onto the Rosette furiously. Now that's a low blow even for you. And I've never once willingly hurt Naruto with my powers, accidental or not. Besides, I bet your powers could burn him alive, electrocute him, trap him in the floor, or some other unfortunate situation that might lead to his death. Raven reminded the pink-eyed girl with her eyes glowing white as a street lamp melted. What? Jinx demanded, her own eyes glowing pink as a newsstand suddenly sparked pink, a gust of wind blowing away all the newspapers from it. My powers have yet to spontaneously hurt someone I care about, you stupid bitch. And besides that, they only go wonky on Friday the 13th. Jinx shouted while several nearby civilians ran away from the two, random sparks of pink hex energy and black demonic power flowing into this and that around the two furious girls. Friday the 13th is unlucky for you? Oh, how cliché, I thought you were at least more original than that. Raven taunted the Rosette, and Jinx growled darkly. This coming from a half-demonic bitch. She shouted, and Raven snarled. Snake-eyed cunt. Raven shouted back, and Jinx clenched her fists, pink energy forming around them. Bird-brained slut. Jinx shouted back, and Raven formed black energy around her hands while clenching them as well. That's it. I've had enough of you and your mouth. Raven roared out demonically while her eyes turned bright red, two more forming on her brow, and Jinx roared out before pouncing the other girl, both attacking one another viciously as blasts of pink and black energy tore the street around them apart. Meanwhile, still driving through the city, Billy looks into one of their mirrors and blinks when he sees a pink and black mushroom cloud behind them. Hey, did any of y'all bring a nuke with ya? Billy asked seriously, and the other members looked at him strangely before shaking their heads. Weird, then I wonder what that cloud came from. Billy wondered to himself, and Gizmo slapped the back of his head. Who cares? This is the best fucking day of my life. I've never had so much fun humiliating someone before. Gizmo exclaimed with agreements from the rest of Tartarus as they continued through the city. When will we reach our target anyways, Billy? I think it's about time to let Birdbrain meet his fans. Blackfire questioned with a grin, and Billy looked back with a wider grin as they slid to a halt. We're here, y'all. Billy replied, and X and Mammoth grinned towards one another before grabbing Nightwing. Making their way out of the van, they then went to the building and knocked on the door. When it opened, both X and Mammoth saw several girls were inside, and the two criminals grinned widely. Special delivery, they said while throwing Nightwing into the lion's den, and Night widened his eyes. Hell, not again. He thought while sweating bullets, and X suddenly gave a mock salute. Have fun, he said while Billy snickered, and the two quickly left, leaving a screaming Nightwing behind as they zipped off into the city laughing all the way. Seconds later, Starfire slid to a halt in midair and gasped as she heard Nightwing's screams from inside the building. Narrowing her eyes, the Tamaranian princess lunged towards the building and broke through the door. Inside she saw a frantic Nightwing looking at her, portions of his suit somehow ripped and torn off of him, dozens of female fans trying to hug/kiss him all at once. For the love of God, Starfire. Help me. Nightwing pleaded, and Starfire cracked her knuckles while narrowing her eyes dangerously onto the girls. Growling. Get your hands off of him. Starfire roared out furiously, her eyes glowing a bright glowing green as she lunged inside, random blasts of green energy puncturing the building from the inside out. Meanwhile, back on the streets of Jump City, Tartarus is riding in their van down the street when Billy spots Danny and Dwella on her moped. Hey look y'all, it's the little missus as well as the crazy clown girl. Billy noted, and X nodded his head with a smirk for a moment before rubbing his chin. Mammoth, open the doors so we can let the girls in. X ordered, and Mammoth nodded his head before throwing the doors to the back of the van open. Chuckling to himself, X climbed onto the top of the van and gave the girls on the moped a mock salute. Hello ladies. Looking for a ride? X asked, and Dwella took a mock thoughtful look for a moment. Depends, promise to be nice to us? Dwella asked while sounding surprisingly innocent for whom she was, and X merely chuckled. Of course we will, the skull-masked thief replied, and Dwella grinned widely. Good enough for me, she shouted while putting the pedal to the metal and caused her Vespa to jump into the back of the van. Hey guys, how's tricks? Dwella then asked and caused a slight snicker to go through the rest of Tartarus as she did. Great. They all replied, and X then stuck his head back into the van and gave a peace sign to them. Alright gang, find Jinx, Private, and Seymour and head on home. My real self should be done with his part of the prank, so he'll be seeing you later. X offered before dispelling himself, and Mammoth closed the doors to the van as it then swerved into a turn down the next road. Meanwhile, Beast Boy walks down the street humming a light tune to himself. He and Kitten had a short date, not too long since most of the power was out around the city, but on the bright side they did get a discount on ice cream since it was going to melt if the power didn't come back on. Smiling widely, the boy then sees Cyborg and Kid Flash trudging towards him and blinks. Dudes, what happened to you? The green changeling questions, and Cyborg sighs to himself while rubbing his face. You don't want to know, and I don't want to talk about it, Cyborg states, and Kid Flash would have added something, only he grunted and held his stomach instead. Gotta go, he said quickly before running off, and both Cyborg and Beast Boy blinked before looking up as Donna came down between them. However, the girl had one eye twitching and her hair was seriously frazzled now. Also, it looked like numerous scorch marks were covering her, so also leaving dark splotches on her pale skin, while her costume was slightly torn and showing some of her black bra under it. Donna, why is your BB started to say, and Donna held up a hand while glaring at both boys dangerously. Don't say anything, the Amazon growled out, and both teens turned from her and started to whistle lightly while Starfire landed nearby, Nightwing in her arms twitching violently. By Hera. Richard, what happened to you? Donna demanded while moving towards her friend, and Starfire growled darkly as she got too close to him. FF fangirls, Nightwing replied, and both Beast Boy and Cyborg winced. Ouch, and you got the seriously aggressive ones too, Cy noted with a shake of his head, and BB smiled slightly. Man, that makes me glad most of mine are the shy ones. Why is that anyways? BB suddenly wondered, and Cyborg shrugged his shoulders before Donna cleared her throat. As interesting as that is, where are Bart and Raven? She questioned, and Kid Flash slid to a halt near them with a low groan and overdramatic tears in his eyes. It burns so much, Kid Flash groaned out, and BB snickered to himself. Dude, did someone slip you a laxative? BB questioned, and Kid Flash groaned lightly while Cyborg winced to himself. Yikes, talk about harsh, although with your speed that's probably the only way to keep you out of the way. Cyborg mused and got a glare from the speedster as a result. Just, shut up man, it's been a really long day, Kid Flash grumbled out, and the rest of the Titans nodded their heads in agreement with him. Dudes, where's Raven? BB suddenly wondered, and Starfire blinked. The last I saw her she was with the Jinx, Starfire said, and Nightwing frowned slightly before figuring she meant fighting with Jinx. Well, at least one of them will be caught, Cy moaned out while rubbing his scalp. As for me, I'm heading home and then to bed, Cyborg said mostly to himself while walking off, and BB yawned and stretched his arms out. Yeah dude, sounds good, BB admitted, both Donna and Bart agreeing with them on being too tired to chase Tartarus around Jump City anymore. Friend Nightwing? Starfire asked while looking to the boy, and he twitched violently for a moment. Just take me home, Star, Knight stated while bowing his head, and Starfire frowned in worry for a moment. But what about friend Raven? The alien princess questioned, and Nightwing gave her a look. She can take care of herself. Besides, I think she asked for the night off to spend with Naruto when we were at Piano Pizza earlier, Knight stated, and Starfire nodded her head before flying into the air and then off towards Titan's Tower. Elsewhere, Raven and Jinx were sitting in the middle of what had once been a soon-to-be-demolished building. The building was now totally demolished thanks to the combined efforts of the pissed-off girls. Currently, they had managed to work out their anger at one another by totally the building, an idea Raven had managed to think up after knocking Jinx into the building. Like in their usual catfights, they were now in shredded clothing, leaving bits of skin and even their underwear visible. This is all your fault? Jinx grumbled out angrily, her hair out of its usual horn style and hanging down her neck. Upon hearing the accusation, Raven turned to her with an incredulous expression across her face. My fault? You're the one who started this, Raven reminded while a nearby boulder melted from her powers. Just because you're jealous doesn't mean this is my fault, Raven shouted at her angrily, and Jinx muttered to herself while pulling her legs up to her chest and resting her chin on her knees, arms wrapped around her legs. Yeah, what are you? My psychiatrist? Jinx snarked angrily, and Raven moved over to the rosette and narrowed her eyes onto her. What is your problem with me? Why do you insist on constantly provoking me and making me act like this? What have I ever done to you to make you so hostile towards me? Raven demanded as several rocks were suddenly sent flying into the air by her powers. Looking at Raven with an angry look, the Rosette clenched her fists together and grit her teeth. Maybe it's because I liked Temp way before you, yet he never once noticed me. Jinx growled out, and Raven pinched the bridge of her nose while mentally chanting her mantra to try and calm down. I've heard that before, and that's not. Raven started, only for Jinx to pounce on her and glare at her furiously. No. You don't get it, you condescending bitch. Temp's ex Sakura had pink hair and a damn near identical body structure to mine. I could easily pass off as her fucking sister if not her damn twin. So how do you think that made him look at me back then? Jinx demanded furiously, and Raven blinked, genuinely surprised by that thought, and it made her calm much faster. Like her, or it at least made him wary of you. She mumbled mostly to herself, and Jinx threw her hands into the air. Wow, the girl finally gets it. It took me ages just to get to the point where he'd be in the same room as me without anyone else around. It took me half a year to get to the point with him where he wouldn't flinch whenever I was angry. It took me a whole damn year just to get to the point where he trusted me with his life and real name. And yet you didn't even have to wait a fucking week for him to like you. Jinx growled out, and Raven stared at her as she then sat down, crossed both her arms and legs, and seemed to want to burn a hole in the ground with her glare. Jinx. Naruto's not like that, he doesn't think you're like Sakura just because of you look like her. Raven tried to say, and Jinx rolled her eyes and gave Raven an annoyed look. I know that. But it always felt like it whenever he'd flinch when I'd get pissed, and then when I'm finally able to be in his general area without him acting like he needs to keep me calm, you show up and I'm just his female friend. Do you have any idea how much it hurts to be constantly around the person you care for but he's already taken? Do you? Jinx demanded, and Raven winced slightly while the girl huddled into herself, leaving only her eyes visible. Looking at the Rosette for a moment, Raven suddenly felt more than a little bad for Jinx. While she didn't know how Jinx felt, she knew what it was like to be ignored by someone she cared for. In her case it was her mother, but even that was different in that Naruto was at least Jinx's friend. How much worse for Jinx was it to be around him every day yet always having him out of her reach? You know, maybe I really am bad luck, not just for people around me, but for myself as well, Jinx muttered, and Raven winced, now feeling bad for the bad luck crack, and rubbed her arm. Well, at least you can express yourself, Raven reminded, and Jinx snorted. Lot of good that does me when the guy I like is taken. Jinx mutters, and Raven mentally groans to herself. Now it seemed Jinx was going into a stage of depression, and while she and Jinx had obviously never gotten along, the Rosette was still Naruto's friend, and Raven didn't want something to happen to her. Well, at least you can fully control your powers, Raven reminded, and yet again Jinx snorted and gave her an annoyed look. Oh yeah, how could I ever forget that? I can cause bad luck, how is that something good? Especially considering every Friday the 13th causes them to go crazy and make weird shit happen. And let's not forget I cause electronics to blow up if I'm not careful with them. Like, oh I don't know, an old man's pacemaker if I get too close exploding. Jinx shouted at the violet-eyed Titana with tears at the edges of her eyes, and Raven blinked for a moment. Oh? I guess that is kind of dangerous, Raven admitted, if only to herself, while Jinx crossed her arms over her legs and glared at nothing. Watching the other girl for a moment, Raven then sighed and started to roll a pebble under her foot. Maybe I have been just a little too nasty towards her. Jinx is Naruto's friend, and all I ever do is fight with her and make her feel worse about me and Naruto being together. Raven mused to herself and then took a deep breath while turning to look at Jinx as she continued to glare at nothing. Jinx, she said softly, and the Rosette's eyes glared towards her. What? She snapped, and Raven sighed once more. I'm sorry, Raven said, and Jinx raised a brow before grunting. Not your fault, I'm bad luck, she replied bitterly, and Raven crossed her legs while looking up to the sky as the sun started to set. No. I mean, I'm sorry for always fighting with you, Raven then said, and Jinx merely tried to wipe the tears from her eyes. Whatever, she mumbled, and Raven looked over to her and then drummed her fingers on the ground. My powers, you're right, I can cause a lot of damage with them as well. But at least with you, you don't have to keep how you feel inside all the time, Raven reminded, and Jinx blinked while turning to the violet-eyed girl with a raised brow. If I had a chance to choose between having bad luck or my own powers, I think I'd take yours, Raven then added with a weak smile, and grimaced as something flew into the air, causing a smirk to cross Jinx's lips. Yeah. I guess electronic stuff is easier to avoid than feeling emotion, isn't it? Jinx mused aloud, and Raven sighed softly while nodding her head. Maybe we got off on the wrong foot, Raven then said, and Jinx raised a brow towards her. Seeing the look, Raven crossed her legs, thus hovered a few feet off the ground while placing her hands onto her knees. When we met, I was Naruto's girlfriend and you were the girl who likes him. Maybe we should try to be just Raven and Jinx, and not include our relationships with Naruto? Raven offered and Jinx looked away for a moment while mulling that over to herself. I thought you hated me cause I went in your room that one time, Jinx then noted and Raven blinked before frowning. That too, she admitted and Jinx smirked slightly before both girls sighed. So what, do you want to try and be friends or something? Jinx asked and Raven snorted while looking away from the other girl. Never going to happen, Raven stated and Jinx looked at her before nodding her head in agreement. But, like you said, let's try not to be so violent towards each other. Or at the very least let's at least try not to provoke each other all the time. If for nothing else then for Naruto's sake. Raven then offered the other gray-skinned girl and Jinx blew into her bangs before nodding her head. I can live with that, she mused before stretching out her arms with a light yawn. Well then, I should probably find a way back home before the others come looking for me, Jinx said while standing up and Raven gave her a look. What? The Rosette questioned with a raised brow and Raven crossed her arms over her chest. Your clothes are almost completely tattered and some of your underwear is showing, Raven stated and Jinx looked down at herself before blushing slightly and giving her a look as well. Yeah, and who exactly did that? She questioned angrily while crossing her arms and Raven pinched the bridge of her nose. I thought we were trying not to provoke each other, Raven noted and Jinx gave her a cheeky smile in response. Bad habits are hard to break, Jinx replied and Raven rolled her eyes while the slender girl then rubbed her arms. So, if you don't mind me asking, what's your brilliant idea to get me home? Jinx questioned and Raven silently got up then threw her cape around Jinx, causing both girls to disappear into a black raven-shaped bird that went towards Tartarus HQ. Titan's Tower. Seriously dudes, how come I'm the only one who's not totally bummed out or tired? BB asks while sitting in the T-car with Nightwing and Kid Flash, Cyborg driving them towards Titan's Tower as Donna and Star fly home. Currently, they were driving along the underwater bridge that connected Titan's Island with the mainland, and thereby Jump City. I don't know, maybe cause we actually tried to catch those Tartarus creeps, Cy offered with a scowl and BB rolled his eyes with a smirk while leaning back in his seat, Nightwing mumbling under his breath and Kid Flash giving a light groan. Dudes, I know pranksters, and these guys are pros at it. If you guys were smart, you would have stayed out of their way. Besides, they didn't steal anything or hurt anyone today, well besides stealing that guitar and hitting me with it, but I digress, BB said and got glares from the other male titans before Starfire came down to the side of the T-car and tapped on the window. Blinking, Cyborg rolled down the window as she did and saw a look on the alien princess's face. A Star, what's wrong now? Cyborg asked and Starfire sighed visibly as they came out of the tunnel and onto Titan's Island. I believe that the Tartarus did not only do the pranking of the city, Starfire replied before pointing towards Titan's Tower, the guys all turning to see it. Ah hell no, Cy said while bringing the T-car to a screeching halt and quickly got out of it. The other Titans boys as well as the girls then followed him as they all looked up at Titan's Tower. The tower was now completely covered in graffiti, all manner of phrases in both English and Japanese completely covered it, as well as random pictures of RedX skull mask with peace signs, swirls, and other such graffiti. The biggest of the English phrases however was in bright orange "Welcome home Titans. Hope you like what I did with the place. Love X. Dude. Good one. BB suddenly called out while holding his sides and Nightwing slapped his face as Cyborg twitched then grit his teeth in fury. They tagged our crib. The Titanium teen cried out and Kid Flash groaned while looking up at he building. That's going to take forever to wash off. Kid Flash mumbled before grunting and holding his stomach then quickly ran into the tower so he could get to a bathroom. Growling, Cyborg began to grind his teeth together as he gazed at the defacement of his beloved tower with narrowed eyes. Oh, I'm so gonna get them for this. Cy shouted while unlocking his sonic cannon and Nightwing merely pinched the bridge of his nose. Cyborg, calm down. Night ordered before trudging forward and Cy gave the spiky-haired teen an incredulous look. Where the hell are you going? We need to hunt them down Cyborg demanded furiously only for Night to hold up a hand and turn to him tiredly. Cyborg, chill out. We can worry about catching Tartarus later. Beast Boy is right, they were just playing around with us today, not doing anything malicious. As for right now, I'm going to bed so I can forget that this day ever happened, Night said while continuing to walk towards the tower and Cyborg gaped towards his leader. What? But they tagged our crib. We can't let that go unchallenged or else they'll. Cyborg started ranting while following after Nightwing, leaving Donna, Star, and BB behind them. Blinking and scratching his head, BB then turned to Donna with a raised brow. So what about you? He asked and Donna gave him a look before sighing. I'm with Richard. I'm going to bed. She mumbled to herself while flying into the tower, thus leaving BB and Star behind. Looking to one another the two remaining Titans shrugged before walking towards the tower as well. So how was your day then, Star? BB asked with a smile, and Starfire clasped her hands together happily. It was most informative, friend. I believe that I have learned something new about earthly culture. However, it was also somewhat of an annoyance to have to rescue friend Nightwing from the obsessed girls of fans once more. Starfire replied, and BB nodded his head slowly while they walked into the main hall of the tower. But please, tell me about your day, friend, Starfire said cheerfully to the green jester, and BB grinned while wrapping his arms behind his neck. Well, besides getting smacked around by a chick on a moped with a bass guitar. It was pretty cool for me as well. I got to see my girlfriend today and even get ice cream half off. BB replied happily as they walked through the main hall of the tower, and Starfire smiled brightly. That is most wonderful. I only wish that the others could have had as pleasant a day as we have had, Starfire said, and BB nodded his head in agreement as he and the alien princess got into the elevator so they could head up to their rooms. Tartarus HQ. You tagged Titan's Tower? Oh man, that is so fucking rich, temp. Gizmo demanded of Naruto while half laughing as he looked at a series of photos, and even a live feed of the tower. Currently, Tartarus was back in their HQ. Naruto was sitting on the sofa without his mask while most of the others were either trying to hold back laughter, or were falling over due to it. Yeah, I know, I'm way too awesome, aren't I? Naruto said with a nod of his head and a smirk as he watched Dwella actually try to stifle her laughter, only to fail miserably as she fell onto her back, held her stomach and rolled on the floor. How did no one see you do that? Danny asked with a grin as she tried to control her own laughter, and Naruto whistled to himself. That is a trade secret, my young apprentice, Naruto stated while leaning back, and Danny pouts and crosses her arms. Behind him, an amused Blackfire places a hand over her mouth as she snickers and then shakes her head. Impressive. You not only tagged Titan's Tower, but in the middle of broad daylight and out in the open where anyone could have seen what you were doing, yet somehow didn't. Blackfire noted, and Naruto nodded his head, proud that he was still able to pull something like that off. However, when he heard the door slide open behind him, Naruto leaned back to see Raven and Jinx walk into the room. Jinx is now wearing a new set of clothes, as is Raven. However, once they enter the room, Jinx started snickering to herself while Raven crossed her arms. Well, that explains where you were all day, Raven notes, and Naruto shrugs his shoulders in response. Walking over to the sofa, Jinx sits down while Raven stares at the screen, which is showing all of Tartarus the tower completely covered in graffiti. Don't you think you might have gone just a little overboard? Raven asked, and Naruto scoffed while waving her off, and the rest of Tartarus decided to further answer her question. No. They all stated and then laughed once more, causing Raven to roll her eyes and give Naruto a look. Seeing the look and remembering their date, the ex-nin got up and stretched out his arms for a moment. Well guys, I'm heading out with Karachan. See you whenever I get back? Naruto offered while flipping back and made his way into the base so he could change his clothes, Raven following. Seeing this, Jinx let out a sigh and slumped in her seat, even the sight of Titan's Tower covered in graffiti not cheering her up. Deep within the cavern below Jump City, two monsters look on from beyond a portal of red energy. Trigon and QB both look on silently to the flowing energy below them, QB's grin widening as he sees the fist from before Ball and Curl. Chuckling, the red-furred Kitsune then looks over to Trigon with an insidious grin stretched across his face. So, the time has finally arrived? QB questioned with his grin seeming to grow wider by the second. Trigon merely chuckled and narrowed his eyes for a moment before steam and mist began to rise up around them. Yes, QB. I can safely say. Trigon started to say, only to fall silent as the hand gripped the earth and a body slowly emerged from the depths. The body was more a skeleton than anything else, twitching and turning to see both of them before a single, blazing red eye narrowed, an S-shaped scar carved into its right eye socket. Taking several steps forward, the skeleton held up its arms, reddish-orange energy thus traveled down his arms, flowing over his body before finally ending as it rose up over his head, concealing the skeleton behind a familiar suit of armor. The suit of armor was mostly black and made of a thin, strong, durable and highly flexible material, with a thicker gray material around his midriff, around his elbows, and covering his hands and fingers. Over top that was an odd metal collar, wrapping around his neck, throat and collar completely, a bandolier over his chest, with a metal plate positioned over either bicep. His arms were covered by a pair of black bracers with metal plates overtop them, a gray utility belt is worn around his waist, metal plates cover the sides of his thighs, are positioned over his knees, and fall down his shins as a pair of greaves. Last is the metal that is formed over the soles of his boots and curves to cover the instep of his foot as well. However, his most distinguishing piece of armor is a mask that completely hides his head and face, the eye of it glowing a brilliant red before it closes. The mask is a solid steel one with 4 thin slits for air, with padding over his ears while more metal curved over the back of his head like a helmet. the left side of the frontal plate of the mask is a copper color, with only the black mark over the eye hole that curled up at the side breaking from this. Opening his eye back up after a second, the armored man then slowly folded his arms behind his back while gazing to the two demons. "It is time?" The voice of Slade echoed throughout the cavern, his cyclopean gaze narrowing dangerously.